here this morning to kick things off as we head towards the start of big mega cap tech coming after the close tomorrow, and also a Fed meeting, by the way, coming up tomorrow as well. In the afternoon, we'll hear from Fed Chair Powell, potentially for the last time here as we head towards the spring. A lot to discuss this morning, including nice beat from GM to the upside. General Motors looking pretty good here this morning. UNH reported as well, guiding higher. Stock is downside. However, here's how the S&P 500 is looking right now. Pretty good day yesterday. Did get a bit of a pullback in close and after market as well. Yapping through some key levels here this morning. Yeah, more tariff talk potentially to deal with, targeting South Korea this morning. As I mentioned, UNH on launch Cloudflare as well. Going around here this morning. There's a long list of earnings out this morning, including Boeing, UPS, RTX, GM, as I mentioned, AAPL, just to name a few. One of those energy names, kind of interesting, NextEra, NEE, one we mentioned on this show many times, to the upside as well.
Yep, that's the last one on the morning note. Good morning, guys. All those names that Brendo just mentioned in the morning notes, if you want to deeper dive, go ahead and check that out. Yeah, NEE, really interesting look here, Brendo. It's down 0.5% at the moment, but good report for them, as a lot of focus now is on this sort of clean energy data centers. So keep an eye out on that. A lot of different defense names as well reporting this morning. We got Raytheon, we got the Northrop Grumman, Boeing as well, which has a defense sector, all reporting this morning. And GM, nice look with Mary Barra really focusing on those new energy vehicles. Are gone are the days, I should say, focusing strictly on that electric vehicle build-up. Good move by the company.
Yeah, I mean, they made that hard pivot, I guess it was Q3 last year, probably coming out of the summer into the fall, and said, yeah, that's it. Focus is shifting away from EVs entirely, and boy, have they ever. Meanwhile, I want to show this real quick just to start things off. This is the dollar this morning, just off a cliff here in the past few days. This is the daily chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of 7 days just straight downside. We're right back to levels that came into play last summer for the dollar. So a ton of weakness on the back of continued strength in commodities once again, and a lot of geopolitical concerns.
You know what's interesting? I want to start seeing whether some of these trade deals that we're seeing, being announced by different blocs, case in point, the European Union possibly with India, whether or not that trade, Brendo, is going to take place using U.S. dollars or one of their currencies. Because if they start, these different blocs start trading with each other, they may have a different reserve currency off which they base trade. Yeah. So that would obviously weaken the dependence on the U.S. dollar. Not to mention, we've already seen central banks move away from the U.S. dollar in favor of some of these precious metals. But I got to tell you, at least from what he was saying initially in the campaign, Donald Trump, he's not really pro a strong U.S. dollar so that he can increase exports. I mean, that's kind of been his focus, to kind of reshore a lot of the production. So I don't think this displeases him all that much.
Yeah, right back to recent lows anyway here for the dollar. Yields a little bit of an uptick here this morning as well. We're still digging out around Toronto. Shout out to Andre doing his best to get here this morning as the subway continues to have issues around the city. But Neil is also back in the chair this morning. Good to have him. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, everybody. Wow.
I was in the subway. The subway yesterday for me was fine, but I know it's bad for Cherise.
I heard
and then
stories.
Today there was. Yeah, yesterday I was in and out. It was no problem. I was like, oh my God, the subway's not that bad. But I guess lucky yesterday. That's for sure. What happened to Andre today? They stopped the.
Yeah, they apparently stopped the. They stopped the keel and had to kick people out.
Yeah.
And you got to make your way, but you made it. So we're here on time, pretty much as usual. Every now and then, maybe a minute or two here and there. And just on time, the volatility decides to start to pick up. It was actually going to talk about UNH for a second and just sort of get into things, because that's got to be the biggest move so far this morning is going to be the healthcare names. But man, silver, like right away at 8, the volume just started to pick up, like back above SLV, back above 100. This testing now 102. Like it's already starting to do volume, like big pickup in the last couple of minutes is just trying to catch a bid. So yeah, like I said, volatility is going to be there. I had a fun day yesterday because we built a fort and we had multiple iterations of the fort. And the fort was the theme of the day. I also got my butt kicked in Ticket to Ride, believe it or not, which is like
To ride, yeah, we have
game?
that. We have that game. We have that.
Yeah, and we played chess. So actually, I have a picture of the fort, only the inside. So we were. I was like, I only know so much outdoors. It was cold as all you
I
know
thought the
what.
fort was outdoors.
No, we literally built this like fort thing in the living room, which now takes up a lot of the living room. And then we're playing Ticket to Ride with only 2 people, which is a lot of fun. And then we played chess. She didn't beat me in chess though. Ticket to Ride, she won, but she's not beating me in chess. Like that was a difference.
We're not gonna do
But
that.
to keep her real there, just challenge her, that kind of a thing. But
Yeah,
good to be
that's
back.
Good. Yeah, it's nice to have some days off, especially when you get the kids off school.
Oh, some days she loves them.
Yeah, today. Yeah, so does all. I think many kids. It's one of the best things about being a kid is like waking up and seeing all that snow everywhere. That's for sure. Yeah, Intel today up 3.5%, so that's nice. So we'll have to wait to see why Intel is going higher, down 20% right now from earnings. So a nice move down yesterday for Intel. We'll see if it can continue today. I didn't even look at this thing yesterday. Basically went out at the bottom, so now getting a little bit of a tick higher here. We'll find out the story behind Intel. But I still like that short around this $44 mark, so I think that's something that we can look at here today. And then you had mentioned UNH. Hey, Randy, what's going on over here? Yeah, UNH down 13% today on earnings. Not even a horrible earnings report, but we'll discuss what's going on there. Other names like Molina, Humana, CVS, all of them on watch as well as they continue to sort of get hit there. And the bank stocks can't really get out of their own way either. But yesterday, a little bit of a move higher into 301. And then I started yesterday with Obi here talking all about the U.S. dollar. And yeah, not a great reaction there. Here it is right here. I still have it up. This is the DXY. And yesterday we were trying to tick higher right there, but this is that U.S. dollar that we talked about. Good for multinationals. We talked about them repatriating some of the money back in. You know, when you sell something for €1 billion and then it costs more to get that back into the United States, they can book revenues of $1.1 billion or something U.S. dollars. So we'll see how that affects. Definitely known as a tailwind, the weaker U.S. dollar for some of these major names that are coming due tomorrow. We had a nice day yesterday in Apple, but yeah, the dollar continues still down 0.5% today. DXY, and then yeah, man, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be Apple, it's gonna be Meta, it's going to be Texas Instruments is tonight, but there's Apple up another 1.3%. I really like the way this one was setting up heading into earnings, so that's continuously ticking higher rate here. But Nasdaq up 0.6, so yeah, so far so good here today. Should start to see a little bit of a rally. You mentioned silver. I mean, that was we exited out of our trade history about 105.50, which was near the top. And then, whoops, this happened all the way down to $94 goes silver. And as Neil mentioned, it's a little bit higher there today. But both silver and gold were at all-time highs yesterday, as opposed to this guy down here, Bitcoin, still at 88,000. Can't seem to get that next leg higher. We'll see if that comes in today. But there's gold again. Both precious metals falling off a cliff yesterday. So, yeah, it should be a good one here today. I mean, there's a couple different names. Our watch list is just peppered with a bunch of stuff.
GameStop's on there
today,
again.
GameStop's on there today. QBTS is on there. Boeing.
GameStop waited for 25.
GM had a report.
Yeah.
Yeah, GameStop had Michael Burry buying more shares.
Got Burry, Cohen as well. Even Alibaba's going to be up. I don't know why I say even Alibaba, like something bad about Alibaba.
Alibaba's great.
No, I only mean like the last few sessions. Like, I don't know, pretty clear downward push. It moved and gapped higher. Let's see what it can do with 175 today. It's trying to get going. And yeah, there really is a lot to watch. And we got On the Rail. Ooh, do I have it up? I don't know if I do. If I can find the
super chat.
Yeah, the super chat. We got the super chat. I don't have the page up, so I'm gonna have to do this. On the Rail TV. Good morning. Thoughts on buying Reddit and UNH dips? Well, one of those two things has they missed on UNH missed on revenue, had mixed guidance, and has the administration put some caps and not hamstring, but kind of hamstring the industry. Maybe not the best time in the world to be thinking UNH dip buy, right? Like for me, I'd be sitting back and waiting for this to calm down and see what the next shoe to drop is. Because if it was just the earnings, probably still be giving it a heartbeat back under support at 300. Now you throw on top of that the president's actions. Like I wouldn't be rushing to buy into this one at all today. It could absolutely bounce. When you get double barrel like that and part of its earnings, if you like the 3-day rule in the first place, I mean, I would even think even more strongly about that. Reddit's it's not that different of a case, but I look at the 200 period and the support at that 180. At least it gives something here where you have a bit of a potential bounce spot. Like for a trade, it goes SSR and goes in the 200 period. That'll be at 185, like $7 from here. Possibly unlikely, and then you got support at 180. I'm looking for a bounce in this. So more of it as a trade than anything else. Like it's pretty perilous if we lose the bid here at 180 on Reddit, but at least it's got some bounce levels, and it's not double barrel action like UNH.
Yeah, so many of these names have just done nothing. Like Reddit back to where it was in July, now. So, but a name that people are trying to rally the cart around the horses or something. Meta. Like Meta's been on one the last couple of days. People trying to find reasons to own this name heading into earnings, and there it is, man, right back up to that 680 mark. This is where we said it's a time to probably look to sell it. This is an interesting name because I don't think it's positioned well. I thought Apple was positioned well into earnings. I'm not sure Meta is with this huge move right there back up to the upside. So they're going to have to come with something, I think, pretty good to justify this most recent 12 or so % move in just under a week. So yeah, this should be an interesting name to look at tomorrow as well. We saw the crazy run up. Not that Meta and Intel are the same, but we saw a huge run up in Intel into the print, and then obviously it gave everything back. So we'll wait. I mean, I still like Meta's business, and we'll see if that can come in. But like that's another name that's all the way back. Like look at Meta, right? Investors have to go all the way back here. This is actually on the year. Meta is finally starting to, well, the year is over with, but back to where we started in 2025. So Meta has really done nothing and gone sideways. A lot of these Mag 7 names have sort of gone nowhere for a while. So, Rich Tech Robotics, someone just saying there's some news. What's up, JL? You better not be lying about this. But here, $4.60 for Rich Tech Robotic, another name. There it is, man. Nice move up there. Yeah, maybe there is something here with Rich Tech and Microsoft, apparently, you're putting in there, JL. So thanks. There you go. That's why you want to be part of our chat, right? I mean, as Neil mentioned, we got a lot of traders. Here, I'll put this up. There it is right here. See, this is like I wasn't looking at Rich Tech, and then all of a sudden now we're up 21%. So there it is. Thanks, JL 822 for this news. And Microsoft's another one of those names that it's been sort of heading back up to the upside here as we approach earnings. So a lot of these names starting to make a little bit of sense. The thing is, the Microsofts and the Nasdaq 100 stocks of this world just haven't really done anything for a long time. So maybe now it's catch-up time for the Nasdaq. But there it is. Thank you. Yeah, equals money. Yeah, that is correct on that one. Like here's the Nasdaq, right? Just finally starting to tick a little bit higher. I mean, I guess the index has done something, but you go all the way back here to October, and we're at the Nasdaq key levels there. So yeah, hopefully you guys are doing well. Micron has news today. I mean,
yeah, Micron making more
upgrade or something, making more chips or more.
We got to all the way. Yeah, they're building a plant.
That's what it is. Yeah, new wafer fab.
Well, it just tells you the demand is still there. That's a big thing. And I love the fact that you got some small cappers like this running around.
Around 405.
There's a little something for everybody, let's just say. Because I don't know. I like Apple today. It might be a little bit. I'm kind of thinking it might be a little bit quiet on some of the mag names, but we try to play inside the range there. But I do like Rich Tech. Just to throw it up on the daily chart, it's a pretty distinct level we got going here. If it breaks at about 480, 490, look at that quadruple top. If you include today, the triple top that gets through if it breaks 480. So this has to be on watch. Already a little bit of selling at that same price. So if it can consolidate up here and find its way through that high, this certainly becomes tradable. I know a certain somebody that is almost certainly 100% going to be adding this to their list. And Sharif, there's no chance this one gets away from you unless it loses VWAP.
This looks good, Neil. I mean, it's going to have to hold up, obviously, into the midday. But as you mentioned, it's coming into the levels there that it put in on the 22nd. So it'll have to clear those. Otherwise, we'll have a bit of a top. But 20% is nothing to sneeze at, Brendo.
Team up with Microsoft.
Yeah.
Good things happen, right? A bunch of other things just coming across right now. Uber introducing AV labs in an effort to accelerate autonomy ecosystem. Nothing really happening with Uber stock right now. We just got results from Cisco. Not that Cisco, but SYY on the NYSE. Nice pop here up to 78.50. for that one. Union Pacific also just reporting some of the rails coming through. We mentioned that NEE. There was a mention of Meta teaming up with Corning. Looks like, which is GLW up here this morning to $100 or 101. Meta paying Corning for fiber cabling. So not a lot of volume behind this, but not a name we talk about a lot either on NYC. But GLW, nice headline here with Meta.
Yeah, that's not a bad look at all for GLW. Give me an opportunity here to put this up. Yeah, up 6%, Brendo, not a bad look. I haven't had an opportunity to kind of look over this, but 6 1/3, not too bad. Meta also in focus today as a result of, they're launching new paid tiers. So we've often criticized Meta about not being able to monetize that huge CapEx, at least in the short term, while their competitors like Amazon, Google, and Microsoft, well, they're monetizing on it pretty aggressively through Neo Cloud. Well, Meta coming out today and saying, look, we're going to test these new paid subscription models across Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp in the coming months. It's going to be designed, what the company's saying, to unlock more productivity and creativity. They're going to maintain a free suite. So Llama and all its greatness will remain free, but you know the new Avocado and the video monetization one called Vibes, those are going to be paid. So it's nice to see whether or not, number one, there's demand for their products and whether they're able to monetize it in the short term like Microsoft, Amazon, and Google are. And number two, what kind of demand there are for paid Meta products.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never paid anything for Meta, and they have that blue check mark thing. I don't know how well that's doing and you know how much revenue that's bringing in, but good to see that they're at least trying.
I think they're going to certainly have to come out with something a little more impressive to get people to maybe switch first, let alone start paying for their products. You guys mentioned the Micron headline. There it is on screen there as well. Micron plans, we just got that weekly ADP number, 7.75K versus 8, so nothing doing there. Micron plans nearly $24 billion investment into Singapore to address further AI-driven demand. So MU up here nicely too.
This is huge, Brendo. I mean, what concerns me is RAM is so up to date down tomorrow. There's a glut of inventory. We can't seem to move it, but now you can't seem to get enough of it. Obi making that point very clearly. He was trying to upgrade his computer, but it's like doubled in price. So here are the details on this new build out. $24 billion, as Brendo mentioned. It adds about 700,000 square feet in clean room space to expand their existing NAND manufacturing complex. It's expected to begin production in the second half of 2028. And we know, well, the demand for NAND and DRAM is through the roof as a result of hyperscalers building these data centers to no end.
Mag 7 essentially right across the board, higher here to start. It looks like Apple, as Sean, you were mentioning, leading the way right now. I just pulled up Tesla here. 438 was a level going back to yesterday that we sat on for most of the midday. We're just kind of chopping around here so far. But all of these, good to see for the first time in a while, higher here to start the morning.
Yeah, I mean,
all of them.
Yeah, you mentioned Apple. I mean, yesterday we had Apple as our #1 trade idea down here at 250, bouncing off that 250 level, and it was an absolute monster. Closed the day around 255, 256. And I actually am putting this on the note again here today. I mean, I was talking about how heading into earnings, what you kind of want stocks to look like. This might actually start to creep up a little too high heading into earnings. But I think that's going to have to be like 270, 280. This is what I'm, interested on with Apple. Can we get back into this area? Like why it was beat up like that. I talked about, I thought it was a rotation just out of some stocks that had a lot of cash. We saw NVIDIA start to go to the downside. You've seen Apple, Broadcom's been getting hit, and then rotating into some other sort of popular names like a Micron, like silver, gold, all these other names. But now heading into earnings, I think people are starting to, realize that Apple is going to have a good quarter. We've heard great things about the iPhone 17, and hopefully the shipments can continue to work out. And then like that weak US dollar that I was talking about should help out Apple as well. So I like the story. I like the stock. I like to talk possibly about Gemini and what they're going to do with Siri and the new rollouts that are going to be happening right there. We had the cheaper AirTag or something announced yesterday, or a new revamped one. So yeah, for me, I'm looking long right here, sort of yesterday's closing prices. If we get that low, fine, but I'm looking right in and around here, 256 to 257. That's probably a good story for Pinterest there on the board. Like, we saw Amazon the other day start to lay off. Wow, Pinterest only $25. Wow, okay. 15%. Not doing any movement on this one, but I would say that's probably a good thing.
Someone's just tilling for 200K on the offer.
Yeah, I saw that. But this is, wow, what a crazy stock this has been too. Down here to $24, $25, looking like a decent area. So maybe you're going to get a little bit of a bump here in Pinterest, but there it is right there, laying off 15% of workforce. That's quite a nice number there. But I mean, I guess that means that they have found something with AI, so maybe they do get more efficient, and sucks for employees at Pinterest, but the stock reflects the poor nature of the business. So anyways, I'm not too interested in that Pinterest play over there.
Yeah, I think that one's going to be a bit of a miss. Before we head over to Joe, one thing to know, just to jump back to Meta for a quick little second. Yeah, you can monetize and all that good stuff and try to get people to come over, come back, pay on Instagram, etc. I think that's a good plan. That said, today, the 200 period's huge resistance and has been for the last 2.5 months. If this gets into like into 680, which is only 1% away, I'm looking for like a mean reversion play on this, just a trend break. I'm looking for like continued strength, but if it presses into that 280, to look for a bit of a turn. And I would think it would be better than some of the tops that you've seen before. But another place where we can find action, activity, maybe some good areas to look would be with our good friend Joey Options.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Tuesday. Once again, lots of activity in the derivatives world. So let's take a look at what we got going on in some of these names. Apple climbing a little bit higher. And at that 260 level, we're seeing a lot of volume start to step in, and then open interest, relatively cool. We're sitting around 17,200 on the OI side, and then volume 40,900. Now, surprisingly so, this is after the close, so I expect this to tighten up in the open, but we're looking at a $10 spread in AAPL. That's going to tighten up for sure. I think you'll get around a couple of dollars on that front. But as for your delta, considering it's pretty close to ATM right now, it's relatively cool, and same with your gamma exposure. But one thing that I will be keeping an eye on here is the at-the-money implied volatility starting to increase around 49.8%. I think that's a little high for Apple, so just be prepared for some potential downside. Also, the options market pricing and earnings reports, right? You're going to have those implied moves. We'll get to those throughout the midday and see what we're looking at from a percentage metric. But I also want to take a look at the contract here, guys. You can see it on, we got a double chart here essentially. But once again, we're going to be going over this quite often, and that's just the effects of theta throughout these the lifespan of some of these contracts. So at one point when we started to see some form of liquidity, that's going to be in late December, $23, you're now down to $3. That's 85% of the value of its contract has now gone and most likely will never return in the span of a month. So that's very interesting stuff. I love looking at a theta decay and how it can affect it and how you can optimize it and take advantage of some of these opportunities. Moving on here, we're going to take a look at Google, another one of the Meg 7 moving to the top side in yesterday's session at that 340 level, guys, once again expiring this Friday. We're starting to see some more activity, and the implied volatility slowly starting to kick up as well too. So open interest sitting around 61,500 and volume around 42,000, and that's only a $5 spread. You can see the bid sitting around $2.14 with the ask at $2.19. Don't forget, this is options land, so you have to multiply that by 100. Now, as for your delta and gamma exposure, relatively cool as well. At the money IV, once again, you're starting to see a slight uptick. Now, as for some of the put contracts, guys, how can we identify, even though it's not written on here? Well, your delta is always going to be negative. IBIT with some pretty cool volume at that $45 level. But what I'm looking at here, guys, as a potential put wall, maybe you'll find somewhat of a bounce here in IBIT off of that level if you do get into that zone. Open interest sitting around 16,500, and once again, the value of those contracts, you're paying $5 for, or you're paying $8 for them. That's nothing substantial, right? If you're looking to have a little bit of fun, then there it is, $8. That's the max you can lose on that put contract at the money IV at 42.2%. And then here we go on to silver. No, this is not a call. This is once again a put. How do we identify that negative delta? Now, as for silver at that $90 strike price, we've seen around 107. Yesterday was around the peak, and then we've seen some aggressive selling step into the overall market and into silver, I should say. Once again, during this Friday, open interest around 6,201, and then volume 40,600. Bid and ask, that's pretty hefty if you ask me, but once again, this was documented after the close, so you're going to slightly see that widen. At the open, I'm going to look for that to hold, but potential base at 90 here, even though we're north of 100 once again in SLV, delta 0.365, and your gamma exposure as well too. But something you need to keep your eye on, and you guessed it, yes, it is your at-the-money implied volatility sitting at 143%. Guys, keep an eye out on that. I think that's options writers land, just in case you want to maximize the premium you collect. Other than that, we'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
Yes, that option segment brought to you by Electrocore Inc. Trade on the NASDAQ with the ticker ECOR. Electrocore is a commercial stage bioelectronic medicine company using non-invasive neuromodulation to address chronic pain, headache, and wellness conditions. The company recently reported record revenue, guided to approximately $30 million for full year 2025, and strengthened its balance sheet following the integration of Neurometrics and its Quell platform. With high-margin recurring revenue, growing VA and consumer channels, and a clear path toward improved cash flow, Electrocore is positioning itself at the intersection of medical technology and wellness innovation. To learn more, visit electrocore.com or follow the company under the ticker ECOR. You can scan the QR code you see in front of you for more information. And on that on that options rundown, we'll talk a lot about silver almost every single day, the way the metals are moving. But as we're just on the Mag 7, Alphabet has an all-time high breakout potential today. That 340 that was mentioned, that's within sights.
Oh, yeah.
For today. Like, this could easily break out this morning. Now, the market's pretty quiet. Whatever. We're pretty quiet. The NASDAQ 0.6 and made its highs in the overnight or early in the morning, so we're actually backed a little bit off of the highs. I would suspect you could have a bit of a test lower. I still have like a bit of a, it looks like it chewed through it yesterday, but I had this 30 to 32 zone where there was a bit of chop. Could tighten that up a little bit. And that was last week, and I'm sort of thinking this is where I want to find that support. Maybe a little bit above that 32 on any potential dip. Like if this tries to go red, that'd be at 333. That it gives an interesting spot to try to look for longs into this potential break for Alphabet. They got a great moat around them. Again, as we get into earnings, obviously everything's going to start to, it's not going to matter what you were doing going into the earnings after the fact, but we are strong going in for Alphabet here. Like the example to that point was, Intel was pretty good until the report, and now we're kind of looking a little bit weaker as the selling has really started to come into that stock. So for Alphabet, I still like it to the long side, looking pretty long and strong until we get those earnings, and then we'll have to make a different determination then. Lots at stake, and we haven't even talked about the memory chips with regard to Micron, but SNDK, yeah, their time is coming. They report this week. And then push comes to shove on Thursday for SNDK. Up another point on sympathy to Micron, but they're going to have to really produce this week on earnings, or this could get shellacked.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous about all that. The Micron story is a nice one with more production being created. We'll see if they can take out that 412, which is the high on Micron. All right, it's 8:30. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We're here early every day now, 8 a.m. So we want to thank a couple thousand of you that have joined us once again early. 2,700 of you. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, become a member today as well. Lots of stuff happening. Our sheets are full of information and trading opportunities. I'm about to get the sticky note out in just a couple of seconds as well. But yeah, Bitcoin 88,000. We'll have to look at that. We'll have to look at the dollar today. Gold and silvers moving around. All the Mag 7 names getting set to report. GM is moving around right now. GM was up 4%. I don't know if it still is or not. But there's GM with Mary Barra sort of showing us the way in the EV, non-EV hybrid space. We'll talk about that coming up in just a couple seconds as well. But that's still my Intel chart. There's GM. Sorry, up 5% now goes GM. GM just goes bump. What? Okay, GM was just 82. Not much volume, but there was GM just $82. Now up to 83. Yeah, so it's dancing around. So between 4 to 5% there for GM right now off the open, and that's looking to take out some levels here. So if you're playing like high breaks, this is getting ready to take one out again right now. Basically, this is the high, $84. Right there. You ticked up to 86, but that's on no volume here this morning. So $84 looking like that's going to be a good break level here for GM as well. But yeah, lots of names. Boeing with the report, UNH. So a lot of big down names coming through, and we'll have to wait to see where they go from here. Like UNH, I know that's a name that a lot of us has talked about, but $300. There's so much more than just tech names right now, right? That we talked about. Yeah, well, Reddit kind of is one, but that's down 10% there as well. So yeah, Intel may have reached its bottom. We'll have to see. It's going to be on the sticky note which way. You will find out very, very soon. UNH here down 15%. All right, I think we're good to go from here. Let's go back over to the desk and see what they want to talk about.
Sharif and I are just laughing about UNH. I mean, why don't you go over that and we can
so
get into
funny.
it a little bit.
It's not a good PR look at all for the company. So they're obviously going through a turnaround strategy now, or at least they're claiming to under the new leadership. And the new leadership here said they're focusing their turnaround strategy on shrinking membership, raising prices, cutting benefits, and improving transparency. I mean, I like that last part, the improving transparency. But I mean, you're a healthcare company. You've been in the the crosshairs for a couple of years now with healthcare prices going up. Who says cutting benefits? And why would you want shrinking membership? I mean, obviously they want to become a bit more efficient, and I get that, but not a good PR look. I wouldn't have said that.
No, at all. Part of the reason, possibly anyway, is that they are downside. So far today, even though that guide was not bad. Just quickly for anyone just joining, here's how the calendar is setting up this morning. We got that ADP weekly number. It was basically flat, 7.75 versus 8K expected. Coming up at 9 o'clock this morning, some housing data. We'll also get the Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index. That's probably the biggest one today. At 10 o'clock, looks like a 5-year note auction coming up later in the afternoon as well. Around 1 p.m., the big economic event this week is going to be tomorrow at 2 p.m. We will get a Fed decision. No change going to come through from Fed Chair Powell. It's, what is it? Last time I checked, it was like 98%.
Yeah.
It's going to be no change. I was just reading a note actually from an economist is suggesting that not only will Fed Chair Powell not cut it anymore, but there may not be, even with the new Fed Chair, when that person is put into place, there may not be any cuts for the rest of this year.
And that's actually a great point. I mean, we'll have to reflect on the numbers, but what I want to see is there's rumors circulating that Fed Chair Powell may not leave the Fed, even though, he gets replaced as Fed Chair. That would be unprecedented. Nobody's apparently done that before. And I wonder what the sort of the environment at the Fed would be with, a former Fed Chair sitting there on the committee. So interesting to see, but we saw last week with the GDP number coming in at 4.3, I believe, inflation still not really ramping up to kind of meet the growth. Yeah. So, we'll have to wait and see.
Just reading a positive note here as well from an analyst this morning on 2 names. One of them, this one, Cloudflare, NET up decently in the pre-market here along with DOCM. This person essentially suggesting that both of these position for agent workloads the best. So 2 days in a row here for net. Once we get a little bit more into the agentic side of software and compute overall, I mean Cloudflare and net and DOCN, two that should be among the leaders at least.
This is a huge move here for Cloudflare, Brendo. They're releasing, again, this is sort of, speculative, but this Claude bot, it's supposed to be an open source AI agent. It's designed to work with Anthropic's Claude, but it's not owned or developed with Anthropic. It's owned by Net. It runs locally on devices as well. And these AI agents are growing more complex, and they require secure, low latency networks, and that's where Net comes in. Cloudflare, which is, that's where it says where they shine. RBC Capital, they called it a derivative call. Wolf Research said it's an AI employee and called it a big moment for edge computing. So kind of mixed sentiment. RBC not so gung ho, but Wolf likes it.
I am all about agents at this point. If there's anything that you can think of that you do on a daily basis that's repetitive and just kind of monotonous and doesn't really take a lot of brain power.
Yeah.
Just, gathering data or putting it in a spreadsheet or, sifting through a research note or anything like that. These are unbelievable.
You were telling me something off camera as well yesterday. You're like, a lot of people are writing code for programs that actually do these things for you on a daily basis. And that's like another part where Claude comes in and all these vibe coding software services. So interesting look how you can actually monetize
And
this.
the best part about AI, I feel, in this, where we're at right now anyways, is that you can use English, to go out and write your own custom software to do exactly what you want that can go and reference and utilize an AI model to actually perform the task. So it's just, it's so amazing, the efficiency that can come from this. A lot of people talking about this one still, Rich Tech Robotics, if you missed it. This was the headline, teaming up with Microsoft AI Co-Innovation Labs to jointly develop and deploy agentic AI capabilities. So volume kind of dying off here, guys, but we're trying anyways to get back up to 450. Just seeing a note here on UAL, lots coming through here this morning, including earnings. UAL announcing major expansion at Chicago's O'Hare amid hot demand. So still getting a few earnings comments or earnings-related comments, guys.
Yeah, one of those two names, and I'll let the viewers guess which, actually tops the stock visualizer here this morning.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Do you think it's an airline or do you think it's maybe Rich Tech Robotics? I mean, obviously it's going to be Rich Tech right now. And RDW coming in a close second. Reddit number 3, Yuck, down 9%. SoFi is up a little bit. GM on earnings 4%. UNH, Yuck. USAR, Yuck. As well. Crowd doing pretty good, coming in 9th, and then 10th, well, 8th, I should have missed 8th with CRM, 9th and 10th BBAI and CrowdStrike. If you're wondering what this pretty thing is in front of you, it's a stock visualizer, and you can get symbols like I just saw Viking Therapeutics get thrown in there for a quick little second, just by typing $. So I can go $SLV into the chat, and then eventually you'll see silver come in, RDW. So in order to let us know what's interesting, what's moving, what you guys think, all of our viewers in our community thinks is the most interesting, just make sure you're in the chat. To do that, you hit the subscribe button, and then you can join, you can ask questions, you can talk trades, you can talk whatever you're, well, try to keep it to the market usually, but have some fun. But let us know what symbols are in there. Hey, someone likes AAL. Like we joke around that no one really trades the airlines, but somebody liked AAL. No, look, Rich Tech, I was saying this needed to hold VWAP, and then promptly it loses VWAP. I don't want to call it game over for today. Like, I'm still going to have it on the radar. Obviously, it's not breaking yet, 480, but you kind of like this catalyst. Just give me a partnership with any kind of major cap tech company which has all the cash in the world, and I think that's going to be a good thing. That being said, this is more about the 17%, 18% short float, and the fact that there has been accumulation on the stock, like accumulation at the 200-period moving average, accumulation in front of the 50-period moving average for a bit of a bounce. So this has been in a nice, look, it did the pullback after everyone went nutso about robotics, and now you get a good accumulation down off 3 and then again off the 4 level. So that 480, while it needs to go, we might have to wait for that breakout patiently. I want to see this hold VWAP. If not, like right now, 435 is a key sort of pivot resistance to support level. So the fact that it's bounced there, I do like that 435 bounce, but it needs to now carry an open holding VWAP. If it can do that, then this is one that I'll actually probably look for some longs today into that 480. But for now, it's going to have to go onto the side burner underneath VWAP. But like, as far as small cappers go, it's got a lot going for it if we can start to find some strength before we get to 930.
Yeah, this ARKQ is what I'm invested in, and this is a robotics ETF, and of course managed by Kathy Wood's ARC team. But this has Rich Tech in it as well. I'm going to try to find out what percent of it's not very huge, but the robotic space seems to be one that wants to work out. I mean, you look at what it's been doing here in now it's 2026, but in 2025, you had $75, $76 start. You ended the year around this $120 mark, and now you're trying to bump just a little bit higher. The number one holding in this name is going to be a Tesla, so you have to sort of like that stock here. Tesla with over 10%, Teradyne, Kratos, Rocket Lab, AV, Palantir, AMD, Archer, Deere as well. So this is giving you a little bit of everything. Here's Teradyne, the second held name in this ETF. So, I think it's like a good little look here. Look at Teradyne, just wow. Okay, I guess I must have bought this ETF a little bit too late. What a stock! Wow, I haven't even looked at this. This is from July. This name was $80. You're up to 237. Okay, hit it. We have never talked about Teradyne on here. Industrial automation and robotics training and testing. This name just, wow, an absolute moonshot right there to the top side. Sure, Andre, throw it up there. Teradyne in the robotics space, absolutely going nuts. Yeah, so SoFi is a tough one. I mean, I'm invested in it, and it hasn't been that tough. I mean, if you're investing in something, then you don't just expect it to moon all of a sudden. We did have some guy on before, Mitch something, was mentioning that he thought this was the next Palantir. It's when someone calls it that, and it's, that's kind of the topping section there over there. So that comment was made, and it was. I still like it. I still really like SoFi down here. I think heading into earnings, we talked about how stocks are positioned properly into earnings. I think this is fine near the low end of the range, right? Trying to break back above the 50. I don't love the fact that this is sloping down. So technically, I think it's still fine. In between these two, the 200 and the 50-period moving average, we like that. It's also at a decent level here for $25. Very, very key level. That goes all the way back to August as well. So August into $23, $22.50. That's the 200 period. I think that's where you want to look to see if there's anything wrong with the name. How far do we jump down? That's about 10% down right there. So if we can get into this 22 area, I think that's a scoop. But for right now, it's a hold for me. I don't think it's a buy at this area. Banks were really, real weak, man. I mean, when the best of the best are down 10% after their earnings, that's JP Morgan, then I would think that, SoFi has the opportunity to make a similar move, and that 10% would get you into the 200 period, which it's basically doing right here for JP Morgan as well. So, yeah, you're coming into some good buy zones for banks. So if SoFi can do well, then I think the sort of ebbs and flows of it all, we can get higher, a lot higher. So it's a hold for me, and a decent sized position in the account. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with SoFi.
Yeah, I'm a fan of SoFi. I want to see this month end on SoFi. On the monthly chart, this is where, if you were long it from way back when, the base of it, that's one thing, and holding and all that good stuff. But from a technical standpoint, we're really going to have to see. It's perfect timing that you're going to get earnings at the end of the month when this top here at about 26 on the monthly, you get some wicks above it, that's what's going to get tested. We'll close holding this after earnings will be huge. If we close this month and are able to open it up above 26 and then hold the next month above 26, that's going to be a great sign for this on the really long-term chart. But on this timeline, you're not making micro little decisions here. If you're holding it on a monthly chart, you want to see a month worth of results after those earnings. So I'd probably put maybe the third week of next month. You probably have a better idea of how well it's doing. And if it can put in a consolidation again above 26, this looks pretty good. But going into earnings, yeah, a lot to be shown. They got a lot to prove like everybody else. But I like the stock long term. We're just going to have to see how we close next month in February. We also need to see some upgrades and downgrades, which sometimes can provide a little bit of a hint as to why stocks without a traditional story might be on the move. Let's find some with Joe.
All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst activity here this morning. We're going to start things off with some downgrades, and at the top of the list, we have Datadog, with a price target being lowered from $217 to $180, still with a sector performed slightly positive. Well, I mean, up 2% here, a little bit more in the pre-market session. And then we have Flutter as well, too, guys. Price target being lowered from $281 to $230, but still holding that buy rating. And then we have Procter & Gamble by TD Cowen, also getting that price target lowered from going from a buy to a hold, but an increase in the actual price target going from $150 to $156. You're down a little bit more than 0.6% here this morning. And then the trade desk as well, too, guys. Price target being lowered from $64 down to 53 by Rosenblatt. You're up a little bit more than 0.1% here this morning. Now, as for the upgrades, we have Affirm up 3.3% here in the pre-market, going from a hold to a buy with a $100 price target by Needham and Company. AFRM is that ticker, and once again, you are positive here this morning. Now, CoreWeave also coming out with a catalyst regarding involvement with NVDA. We're up 5% in the pre-market session, but we're getting that price target with a substantial increase, $100 to $140 being that target, but also going from a hold to a buy rating. Now, target as well, going from an underperform to a peer perform by Wolf Research, and then we have Baker Hughes getting that price target increased by BMO Capital, $55 to $65 is that target, guys.
Ooh, I know CoreWeave will be popular on that list, but Affirm probably deserves at least a little bit of attention. Why? Because yesterday it bounced off of the 200 period moving average. So I like that. I mean, pull back from 85, bounce off this little 70. Doesn't even really retest it underneath 70. So you just kind of get it's not really a capitulation day, but you get the dip to double bottom at 68.5, bounce off the 200, and now you're getting that. I suppose you need confirmation of this at the open, but as long as you can hold on to 70, like here, I think this is a nice little stop and go. And if it can get back to even like 75, 80 area in the next couple of days, that looks pretty good. I might put this one on the side runner. Like if the top names on the list, like our Apples and our Silvers and Intel and GameStop don't necessarily set up, then Affirm, I do like this one off of the 70 level. I'll come back and look at this in the middle of the day. If it's holding above 70, look for a bit of a bounce play along on Affirm. Buy now and hopefully pay yourself later.
Yeah, Affirm, a fail break at that 80 or 85, whatever that level was, there's definitely a problem. For me, I'm going to talk about Flutter in a second, but I have, that should say CRWV, not CRWD. CoreWeave, we're looking at making a move here today as well. So we're just going to update that, but here it is right here, man. Apple, CoreWeave, Intel, and the Qs. So I like CoreWeave down there at 101, but that's going to be a topic that we're going to talk about very, very soon. I wanted to look at this Flutter. Like, this is another one of those names where it's FanDuel. You know, we talked about DraftKings, how that's been going on there. And we do, thanks to Joe for this one, but we get a downgrade today on Flutter. And just look at where this looks like from, like, you know, again, another very successful IPO, like as if. But, I mean, it does come out at 205. They can't control it. It goes to 310. This IPO is actually, looks like it was quite well received, coming out around 2. I know it was a direct list because it's from London, but, you know, this 206 down here into 180. Seems like it wanted to hold a little bit. Then you went from 180 up to 310. So these are some great levels. But look at Flutter right now down here around this 180 mark. So we'll see. It's a downgrade, so it's not great. But on a downgrade, you're actually up today. So maybe there's something there. The price target was 230. That gets it all the way back here. I still like the gambling angle, despite, you know, what's been going on with the poly market, Kalshi, everything in that realm. I still think these names get beat up just a little bit too much. I mean, I was saying this story, you know, you're just watching the NFL or whatever sport you're watching now every single thing is gambling. You know, like you watch SportsCenter, along the bottom is rushing totals and, you know, over-unders and, you know, everyone, all these analysts that never knew anything and still don't about fantasy or anything are making these calls like, I believe this guy's going to get a goal tonight or this guy's going to get a catch at plus 500. It's like, it's the stupidest thing, but I think it's part of what we're doing now when we're watching sports is we're gambling. And I think that these are very, very key stocks. So DraftKings, Flutter, all that. I think at some point you want to be able to buy them, and you're getting close to a level here on DraftKings as well, 26 to 28 bucks right here on DKNG. So yeah, Flutter getting hit, DraftKings getting hit, and I think you're getting into some buy zones. Remember, earnings were not well received, made that jump up here, and now you're going to get into a little bit of a slower period as we wait for. I mean, baseball's not really a huge gambling thing, but as you wait for maybe golf and baseball and all that to start to pick up again in March Madness coming through. So we'll see if there's some sort of a give up here in the gambling space. So Yeah, I had some money on this weekend. I do it pretty much all the time. I'll have some money on, again, the Super Bowl. I don't know, it was minus -5.5 for the Seahawks. I think that's a pretty good cover for them. I think they'll cover that pretty easily. So
I think that'll probably move.
yeah.
I can't see that staying.
Yeah, I think I like to take the money lines though. But
Not the way that they've played
5.5.
versus like kind of.
New England hasn't played that well, Drake.
No, they flat out haven't played well. And if the weather didn't get bad, it's like, well, how will that game have differed? Because
I mean, they barely beat Jared Stidham.
exactly, and Stidham actually threw better in the weather than the Patriots did, which
it's
is
in Arizona though. It's
crazy,
in
so.
LA, isn't it? So yeah, the weather won't.
Weather won't be an issue, but I mean, stopping Seattle is literally an issue for basically everybody. I don't see how anybody stops Seattle. They're so well coached. It's fun to watch, and they're one of the weirdest teams where an injury actually has made them better.
Well,
they lost like one of the running backs, and now they're just forced to play the better running back more, and so their ground game's even better.
And they're also they traded away their wide receiver 1, and then they got Jackson Smith and Jigba became that wide receiver.
Exactly.
Like they got rid of DK Metcalf, and then it's normally you don't see that kind of a play, but good job there for the Seattle Seahawks, and great job for the Patriots. I mean, they had a banger season. You never know. Sunday,
anything can happen.
I hope it's a great game, which I think it should be. So
I think we're
able two very great coach teams.
Games in the Santa Clara Bay Area. Ooh. But let's see. Like ultimately, there is a lot moving, and I saw a couple of questions in the chat. One of them was, asking about MP. It's flat today, but it got like rinsed yesterday, and this could be coming into that 50-period support. Like anytime I see stocks, which like I like when you're looking at an indicator. If the stock respects it, like that's the thing that matters the most. So like it's respecting the 200-period moving average, and it's had some respect for the 50-period. If you look, like clean bounces off to 50, bounce off to 50, and when it loses it, rejecting under. So it's been holding 50. This will be the first chance it gets, I think, this week to test that 60 level and the 50-period moving average for a bit of a bounce. This goes on watch. It's not the same as a firm, which is literally bouncing off it as we speak. But this is on the radar because yesterday it got absolutely shellacked. Now the question is, does it hold that 60 bottom? We'll give it a couple of days to sort it out. The consolidations have been pretty good on this stock when it does. Like when it finds a support level, it gets pretty tradable usually off of that level. So yeah, give MP a day or two, see if it can hold that 60 level.
All right, everybody, PDS Biotechnology under the NASDAQ, PDSB is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the United States in just a few years. Please go over and learn more at pdsbiotech.com. Check them out, link in description as well. Thank you to PDS Biotech for their support. But yeah, there it is. Any plans on watching the Super Bowl up on the big desk over there?
I mean, we always do, I think. We'll find a way. Super Bowl, they were asking about?
Oh, yeah.
Plans yet?
Can we watch?
I mean, maybe here, yeah.
That'd be great over here, Brendan.
Sunday?
I don't think this is 16 by 9.
There's no, we need like a couch or something. We need some comfortable seating around here.
Figure it out.
We'll figure it out. But yeah, I mean, we can chop this up into the proper dimensions and actually put whatever we want on there. So audio is not great in here, but I'm sure we could figure something out. Let's talk UPS here. I was just double checking when their earnings call was. There's two sides of this, Boeing and UPS. So Boeing, worth noting, their earnings call coming up at 10:30 this morning. So still some time if you're going to be looking at Boeing this morning. I was just double checking on when UPS's call is. I haven't been able to come up with that yet though. But anyway, UPS going to quote unquote take 18 Boeing 767 planes and sees a total of 15 being delivered this year. I'm not sure the wording on that, but that's the headline. Again, UPS to take 18 Boeing 767 planes, sees 15 of those delivered this year.
That's interesting because that's almost like half a month's production. If you look at Boeing, what are they producing, like 38?
I'm wondering though if this is just backlog, like they have, because it's cargo planes, right? So
exactly.
like it's not going to be terribly complicated, I wouldn't think anyways. But
767, it's not one of the ones that they've really been focusing on, but it is a wide-body aircraft nonetheless,
Yeah,
Brendo, so and more important. Well, look, UPS had a decent quarter here. They continued the wind down off, Amazon, because Amazon was using them for quite some time. Also, they say that the volume normalization continues to take effect after the COVID boom. But look, hey, domestic revenue did fall 3.2%. That's slightly ahead. The decline was driven by lower shipment volume. Again, some of that being blamed here on the post-pandemic wind down, as well as the less reliance on Amazon. Revenue per piece, though, this was interesting to me because it means that they're shoring up costs. It rose 8.3%, which, pricing discipline and margins, not a bad look. Their international package revenue, kind of the opposite of what they did domestically, grew about 2.5%.
I like how they spun that as well. They actually came out and said that they were getting away from the lower end scale of things, the Amazon type deliveries, and focusing on the higher end, more expensive deliveries. So, I mean, you got to make it a positive regardless. But I mean, UPS typically one of those kind of economic bellwethers as well as far as demand is concerned. So, I mean, we're right back down here basically to where it ended the day yesterday for UPS. So it's been down, it's been up. We're right back down now. Again, Boeing guys earnings call not until 10:30 this morning, so maybe worth a watch.
Yeah, Boeing had a great run going into the earnings, but I think UPS, I know it's not been a typically exciting stock for the last few years. Why? Because it made its high in 2022 and has been in a distinct downward trend ever since. That's on the monthly, but it is sort of creeping into potential breakout area. The only thing I would say is on the weekly chart, if I go all the way back to 2022, you see like it's above the 50 on the weekly, it's above, and it's failed it several times after faking you out into thinking it's gonna go. So what'll happen is it'll go above the 50 period for like a month or so on the weekly and then give it up. And that's happened like 3 or 4 times. Well, that's pretty much what's happening now on UPS. So I wouldn't want to be fooled by this. I want to see like a second month of strength before you get involved in this. They're doing the whole spin job, which I think is what you have to do. In mixed earnings, you're going to find a way to make it sound all good. But on the Boeing side of things, I'm mildly surprised at the reaction here for Boeing. It's down to 2% that you just saw. But I think to put in context, this has been up like 40-something% from the lows. So I think it did a really good job to get to this point. And we're at a market right now where almost nobody gets that, hey, look, you get to go flying after earnings. That's just not how it's been working. It's going to have to find like what's a good way to put this? It's going to have to find some more calm air on a pullback, right? So sometimes you adjust your altitude because there's chop, and that'll happen here for Boeing. It seems like this 238 will be the first, 37, 38 would be the first stop to see if it can hold on to the prior highs on the daily. That's where I'd first look for a bit of a bounce today. Maybe even the 40 level on Boeing. But yeah, it just kind of flew too far going into earnings. Healthy pullback in tow.
So Mike, you want to know like how long it took? So I posted this yesterday. How long it took to dig out the car? It wasn't actually that bad. This snow. Yeah, there it is. I hear Sharif chuckling in the background there. The snow was pretty light, actually. It wasn't the end of the world here on the snow side of things. But yeah, just a little crazy there. About 50 or so inches, about 20 or so inches, 50 or so centimeters there yesterday. So you could just sort of see on top of the car and whatnot how that all looked. So on and so forth. The person beside me, I guess, got out okay. But we're here today, and it was a good one. So we dug out here yesterday, and that was a lot of fun. So we did that, and of course, why have kids when you're the one digging it out? But okay, so that's to take them to places. I really like just on a day 3 play here, Intel. With no real news today, this is day 3 play. It's down 20%. Like we said, this is going to be on the sticky note right there today. Go follow me on Twitter for more fun things like that. I have no problem posting those kind of things. Yeah, it's a disaster in Massachusetts, someone said. But yeah, down here, 43.8. So I have written down here to trade Intel if we can get back to 43. It's just kind of where this 200 period moving averages was the top right there. And then we went back down in. So let's see if we can support around this area, $43 on INTC. So this is going to be a name for me today that we may not get to on the rundown, but day 3 play, really gotten hit. I'm debating actually buying some back right now, but I did that with SMR a little too early. We sold at 57, bought some back at 30. Now it's at 21 or 18. I don't know. SMR is a crazy one. But yeah, if this continues to fall back in, watch out for support here at the 50-period moving average. But for me today, we're going to see if we can hit this 42.50, 43 area on Intel for a long. So I think that's what we're going to be looking at there today, and then we're going to talk about it. But this is all the names that are on my watch today. CoreWeave as well. You get to jump back into this 200 period at 101. I like that name as well, back down in here. So a couple dip buy opportunities as the NASDAQ just kind of holds forward. And then I'm looking to short the TQQs at the top end. What's up to Jay in the chat? He wanted to know how many positions I'd have on today. I'm not sure, but this little level here from the top side of 56.50, it's been sort of the top for a minute. Actually, this is not, hold on, let me put up a 30-minute chart here, give you guys a little bit of a better look at that play. But I think the NASDAQ is going to have a problem with Fed tomorrow, not just the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is more important to me because we have the earnings coming up. But here's 56.50 for a lot of the major NASDAQ names. Let's see if we can break above this range here today. I'm going to say no. So I'm going to be sitting up here for a little bit of a short. I don't see as too many stories to break this thing out. But if we do break out, then I'd really like the long. So I think short up into 56.50, and then we'll see if it breaks the other way and plays the long side ahead of what's going to be a big earnings week. Join us live Wednesday and Thursday night for earnings recaps. So we're going to be staying a little late past 4 o'clock to give you guys the metas and the Apples of the world and whatnot. So join us for all of that information starting tomorrow night, Wednesday and Thursday till about 4:30, 4 to 4:30. We'll be doing that. So, all right, let's go back over the desk. We've got a rundown here. It's 9 o'clock. Thanks everybody for joining us. We are live an hour ago. So if you can't get enough of us, you can always log in at 8 to see more of us. But we have only now a half hour until this market opens. Let's throw it back to the boys.
All right, guys, we closed at 692 2/3 yesterday on the SPY. We are inching, as you can see there, really close to all-time highs that we put in back on the 12th and I believe the 13th of January. We didn't really hold it on the 13th. We topping tailed and we ended up closing lower. So we're going to base our resistance levels on the closing prints from the 12th. And that takes us up into that 696 territory, even though we've been into 697. So we're at 694.5 right now. We'll say 696 as resistance, especially if we do catch a bid. If we're looking to sell off, we're going to use yesterday's close, guys. 692 and 2/3, excuse me, Brenda, as support.
If you haven't done so yet, absolutely free for you. Down below, the link is in the description. We have the morning watch list that comes out before we come on at 8 o'clock every morning. Has everything on it that is moving around in the pre-market, a little bit on why. Again, all you need is an email, and you can just take that. You don't even have to do anything. It just shows up. Let's go to tech here to start things off. If you haven't looked at an earnings calendar this week, tomorrow, Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, and then Apple the following day going to be the big four. This week. I mean, there's so many more, obviously. Beside that, IBM we get tomorrow after the close as well. Levi Strauss, there's LVS, some of the casinos starting to come through, Lam Research, LRCX as well. There's a ton. Biggest earnings week of the year. I mentioned to you guys before we came on here this morning, interesting stat. If we get to the end of Q1, or the end of Q4 reporting season with 75% of earnings beating expectations on the S&P 500, 80% of the time, Q1 then ends higher.
I love these
which is a crazy high percentage to go out of Q1. And I mean, look, it's been a bit of a chop fest so far since the beginning of the year. So this could definitely help coming up this week. I just brought up Meta here. We were talking about it a little bit earlier, but I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row here, just straight higher. We're literally sitting here right below this high from yesterday. A couple of headlines on Meta today.
Yeah, with Meta though, like when we're talking about earnings, what I'm going to be looking specifically to hear is, are they increasing that top line number for ad revenue? Are they maintaining their 80-some-odd% gross margins for that ad revenue? And how quickly are they going to start monetizing their AI CapEx spend? We drew the comparisons earlier with Google, Amazon, and Microsoft, and how they're able to basically capitalize on that from a revenue source immediately because they're offering these AI products in their cloud service. We're calling it NeoCloud. Meta doesn't have that, so they got to monetize it some other way. With Apple, of course, I'm looking to hear more about iPhone sales as the 17 cycle seems to be pretty good. Also, with respect, Apple doesn't typically tip their hand when it comes to products unless it's at the launch events. But if there is any color in the earnings call by management about upcoming products, I'd love to hear about it. With respect to Microsoft, I'm really going to be focusing on the relationship with Sam Altman, anything basically given on the earnings call about that, because we've been worried about some of the OpenAI valuations. That's number one. And number two, how quickly they're going to continue to expand CapEx, because that may be not directly relevant for them, but it is, of course, relevant for a lot of the microchip semiconductor names that rely.
And we got a hint yesterday from Microsoft suggesting that they were working on or building something in the background that was going to maybe even compete directly with OpenAI on a SaaS basis anyway. Meta, guys, again, looking really, really strong. Some of these just running into earnings season, Neil.
Yeah, this tech analysis and the rundown brought to you by our friends over at Spot Gamma. And as traders, whether you're trading US stocks, options, or futures, at some point, each of us has felt a little bit blindsided. You're suddenly following a stock and then it moves sharply, and you're left wondering why. It's not all your fault. Often large funds have quietly built huge positions in the options market well before the name you're trading reacts. To gain an edge in today's market, Spot Gamma's daily Flow Patrol report reveals where big money is positioned, so you can identify stocks building momentum ahead of major price moves. To get 2 free weeks of Spot Gamma's Flow Patrol, scan the QR code you see on screen and go behind the curtain to see what professionals see. And behind the curtain, we're going to find out how earnings go for a couple of big cap tech names this week. We mentioned Meta. Well, in the context of talking about Meta today, just reminded that we have been rejecting this 200-period moving average going into this week's earnings. I'm kind of feeling we don't necessarily break away from this before, so I'm treating resistance as resistance. If we get to 680, I'm looking mean reversion on Meta. And then Apple, that's the one, look, 3-day consolidation off of the lows. Breakaway day yesterday. All it has to do is hold a prior high. That's the first place I want to look, is the whole red to green, like hold prior day top and then go for the gold on this name. It's got room to get to about 262 today on Apple. So yeah, I mean, it didn't get all the way to the 200-period moving average, but it found support right where you would have expected it if it wasn't going to be that 200 period. So a little bit of a move into 262. If we can get the prior high, great. If it cannot get there, I almost always look at the volume weighted average. If we break out on a dip, I'm always looking at VWAP. So I'm looking dip first. If we don't get it all the way to prior high, then we got to look at that volume weighted average price for Apple and Meta. We'll wait till it tests 680.
Okay, look, yesterday's number one trade idea was Apple, and it was an absolute monster. We bought it real early there, right around 9:30. This is what we got to do. Brought it up to 254, 255. It can continue to go longer, right? So this is yesterday's sticky note where we had Apple written all over it. There it is right there. We also had the SLV $100.50 long. That went to 106.50, right? We had CoreWeave and Tesla, like all of these names yesterday. And there's Apple. Yesterday we got an upgrade from JP Morgan. So then we sort of just flash forward into today, and we look to see what's going on here today, right? There's an Apple right at the top of the list again for another long. Talking up my own book, I own a lot of Apple shares, but 256 to 257 area long. Let's wait to see if we do get that pullback. I like it. Heading into earnings this week, sounds like we're set up for a good quarter. We talked about the weak dollar there, and I just want to get longer if the stock gets weaker. So right now it's not pulling back. The futures do have a chance to make a little bit of a move down, and if that is the case, then I'm sitting here at 256 to 257, yesterday's sort of topping area. And remember, yesterday we had this move down in Apple off the open, which I was long rate. I just showed you the tick. We were long rate here at 250. So yesterday, as Apple, when we're writing the note, is up here at 252 or so, falls right back into our lap, gives us that 250, and we rip it. So right into here, similar trade could be at this point, remember, I'm writing the note down when it's into these areas here. We've now gone up a little bit upside there on Apple. So I think 257, 258. We'll wait to see how dramatic this push down is on the futures. But I think to be the best spot between 256 and 257. So this is where I'm looking in major cap tech names today. And then I also mentioned my look here on TQQs, and that was going to be this top at 56.50. Just waiting to see if there's anything happening ahead of earnings. I just don't know. We also have Fed tomorrow before we get anything. We have Fed tomorrow, and then we have earnings. So, yeah, this 56.50, I'm not sure if it wants to break that, but this goes all the way back to all of January here. So you're looking at all of January right now. Let's see if the NASDAQ has the get up to go through. I think it actually does. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening with the NASDAQ. With this 56.50, I marked down a short, but, you know, a long break looks almost better. So I guess I could edit that sticky note, but we're just going to wait to see what it does at 56.50. So, you know, it's hanging out for now. If the market wants to rally, I think a push through there gets us cooking. So I like that trade there on the TQQ. So that's my little look there. And now let's go over and talk about Micron and their 412 all-time high.
Yeah, a big check. They're going to write $24 billion worth investment going into Singapore to address more AI-driven demand and making more memory. As we've said, these prices getting a little out of control here as demand continues to soar.
It's one of like the only big RAM companies that's American, SK Hynix, and Samsung, the other two. But a lot of investments in Singapore, Brendo. Let's talk about this one. $24 billion, as you mentioned, to add 700,000 square feet to an already existing NAND manufacturing complex in Singapore. It marks one of the largest single-site commitments in the company's history. NAND production, as we talked about, from new capacity is expected to be, from this new center, I should say, is expected to begin in 2028. NAND demand has surged because of AI, cloud, data-centric applications, as we've been talking about. Microsoft, their peers as well, Samsung and SK Hynix, also spending aggressively. They're also simultaneously, Micron that is, building another $7 billion advanced packaging plant, yes, in Singapore. Prioritizing HBM has contributed to the shortages that they're producing for others. So you've seen prices go up on basically both sides of the spectrum, HBM and regular RAM, just because they're not producing a regular RAM in any quantifiable amount.
Nice uptick right now here, guys. SNDK also catching a bid here for the memory plays today.
Well, SNDK, as we said, they get to report first, along with Western Digital this week, and we'll see how they are able to hold up. But it's worth, like, you contextualize what's been happening in Micron since this demand has gone through the roof, leading to things like needing this new plant in Singapore. Ultimately, this is up over six times since the April lows, which is, I mean, it's nuts. And you look at the last acceleration of this move for the last half year hasn't really had any weakness. This is the first, like, we're gonna have an inside potential, like, red on the weekly here, which is nuts. And like I said, like, you haven't had any red weeks, and this is forming like it could be one going into those earnings. I don't know, but it feels like it's getting a little top heavy in the space. It has for a while, but this would be the most bearish week that it has going for it. So as we get up into this high, like, my first thought is, if it's going to do something like a clean trend break today, then I want to be looking at Micron. And as it looks like right now, we're absolutely bouncing. We've held 400. If we get up to that 412 all-time high, press, and find ourselves with a clean trend break, I'm just going to be waiting for a spot to reverse it. I didn't pay for locates on SNDK. I think I'm waiting for this stock to report later on in the week. But I think I'll look for that one perfect spot for a reversal play off that high in Micron. And if it doesn't happen, there's other tech stocks to look at today for more structured trade. I just can't buy myself chasing this one up here.
Yeah, I was just looking at the all-time high. I think that's just a break long. I don't really think there's much to worry about it. If it breaks it, then you got it. We have it written down here on e-signal as 412.40 right there. So 412.40 just made yesterday or something, or 2 days ago right there. Yeah, so we'll see if that's going to be a key or not. 412.40, if that's what the mark that e-signal has, we'll just roll with that for now. But I think Micron has a chance to go up another 5%. We talked about, they're going to report later, but you can't stop these momentum names. And we've seen what silver can do. We've seen how much this name wants to run. I mean, if you thought the move was done, at the beginning of January, well, you put $100 more on its head right there as well. So I would say this is a good break spot for Micron, taking out those levels, and why not play some of that momentum game, right? Up 4.5%. So I think this is a long here on MU. And yeah, SanDisk, WDC would be another name, to watch out for. Western Digital, all this RAM talk. We mentioned it yesterday there with Obi. Like, it's getting more and more expensive. Like, my son talks to me about it all the time, and we bought him some more RAM just back early December, or maybe even earlier than that, actually. And yeah, it's really matured well. Upside right there. So yeah, Western Digital, Micron, SanDisk, all a very, very tradable spot today. And one to look at. So for me, it's Micron with the news breaking through that 412 area. So what about just a long at 413? If it breaks 413, then you can use 412, 411, 410 as your out, depending on what your risk tolerance is. So I think Micron has a chance to go upside here and break through those levels. And if you're long, are you selling up here or waiting to see if there's more? So let's wait to see what that actionable trade is up there at 413 on Micron. Let's go see what happens with GM beats, and it looks like they have a nice little move higher here with Mary Barra.
Upping their dividend, in fact. Lots of positives to take from this as well. GM earnings call, worth noting, was 8:30. Didn't really see anything too shocking as far as headlines coming through from that, but starting to get going here. Once again, we're back above 83 on a nice report.
So decent report, Brendo. I mean, EPS beat easily, and that's the most important thing. But that revenue number did come in a bit light, 45.29 billion, a little bit below that 45.8. But investors here are focusing on the earnings strengths and the capital return, as you mentioned, $6 billion share buyback program. They guided as well another year of strong financial performance, with net income expected to come in at 10.3 to 11.7 billion, with the company expecting EPS to be about 11 to 13. That's in line, and basically, I would say ahead, because the expectation was 11.73, and the range is 11 to 13, so not bad. That also includes 10 to 12 billion dollars in spending as they continue to reshape their focus and their mix. We talked earlier about how they're really looking at these new energy vehicles, pseudo hybrid, so to speak, rather than focusing on purely battery electric vehicles.
Might as well split their approach if they're not going to actually win the EV race, as we've seen. But nice look here, guys. I mean, is there a trade today?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like this to break out. I mean, the one thing you'll have with these morning earnings is you really have to be worried about the call and the craziness that can ensue because of the choppy action you get because of that as well. That's why I always prefer earnings to come after market. I just feel like, A, it's more fun for us, but B, you get more clarity in terms of price action and then how the morning is going. That being said, this has bounced pretty cleanly off to 50 in an upward trend. It looks good, but you need proof that we can actually get and hold above this 84. Kind of marked it down as 83.5 on my iPad, but looking at it a little bit more closely, yeah, like this resistance is really more like it's closer to 84 even. If there's no buyers in and above there, then you're kind of rejecting a level on the daily and waiting for a pullback. So yeah, in light of, and the spread right now is 50 cents on GM, so it's not like there's a lot of volume. Everyone's sort of waiting to see what happens at the open. Unless we close a 15-minute bar above 84, I'd stay away from this. But there is a continuation play on an EV name that I do want to go back to. That was the breakdown that was happening in Rivian. Rivian has been falling for a while. Still think it's got a little bit of a ways to go till it gets to the next support, which is at 14.5 bucks or so on Rivian. So I'm looking at 16 bucks even. That gives me like a pretty easy over-under. If we close the first 15 minutes holding under 16, it's another continuation short. For the last 3 days, this one's kind of been falling pretty cleanly and getting close to, but not yet at, I think, its final destination.
Yeah, so for me there on General Motors, I mean, I really like this name. Remember when Dan Ives came and he had mentioned at $30 or something like that, that this was, yeah, it was ways ago. I think it was it must have been last year or so, that this was now moving into a tech space, the way that they were operating. I didn't really understand what that meant, but I guess it means revaluation. And yeah, GM just continues to absolutely beat up all these other EV names. There's nothing that really looks like this in the space, and it's not even an EV story, right? This is moving into hybrids, higher quality names, you know, America First type of name here with General Motors, and it's just looking like it wants to get going through these levels. So $84 has been a top. So right now we're trying to break through it, and I think it's going to work. Here, $84. So let's wait to see what happens at that tick. But I think if it breaks it, you take the momentum. Well, it's going to break it anyways. You take the momentum through, and then you use some of these, you know, pre-market areas as your lows, which right now would be about $83. So with a little bit of a lack of spread here, like it's 30 cents when it opens up, I like to see it get a little tighter. Let's see where that first opening print comes here on General Motors. But I don't see anything on here as a potential buy or sell candidate on the opening bell here. So we'll have to wait to see where General Motors goes. But just looking at some of those numbers here that the boys just talked about there, 6 billion share buyback program. You know, for me, that's the big one for General Motors. You want to see companies buying back their own stock. 6 billion is quite nice. So there goes General Motors, just up and away. Ford probably going to have to try to repeat this, and we'll see if they can do that. They're up 1% as well, bouncing hopefully off this 50-period moving average. So General Motors there today, earnings of 251, beating 220, sales slightly down, so that's not good. But the guide, actually the guide between 830 and 9 beats it between 975 and 1050. So yeah, the guide is much better for GM, and is the buyback. So guide better, buyback there. You know, that's a recipe for success. We'll wait to see if hopefully some of these tech names can do something similar. So yeah, General Motors, just really working out, man. That 50 period's been really great. 78, there's the break of 84. So up and away with only 10 minutes to go. General Motors, man, basically a dollar cost average machine if you've been doing that for the last little while. General Motors just continues to improve its P&Ls and its profitability. Like $10 is going to be a great EPS to hit there for 2026, and it looks like they're guiding that way. So there we go, man. Capital expenditures as well getting higher as they try to make these plants a little more efficient into the hybrid space. So General Motors now up 6%. Great day for them.
Oh, yeah.
I've been seeing more of those. I don't know if you have, but I've been seeing more of those electric Hummers around too.
I love them,
Popping
Brendo.
up.
I love them.
Tanks.
I like the pickup truck, and I like the specific one because it's an SUV and a convertible in one, because you can remove the tops on all four. Like there's 4 cubes, and you don't have to schlep them around in the back. They actually fit in the front, and they're pretty safe. I love that car.
Be great in this crap that's outside.
Love
right
it.
now, that's for sure. Cloudflare, let's go to net. It's worth noting, big time here this morning, but it's worth noting this one, DOCN, DigitalOcean, also catching a bit on the same headline. Couple of analyst notes on this. Lots of excitement over here, talking about this Claude bot, basically combining agents with their technology.
Exactly, and it's going to work with Anthropic's Claude, everybody's favorite vibe coding service. It's going to run locally on your device as well, executes tasks anonymously, and it can scale by making API calls, like accessing websites, routing inference requests, so it's quite sophisticated. As these agents grow more complex, so they require what the company's describing, secure, low latency networking, and that's where Cloudflare comes in. That's kind of their moat in this whole thing. RBC Capital called it a derivative call, but Wolf Research described it a bit more optimistically, saying it's going to be an AI employee, and it called it a big moment for edge computing. Cloudflare's up big this morning.
Yep, just seeing as well some comments from the Boeing CEO on CNBC, I guess, right now, guys. So anyone watching Boeing, just a heads up.
Yeah, and that's sort of the thing. We know with those morning earnings, it gets a little bit hairy with all the chatter that's going to have to move, that's going to end up moving the stock. Now for Cloudflare, this is it's a great momentum play here for net. The only issue, it's like you're right into resistance without breaking it. Volume is good, there's no question about that. And you have a wide gap, like it's this 14 to 15 area that we haven't been able to hold through. And the gap is all the way down to 3. So remember, it's a $200 stock, but it's a $200 stock that is probably going to be a little bit more volatile than, I'll just use like NVIDIA for an example. Like it's just, you're not going to have way bigger spreads, all that kind of a thing. So to think about 200 as a pullback or dip level, like that's very, very reasonable in terms of what it could do if it loses a bit. If it doesn't, then you've got that 215 breakout in play. It wouldn't be at the top of my list. I think you'd be better off playing a well, I mean, for most traders, probably a little bit better off playing like a GM on day like today, like a Boeing, a little bit more traditional. But if you really love this move on net, the other side of the coin is you can basically like have this long if it breaks away, great, but you've got the 50 and the 200 period moving averages if you like those for a bit of support if you want this pure momentum play. Given the catalyst A, it's like boom, AI catalyst. I don't like buying that day one, so you count me out. Like I'd rather personally treat it like earnings and just give it a step back to make sure that they don't just dump this thing at the open, which we have seen on headlines like this before.
Yes. I was just going to say there for net, it's like 80%. I just read the stat there. 80% of the, I got to cancel that. 80% of the AI names are already using Cloudflare to some extent. So now that they've improved this Clawbot there, I feel like that's going to just, increase the use case there for Cloudflare. So if you already get 80% of the companies in this business and using your product, and now you've improved it, you've improved efficiencies, yeah, it should definitely add to their bottom line. They've had some outages recently, so I wonder if that has something to do with them trying to, put in the back end some new business there. So we'll wait to see where this sort of new AI tool lands them. And yeah, working out well. We saw sort of the position of Cloudflare when the internet goes down and how many of these companies are actually, using their product for their DDS and their domains and all that kind of stuff. And now we get into security and we get into more generative AI talk. Looks like that someone about this business knows what's going on, and there it goes right there. So what about a 220 break? I was still a ways away from that, but we'll see if we can get back up into that 220 area for Cloudflare. And now that you're down into, you've busted now through the 200, through the 50. This looks like great support. So back down into $200. If you're long Cloudflare, I'd stay there. And it feels like it's going to be a winner in the space moving forward. So yeah, some of these tech names continue to bump and grind here today, up 12%. Cloudflare, only 4 minutes to go. We're getting ready to go here with the NASDAQ new imbalances just came out. We can have just a quick look, and then we'll throw it back over there. Nothing right now of any. We have QBTSs on our talk today on our watch list, so we'll see if that comes through. But next up, UNH. We don't have any UNH on here. Oh, there it is right there. N with an N, yeah, so neutral. I don't know what that means, maybe all paired off, but UNH, just go find the story. Another sad day for them, and they were really cruising up there to 350, now down 17%. Let's go get the story from the boys, then we'll open this day up.
Yeah, very interesting, as we said earlier, very interesting comments coming out of this earnings report on many different angles here. Here's one of them. United Health exec saying, encouraged by January performance, found market firm, but still competitive. Meanwhile, if you zoom out, this is a weekly chart. I mean, we're just sitting here on that crash support level from the whole CEO move down when the CEO was tragically shot. Going back to May of last year. So we've made the round trip once again, right back to almost the bottom here.
Right back down, Brendo. I mean, and it was a decent quarter, modest Q4 earnings beat, EPS 12.11, 2.11, sorry, ahead of the 2.10. Revenue came in light though, 113.2 billion. That misses a little bit here, the 113.8. Print reflects though tighter cost control, but that top line number continues to be a drag. They guided 2026 revenue above that $439 billion. They guided $439 billion, which would be a 2% year-over-year decline, and it is also well below the $454 billion the street was expecting. This would be the first revenue decline in a decade. The company says it's driven by deliberate right-sizing. New leadership team, as we mentioned and jokingly said earlier, is executing a turnaround strategy focused on shrinking membership, raising prices, cutting benefits, and the last part's not that bad, improving transparency. They also exited non-core geographies, Brendo, like the UK and South America, so they're looking to shore up costs.
I don't get it. Raise prices and cut services.
You don't say that. I don't know. Whatever.
Marketing, guys. Anything to do here today with UNH?
I mean, the way it's going, you throw all that on top of the administration holding flat Medicare Advantage levels. It's just, I find it hard to believe it's going to be a good day for UNH. It's down over 10%. It's SSR. I mean, maybe you get an SSR bounce, but like $300 already held pretty decently. one time, and then you look at support on the daily, like this prior low here is going to be around the 300. So I kind of feel like if it gets above $300, let it go, but it's almost like a pop and fade play. I'm expecting a trend down on this one, so if it breaks out above $300, I'd probably stay away on UNH. It did have, like Sean showed there, it did have a number on it, but I'm not even seeing that anymore on the imbalance locator. But I would suspect you're about to see some record volumes on UNH today, no questions asked. And if it's above 300, I think you let it go.
Yeah, no, for me, OSCR Oscar would be one to look at. I mean, this is going to be a little bit of a smaller name, obviously, than a UNH. Naturally, most names are. But Molina, Humana, all these names getting hit a little bit here on that number. Oscar has had a great level of $18. We're looking to see if we can break through that on some earnings. Oscar, a decent short float. It's why I like the name. We've been buying it in this area, and it's been a good one. So we'll wait to see. I think our first buy was down into here, but we bought it last. I don't know if it was back in November. It might have even been here in August, but in this area. So we're coming right back into a buy zone, I believe, for Oscar. All right, trades Apple. Waiting to see if Apple dips down. We only have less than 30 seconds right now. Waiting to see what happens with CoreWeave as well. If we can get back in near that 101 area, and we're looking for Intel long and a potential look at the NASDAQ today on that top side of 5650 on the Qs, which we just sort of bounced around a little bit, hitting VWAP and then coming back in. Let's see if we get a violent move. This move is brought to you by AIML Health. So go check them out at AIML.health right now. So Intel back to 43. Here we go. Bell is now open. So let's see what happens now with Intel. If that name can make a move down, Apple trying to make a move as well. Down to the downside. We're just going to sit here and watch for a second. And then CoreWeave. We'll watch it. We'll look over some big names as well. Just going over some of the names that I'm looking at there. CoreWeave still making moves higher, waiting for some dip down. Look at the market starting to fade out just a little bit. Let's see if we can get some of these longs coming back in there. There goes the NASDAQ. I mean, it's not huge, but it's a nice little tick down to start the day.
Yeah, and a bit of a tick up there. Silver had been going down, I'm assuming, with gold as well, but silver had been falling all pre-market, catching a bit of a bid off the 98 level. This 100, it's going to be very key. You need to get back above 100, or this is going to stay bearish. Apple doesn't look like it is dipping too far. You already mentioned Intel not doing much. Oh, GameStop. Michael Burry's in GameStop. Yay, everybody. But it's not going to break 25. You can't break out 25 if you're headed back into the downside, so... our favorite, well, whatever. One of our favorite short sellers looks like he likes a long in GME and joining Ryan Cohen, and it is right back to where it broke out yesterday. This is the key area that would have to hold 23.5 for said GME. And NVIDIA instantly, like the market's going up, like the NASDAQ's actually bouncing right now, and I'm watching NVIDIA flying to the downside. So weakness in the chip names. We had mentioned Micron. It looks like it's one of these days where memory is good, and then our typical, like regular NVIDIAs and AMDs aren't looking good at all. So no dip on Apple just yet. Silver still dancing. It actually hasn't moved outside of the range. And GameStop losing the bid. So the breakout is not going to happen on this name.
Yeah, I'm getting close to buying. I mean, we're still waiting for some CoreWeave. I'm getting close to making a move on Apple. I mean, I know it's not really at the levels that I was thinking about down here, 256, 257, but you're a while away from there. So I was thinking about a 259. We'll see if we can sit there and maybe buy off VWAP. That's where VWAP is right now. We'll see if we can, well, there it goes, breaking back through again. So bye-bye. See you later on that one. Let's check out what UNH is doing. One of the new reports today, upside into 300 again, and then right back in there. So now you see UNH making new lows, trying to break a little through 293 right there. See you later, UNH. Wow, Apple's motoring now to the upside. Definitely a missed opportunity there. Intel and CoreWeave are the only names that I was looking at. Let's check out Rich Tech Robotic. We had a nice little look there today. Was up to 470 as we reported that news right away at 8 a.m. for you. And now back down, looking like it wants to get just a little bit lower, man. Apple's gone. That's too bad. What are we supposed to do about it? Not much. GameStop right here. Again, another Burry name, down a little bit there. Not a great movement into the downside, but it's still really, it's too bad because we talked about this name at $20, how nice that was. You're up now 20% from there, coming right back into 23.50 for GameStop. Not horrible, man. This the 200 period on a 5-minute chart, not bad. If we could take 23.60 back to the upside, we can have a look there, but it's Apple that's gone, man. We had an opportunity to buy the dip there. We didn't do it. So yesterday's trade was Apple long. We were already in it by this time, and it was fantastic. And there it goes again. Huge move upside for Apple.
Yeah, Apple looking good, but the Nasdaq starting to make a turn. Gonna have to get away from the first look on Rivian because Rivian has already made yesterday's low. So this EV name not looking very strong. But look, the Nasdaq just popped. It was popping. We were above VWAP and looking like it was trying to break. Instead, now we're holding back underneath or at overnight low. So still an inside range for the overall market. I am gonna slide to VWAP. Cancel first, then put another order. Going to slide to VWAP here on Rivian as, here we go, cancel first. A little slow cancel there. If it gets into VWAP, then we'll just short that pop. It gave this to you yesterday, and you were able to be in it all day long for sure. As mentioned, silver not doing too much, but on the back burner for me is going to be looking at Bitcoin today, which is chilling at 88 and a quarter. And last I checked, that's underneath 90, and when we're under 90, I kind of like it to the south side. So yesterday's tops, if we get an inside kind of day, support to resistance at 50 and a quarter. Gonna have to put this on the back burner if silver doesn't start moving.
All right, we have a new position right here. First one for me is the TQQs. We'll just go short now. I don't know if this is going to be the right play, but for right now, starting to break underneath. We're underneath VWAP. This is looking like a decent opportunity to get a little bit lower. Of course, we have Fed tomorrow, so we have to be very, very careful with what our opinions are there with respect to what the stock may or may do, the NASDAQ may or may do. So we'll take a little bid out right at this low of the day here of 83. We'll see if we can grab that. That's where I'm bidding right now, 83. So one more penny down, we can get that one. Short 93. So let's see how this breakdown begins and ends for us. So 56.20 is where we'll stop out. That was sort of that little high tick that we just made there, and a level that was made just after 8 a.m. So we'll see. There it is. There's our fill. So our first trade is a good one there on the TQs. Let's see if we can continue to run this name a little lower. Into 55.50 would sort of be an area for me to look at. So I think that's going to be our next little spot there. 55.60 or change, and then averaging it up there. It might. Look, I really like Intel. I really like Apple today to the long side, and I like CoreWeave. Other than that, not really able to find too many other ideas. So here comes Apple pulling back in, but we've got the doozy right now with the short on the TQQ. So we'll go back to the futures and find out what's going on there. So far, so good here with our NASDAQ short.
Yeah, great look over there. And I see a lot of people mentioning USAR in the chat.
Okay.
Make sure you type in that $ like everyone is doing. Oh, USAR. As this one is, you'll see it's breaking out some highs here on huge volume off of the open. Just check out not 30, 31.50 looks like a big level for USAR. Didn't really see a catalyst for this one this morning, but it is absolutely flying. But the market is heading downside in a big way. Microsoft doesn't seem to care. Microsoft just made a fresh high as everything else is absolutely tanking. Intel for me was a short at 45, but it's not getting up to 45. So we're not going to be able to grab that. Have to move to VWAP. If I'm looking pop and fade, it never got anywhere close to our levels, so I'm just going to pop into the volume weighted average price in here. But USAR going ham. Microsoft bucking the trend in a huge way to the upside relative to the overall market. Apple still kind of languishing, and as I said, I want IBIT now. If we're not going to be able to get some of the others, IBIT just breaking in through VWAP as we speak. So I'm going to slide the VWAP there as well. Still looking short on Intel, still looking short on IBIT, and finally silver starting to move. I find it hard to believe silver is going to be the most volatile thing here in the market. It's starting to break trend. If it can get through and hold above 100, that's that key over under.
Okay, I mean, we're acting like we've done this before because we have. Here goes the market to the downside. So there it goes, man. This is what we talked about. We like the break lower. We had told you guys sort of looking at the longer term chart here, longer frames, and that was 30 minutes or so. Got us back into this sort of top level there. So with earnings coming and the Fed tomorrow, let's just see if the washout does happen. And I don't think we're going to get necessarily washed out. If we can get, I mean, we're right back to where, I mean, this is already, we've made the day already, but it doesn't matter. We're going to look here to see what's going on because this little area could be a buy zone. So we just said like this 55.50 and then maybe 55 being, near the lows there. So we'll take another, there we go. We just got Wow, this is starting to extend out, man. We just got some 60s, which is real nice. And then we were talking about, okay, let's just put a 50 fill. I still have like 75% of this, so shout out to everybody that's trading here with me. And we'll see if we can continue to make a push on this name. As we get to the downside, it's going to be hard for me, obviously, to go long Apple and go short on the NASDAQ, but Apple is really the long that I like. And we just dipped right into VWAP again into 259. So that would have been a great little looker there to get long back on Apple. And is UNH still falling down? Yes, it is. Wow, UNH, man, going to hit down 20% right now. That's a pretty bad trade there for UNH today. Just hit the short on earnings, and let's see if the other earnings name is going the other way with General Motors. No, not really.
No.
Pretty flat to start the day there with GM. We were not able to. And what's up, Adara? How are you doing? Let me welcome in Adara for the first time today. Hey, Miss Adara, how are you?
Hi, I was not expecting to be welcomed at this time. I'm great. How are you?
Hey, no problem. I'm doing pretty good. We're both.
I was listening to some Drake this morning, so I got to shout you out for that.
Is he?
But yeah, like 2023 Drake.
Yeah. I mean, the guy's the
Kinda
biggest.
random.
Yeah, he's the biggest hit maker in the last 20 years. I don't think it's even close. But what song was that? Were you giving?
I was listening to the ones from the scary hours of the
Okay.
To My Dogs or whatever. But I was listening. Red Button is good. I really like The Shoe Fits. Letter to my or something to my brother. Yeah, those ones. Just those three.
I wanted to ask you about Reddit. What's going on with
Oh,
that?
I messaged Neil. Neil messaged me about this, and I messaged him earlier. I actually mentioned this on the day. It did not move at all when this came out, but people are talking on social media. Apparently, some metric shows that now, when you go on, like I guess to the AI searches, when you search on Google, the results are now coming from YouTube more than Reddit. It used to be the #1 source. Now, apparently, it's YouTube. This is, as far as I can tell, just speculation, again, stemming from one report that's been circulating on the internet. So, yeah, that's my spiel. I'll let you guys go back to trading. But I also want to mention, at 10 a.m., we have CB Consumer Confidence.
There we go. All right, thanks, Adara. Yeah, that's why it's always good to give a
Yeah,
call
it's
to
a
Adara,
little speculation.
see what's going on.
It seems
over
like
there.
there was a few other things that people were talking about online with regards to Reddit, with some insider selling and blah blah blah. But down 9% seemed like a heck of a lot too much. It seemed like way too much for me. GameStop's trying to double bottom in here. So 23.5 was, if we're not going to break 25, 23.5 was the level we're looking for. It already bounced once. It's looking to hold that one again. Once we get a 3-minute closing above, that'll actually give me an entry there. Pretty much everything is trying to bounce heavily, with the exception of this, and maybe even Intel and NVIDIA that I'm watching. So the first one might end up being this GME if it can get through this 2350 area. Just want to double check my Rivian orders, because Rivian, it's already at 15.4.
15s, oh my.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, if Rivian gets a little bit too close to the 15 even spot, that support level, then it's a long off the 200 period moving average on the daily. So I don't want to get too far away from, I like the short, but I'm not going to chase it all the way to where we think the bounce zone is going to be on Rivian. That stock's been getting hammered recently. Kind of under the radar as well, too. Because Tesla every single day is moving way, way more.
Oh man, I canceled my Intel bid there, and it went exactly into our bid there on Intel. Went right into 43, and I canceled it, which was crazy because I was going long. That's too bad. All right, here comes Intel here on a day 3 play. I'd sort of thought I liked the 43 area there for some kind of support. It banged it out right there, man. That's crazy. I was bidding 43.15s, and we should have been long there on Intel, but I did pull it right there. We do have our first GITS, is our first circuit breaker halt right now. So there goes GITS right here, GITS, up from start of the day at $2, gets to $2.90 here on circuit breaker. GITS, something to look out for there as well. And this is another name, BATL. I think we've seen this name on our Battalion Oil. They also just halted as well, but there looks like they're halted to the downside there, BATL. So GITS and BATL, both with halts right now. Micron, we said that, watch out for that 412. That's basically exactly what wound up happening there. It goes all the way up into, where's my mouse? Never a good thing to can't get your cursor over. There's 412 right there. Hit it. back in there on Micron news about new production plants opening up their demand. They cannot keep, the orders away from them. I mean, Micron continues to produce and produce well for stocks, for shareholders, as well as the industry. So we'll see if Micron can continue to hold out there. All right, BATL just resumes right now. So BATL now
it's battling.
Yeah, it's battling with itself. Down to $2.50 Battalion Oil. No idea the name, but we did get a reload. So there it is. We'll see if we can get that. Here's my reloaded thing on the NASDAQ. So we do have a lot more shares now as we reload, and we'll start to bid it out here in the mid-70s again. We just took it off the 200 period. Reloaded on the short there for the NASDAQ. Let's see if it continues to work out here. So that's what I'm in right now.
Yeah, we just got the bounce off the higher low in GMEs. It's trying to get into the volume weighted average price. Look, obviously it's not going to be a breakout play today, but if we can play it from our support zone into the prior low, that'll be the first stop on GME. Here comes Intel into VWAP.
Oh, yeah.
I liked it for a 45 fade. Obviously, without getting up there, we'll see if we can fade it off of volume weighted average price. So it's getting pretty close on Intel as well. I'm going to try to get into the 70s here to slide in. As overall, like NVIDIA just went red, so I'm looking at the chips. Like, yeah, sure, Intel's up 2.5%, but most of the chip action's downside. There's NVIDIA, low of day, heading lower. AMD is doing what Intel is doing, which is bouncing and coming back into the volume weighted average price on its own. So you are still looking weak in pretty much everything that isn't memory, and even that's starting to roll over, as Micron could be losing the bid here. Yeah, once that happens, I think you're in a world of hurt. iBit still, Bitcoin's still not doing much either, but it's still falling like an absolute rock. Let's go to Adara, first update for news.
Keep an eye here on BAER. This is Bridger Aerospace Group. There's an account on X basically saying that apparently yesterday the CEO of BAER hinted that the company would get some upcoming work with the Department of Defense. So basically just social media speculation here, but potential upcoming work with the Department of Defense for BAER. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks for all of that. All right, well, Marvell went for a dip down there and came right back, so we might have missed an opportunity to buy some strength or some weakness in Marvell there. Turns into strength. Straight downside right off the jump there. Was up about 2% or so, up to $83, and then boom, right back into yesterday's close of $81.50. So that should have been something that we might have missed an opportunity to get Marvell right back into some of those lows. So we'll see what's going on there. Another earnings, not that Marvell was not a earnings report. Boeing was, though, and yeah, not much going on. I don't really like to trade, other than Intel. We really traded that one on day of. I mean, Intel has been a complete dumpster fire. But yeah, Boeing, not really trading it today, but it looks like it wants to hold out 243 and change there. Okay, here we go, just a little bit lower now. We'll see if that's going on. All right, Amazon, Micron, yeah, QBTS here, a Citron research report on QBTS. I don't think these guys are going to do short reports.
There was another story on the
Yeah, there was. It was on our watch list, right? So
basically, they did this study with another company and Anduril. I think Anduril is the bigger one to remember, and I guess just really strong results for one of their quantum tests. It's very jargon heavy. You can check it out on our Trader TV Live watch list.
Okay. No, and just for QBTS, it is worth mentioning how it lost the 50 and has been downward trending. I still think this stock is headed to 22. Shout out to Will the Thrill Clark. Love that player. No, I wouldn't. I looked at that story this morning. I was like, yeah, I don't like the long, even with a positive catalyst, until we test that 22. All right, GameStop, you cannot seem to break to VWAP. It got to 50s, 23.5 that we're looking for. So our stop is at prior bar, which is about 8 cents worth of risk, but it cannot get through the 70s. So effectively, it's gone 20 pennies, risking 8. It just doesn't want to seem to go any further, at least for now. Because it's downward trending, a reload here is not automatic. So if it breaks this prior bar, I'm just going to get out, look for the next opportunity. Who knows where that might be. Did not get filled in Intel. Intel was bouncing nicely there off the lows. I know you're looking at the lows on Intel. I think I might miss my order by 2 cents here in front of 70s. So I'm sitting at 68, just trying to pick it up in front of the volume weighted average price. Didn't really get the fill. Slide it by a couple of cents and see if we can't get into this one. Just short the lower high right now. You mentioned a couple of halts, but they're very small low floaters. that XHLD. Just to throw it up for you guys, this first one that's halted, this went back to Intel, has done less than 1 million in volume. This XHLD up 48%. Obviously, it's a circuit breaker, but like I said, less than 1 million shares worth of volume is not going to be any good for a day trader. So, whoops, that's not where I wanted to go. We wanted to go back over to GameStop because no reload on GME. We just get out just under the break-even spot, and we'll look for another opportunity. This one's still trending down. So we got the first bounce, went in our favor about a point, but then had to stop out that prior bar. If it breaks trend, we'll jump in again.
All right, quickly we'll do this. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3x daily levered ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term returns with market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Please read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing and educate yourself on their products. A good short-term product, as they mentioned there, to manage the triple levered if you're looking for a little bit more risk exposure and a hedge against your US dollar. Well, Rich Tech Robotics right here, 25 million shares already, man. It's only 950. Huge move to the downside, to be honest with you. I mean, 470 down to 440. You're giving back pretty much the whole move. Where we started was 390 or so. Adair, story on Rich Tech again when you get a second. Nice upside move up to 480, back into $4 right there. Something about Microsoft, I remember there. We talked about this earlier. Trying to hold out this space. Go ahead, Mara.
Hands-on collaboration with Microsoft through Microsoft AI Co-Innovation Labs to jointly develop, deploy agentic AI capabilities. It's just robotics, agentic AI stuff from Microsoft.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, look, the right partner, the right space, the right name, right? I mean, so I'm a little bit surprised at this move back in, but there it comes right into the 50-period moving average. I think it's a buy down here, man, 370, 380. All of that talk makes a lot of sense to me. So, MU's going to hit 412 again. Look at this move up in the NASDAQ. We've just been sort of sitting here waiting to get really 5610s, man. We're going to get stopped out at 5620, just trying to be patient. You could get more right now. Boat's kind of full. We're full for this level. We'll take another piece right here because maybe we're wrong on this. I mean, my number one play was Apple to the long side, and that is just like
trending higher.
Much, much higher there for Apple. So, all right, we can look at some silver, but here we go. RDW.
There's a few super chats here. Brent Roth, look at RDW, Redwire. Last week it was definitely a thing. Today, hate to tell you, it's looking like it could be a reversal play on RDW. False breakout of the open after a gap up. Although the good news is it's at the 200 period. So if you start from the outside in, bounce off of 1070 to 11, looking pretty good, but it's already a fail of the top. So it's a fail of the top and pulling all the way back in. If it closes underneath 13, it's a day trade. I'm usually thinking short. Like I did not pay for locates. I just paid for locates on USAR for a similar setup, is just looking for things that are starting to set up. And USAR, which was one of the biggest runners this morning, at one point anyways, it was looking pretty good. It also failed a lower high. So fails a breakout there, also fails a breakout here. If this loses the bid and starts to fill the gap, USAR looks like a short. So Redwire, I'm going to stay away from that one. If it holds under VWAP, I'd almost think short. We have another super chat, made 3 bands short in the NQ this morning. Great call. Party is from Party YYP. Great call, Katina Man.
Ooh, okay, I'll take that.
Also, what are your thoughts on NVIDIA leading up to earnings? Much love to the crew. Much love to you. Party YP.
Ooh, Party YP. I mean, I'm pretty nervous, for the NVIDIA earnings. We talked about, I thought that, this year I'm trying to stay away from Mag 7 names. I'm not trying to dip by anything or anything like that. I'd rather get involved in some of these industrial names, healthcare, different spaces like that. So for me on NVIDIA, I am pretty, I wouldn't say nervous. I mean, I have a boat of those, and it's just a matter of waiting shares and just a matter of waiting to see where the next shoe is to drop. And hey, look, if it rips up from here, great. But NVIDIA, just quickly, because because you did super chat that. We're still in this futures trade, which is, my net is now like flat on the day. So, if this continues to rip up, then we will take the L on that. Oh, first of all, I want to look at silver, but what I want to tell you about NVIDIA is this. Like, I don't think you're alone wondering what's going to happen with NVIDIA. I mean, you just go all the way back, basically, to July. Where it hasn't been much, right? We had some good earnings spikes. We had some negative catalysts to the downside on China, on imports, export rules, things like that. But, they still got to sort out that whole CHIPS Act and everything. We saw Intel get hit to the downside. So, yeah, I'm a little cautious on, NVIDIA here. So, yeah, I would say there it is. So the futures do run the high right there. So we were going to wait for 56.50. So now here we go, man. Wow. Damn it. That's too bad because we did have some good feels about the short early. I mean, that super chat was the dude made 3K. So that was a great call, but I guess holding on and averaging in, not a great call. An instant winner there for the NASDAQ and then popped right back up. And, again, the trade of the day for me, should be Apple. We should have just stood there and took some VWAP dip buys there, but we didn't. So there goes Apple to the upside. And red on the futures, but well in the right mind frame there for the amount of shares short. So we were short at 01s or 02s by the time it was all said and done. So it sucks to lose that 20 cents, but there it goes, man. Let's go market to the upside. Doesn't seem like it wants to stop anytime soon here. So
yeah, definitely led by some of the Mag 7, including Apple. Their control escaped. Trend finally broke on JP Morgan on the 4-hour chart. You grabbed quite a bit at 297. Trump can sue all he likes. We like the stock. I agree with you on the last 2 points. I haven't looked at that chart today for sure, but I definitely agree with you. JP Morgan and the major banks, you usually can't go wrong when people are afraid of the banks buying the dips. That's just how it is. So I'm with you on that. I do prefer Morgan Stanley, though. I am buying dips in you can go Goldman if you like, but Morgan and Goldman, I like the trading aspect. I like the deal aspect. We're getting the IPO market back as well. Where do we see support on USAR? That's my bad.
Nowhere.
Because it's not to say that I don't see it anywhere. When I was talking about it sort of failing the breakout trade and looking for the short, like it's at pretty decent support as we speak. Like, but this line breaks, I think you got room to 22. So I paid for low case to look at this VWAP short at 27, or if it just breaks down altogether, look for like a 25 breaking 22. But it's pretty much at the support line as we speak. So the only position for me now is Intel, which got to VWAP. So thanks for the super chat, Ja. We always got to figure out what Ja wants and what Ja needs, because Ja Rule's opinion is by far the most important thing.
One of the most important
out there. Everyone needs to know, what does Ja think about it? What does Ja think about tariffs?
I mean, he told everyone to hold Bitcoin like at 10 grand. I mean, this Ja Rule is the richest man in the world right now.
Did he really?
Ja Rule?
Was it,
That's
he
what
said
he's famous for.
No,
I don't know what the price was. It might have been under 10 grand.
Okay.
I don't know.
I didn't know if it was that.
You guys tell me. I mean, you can ask ChatGPT that thing. But yeah, Ja Rule, very famous for.
Dollar says he didn't.
His Bitcoin. No, of course not. He didn't hold. He probably wasn't ever even in it. But okay. We're going to watch out for that level that we wrote down here, 56.50 on the TQs. Start a small little short here. See if we can make a little bit back. Watching out for 56.50, just because it has been the weekly high, and I actually want to try to follow a little bit of the idea that we had earlier, and that was trying to short this high. We got a little bit carried away trying to short VWAP right into the day's high, but that did not work out for us. So we'll try it again against 56.50, and if we wind up losing it, at least it was at our level this time, and we'll stay a little disciplined and get up there. You might have just saw me flash the silver chart up because I think this is a short, right? I mean, yesterday we saw it really fall out there, and you guys know I was trading this yesterday. We actually did quite well on silver, and then it dropped down, and I wasn't here in the afternoon, but $98 right there. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but that we've already made that base, and then when we sort of tanked through it, that low break. I mean, it's like why we went long here at $100.50. That was the pre-market level, and look how good like that long worked out for $6. And so right now, I don't know if the $6 move is downside. I mean, the momentum is upside these days, but right there, that could spark, a move down. You got the VWAP now, you got everything starting to push lower here. I like silver for a short, and it looks like, overnight there, we did touch in, and this is not even overnight, this just goes to 5 o'clock, but did touch $94 on SLV. SLV yesterday did 38 billion notional. So all the shares combined, 38 billion. There's only 55 billion in the whole fund. So definitely silver catching the attention of investors.
Record volume yesterday.
Yeah, record. Yeah,
Pretty
that's
sure
what
it
I'm
was.
saying.
Yeah, it was
record. Yeah, most likely record volume yesterday. So on SLV, well, we can look that up, but it must have been a huge move up of 10%, and then basically a drop of 10%. So yeah, SLV. Oh,
my man.
Ooh, Randy.
Coming the other way.
Thank you, Randy, for that. All right. What's the next project you're working on here, Randy? What's going on? Oh, bacon. Okay. All about that food.
That's the project.
Yeah, project. No.
Oh, I already
Okay,
answered. Thanks.
No project bacon over here. Hey, Randy. You see my
Project-
screens? You can see my screens there behind.
Project Short Rivian is
There it is, right there.
right now
Yeah.
what the market's doing.
Project Short Rivian.
It's down to
Oh wow!
It's down to 3 points today. This is,
Man, whoever likes Rivian stock is crazy.
I'm slapping the fail for not being short this. Well, I think the dip is dipping to the support level before we've gotten the short, which is a 200 period moving average here at about 1470-ish, 14.5 to 1470. You got to break 15 first. There was one shot right away if you just shorted blindly in VWAP in yesterday's low, but that's not.
Yeah, I know it's not.
Oh yeah, like it's looking nasty
These
on
are
Rivian,
nasty.
but it's looking much nicer if you're paying attention to Nvidia now green. Apple was already green.
Like
the
that.
market's now going green. The good news is, at least for myself, like the reload in Intel, it didn't get the reload in Intel, but it's still trending lower. I don't love the fact that the market's blowing out while we're in a short and it's not anywhere near the top. Like I don't have this 44 area. It never got up to 45. So the VWAP short, I'll try reloading one more time. But if it ends up an inside move on Intel, that's fine. We'll go scalp trade like we did on GameStop. It's like you said, the market absolutely blasting. We talked about Google potentially breaking 340. By the way, that is not anywhere close on Google. It's strong, but it's not strong enough to make that breakout yet. Let's go to Adara, 10 o'clock. We've got happening now in numbers.
30 seconds to CB Consumer Confidence forecast 91, previous 89.1. We'll also get Richmond Fed Composite Index -5 versus -7 previous here. Let's take a look, and as we wait for these numbers, I do want to mention a headline from AMZN, reportedly going to be closing its Amazon Go and Amazon Fresh physical stores. So nothing major, but just some Amazon store closures. Again, 5 seconds until CB Consumer Confidence 91 forecast. Richmond Fed Comp Index -5 forecast. CB Consumer Confidence lower than expected, 84.5 versus that forecast of 91. So well below expectations here for that CB Consumer Confidence. I'm not seeing the Richmond Fed print yet. Those usually actually come out a little bit before that 10 a.m., but we'll take a look back and we'll see if we have those. Market not reacting too much to this, at least for now, to this lower than expected CB Consumer Confidence print. Earnings really were, I guess, the word of the day today. UNH did have earnings, but it also reacted on another catalyst. We did have the Trump administration proposing lower than expected Medicare insurer rates. Now, this comes after Wall Street Journal reported this development. These stocks drop basically post-market on this. Then we get UNH missing sales and guidance sales decline for the year. So rough look there for health. We have GLW, which is not reacting to any weakness in the market stocks. This is an earnings, sorry, it's not an earnings play is what I mean to say. But they did announce alongside Meta a $6 billion multi-year deal through which Meta will be buying or GLW to help with their AI data. So great look here for GLW. Other earnings plays on watch again. GLW is not one, but you do have the likes of Boeing, UPS, UNP, RTX, NOC. So tons of day one earnings on watch. AAPL and JBlue as well. So a lot of these airline plays. Definitely tons to look at this morning, that's for sure. So make sure you like, subscribe, and stay with us. I'm going to see if we did get that Richmond Fed number before I send you back. Yeah, so it comes at -6, a little bit lower than that -5 estimate. And CB Consumer Confidence well below estimates.
We have a position here. We don't trade often. What's going to fall out? We got JP Morgan. We got some out there. We only got a third out at 300 or some. We got a little bit higher than that as well, 305 or so on this. But we're just going to lose it if it breaks 50. Pretty much, again, if this breaks 50, it'll be like a flat trade again. I was just buying it. It did fall. There it comes. All right, see ya. It did fall in basically into the into this little loop here of the 200 period moving average, but we just gave it up there, breaking through 50. So too bad I didn't even really get to explain the trade. It was in and then it was out right there pretty quickly on JP Morgan. So yeah, now down 0.48. And I was looking at that because Robinhood was making a move down as well, going to break through that 107 mark there for Robinhood. Robinhood went all the way to 109, all the way back in, like boom, boom, like down $2 right in those levels. I wonder if that JP Morgan 50 level, I mean, this spread is what it is right now, so you got to be careful. Okay, let's not go back into it, but I feel like we're only long at, I think it was 65 or something there on JP Morgan. So unfortunately, we do get stopped out and we do get a fill. They're at 40s to stop us out. But yeah, JP Morgan, interesting at these levels. Potentially a good little long hold that we're bouncing off this 50, on the 5-minute chart. But yeah, not doing well. We know SoFi is just a couple days away as well. Got some questions about that earlier. SoFi down 1% today.
Yikes.
And Tesla looks like it's the one that's dripping a little lower here. 435. Oh, actually, they found a base.
Chips are looking strong again.
Chips are okay.
NVIDIA is about to break the high of the day. Intel just did a topping tail. Well, we'll see if it's a topping tail. It is a topping tail, but it might break that top. If it does, I'm going to be out. So we went 1 for 2 on Intel there, but even it's starting to go. I'll jump back into this if we lose VWAP again. I don't mind something to the south side if the market is doing this and we're still putting in lower highs. But as far as a reload, it has to make a lower high. Let this sucker calm down. At NVIDIA at the high of the day, the NASDAQ is obviously cruising through the high of the day. For those of you out there that are still loving on Micron, it did break. It has not broken the high. 412, still the barrier for Micron. It is setting up. I said if it gets to this level, I'm looking for a mean reversion off the high. Well, you've got a trend now to follow. I'd feel way better about this if it actually ran the top. Like I prefer a reversal trade where it actually blows out the top, because then there's actually people long on the 412 break, and then you get a better scalp trade into the volume weighted average price. But for now, this market's looking incredibly strong. GameStop maybe not so much. And as far as, well, we talked about some of the small cappers in there. One of them was Redwire. That's at $14 and continuing to break higher, as you guys can see here. Kind of a big one. USAR is the one that's on my mind, and unfortunately, it's the other direction. It finally broke the low of the day and challenged 25. So bouncing off of 25 even, almost exactly 25 even. I'm going to play this bounce. I'd rather not be short on a break of 25 when I think your risk is to 26. So I'm going to play this in the middle, giving myself to 26. That way, if 25 breaks, I'm in position and not taking like egregious slippage, trying to cash that short. I just do not like this reversal on USAR and want to be involved in this little mini breakdown. Ooh, GameStop just retested the low for me.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, I like that GameStop trade for sure, as there's been some talk about Michael Burry and Ryan Cohen and all that kind of nice stuff about GameStop. Okay, here we go, man. I mean, we waited for our position to hit. Maybe it's, let's put on a little bit more here. We'll average down a little bit on the TQs. We, waited for our price. We wrote down 56.50. That's exactly what's coming in right now. So far, so good on this one. Let's put a little bit of a bid out here into the 20s again, and then we'll see if we can hold into this 21 period moving average. Nice push down in right now. Give me that. I'm bidding 26s. Bidding 20, there it is. So there it goes, man. Nice flush now for the TQs. So good trade there off of our posted price of 56.50. Again, we just talked about this level rate. Yeah, we will do that, Fabian, in a second. We talked about this level 56.50, and it looks like so far so good on that hold. So make back a little bit of what we lost so far there on the TQs, and see if we can't get a bigger winner than what we currently have on with the NASDAQ. What's up, Adara?
More details on this Amazon story that I mentioned with regards to its store. So AMZN expanding its same-day delivery services for fresh groceries to additional communities in 2026. They're going to be opening more than 100 new Whole Foods Market stores over the next few years, but they will also be closing their Amazon Go and Amazon Fresh physical stores. Now, those stores will be converted, or at least some of them, to Whole Foods Market stores. So again, just some context there with that AMZN grocery segment. Yes, they are closing some stores, but they're also converting some of them, and they're also making wider changes to that sector. Back to you.
Yeah, I actually had missed that story, not gonna lie there, so thank you for letting us know. Appreciated. Well, we're back into GME, like I said. The market's starting to come back in. Let it put a higher low in is kind of the play. Like if it's going to dance, let it run the low, then put in a higher low. That's what we did the last time on our entry point. It doesn't mean it's going to work, but it's just a little confirmation that it's got a better bottom on it as we speak. But if it breaks that 20, it's now 23.30. If it breaks 23.30, then I'm going to be out of this one, and we're in at 36 here. Again, looking for that VWAP push here on GME. If it gets to VWAP, I want to be out and looking for another long out and about and above. Because the original idea, well, actually, the idea I like better was if it had broken out 25. Instead, it's just a pull back into prior support or resistance here on the daily for potential support. So GameStop trying to go. USAR, kind of the same thing happening over in that stock as before, bouncing off a 25 even for USAR. It just doesn't get anywhere near that 26, and it might re-break the low. So if it's going to break the low without picking me up, I'll just maybe take the break for a little bit less. But I would prefer if I had gotten it in front of 526 instead of taking this break. USAR down 6% now after being up 10.
Yeah.
Just to put it into perspective, like it was up over 10%.
Okay, we have another position on. We're going to go short here on PLTR again, making a move back into 169. Again, a pretty dangerous play, but here's our 200 period moving average, right back in. I mean, maybe 170 is a better short, but we've already traveled quite nicely here today. It started with a downside push, very similar to Tesla, made its move all the way back up to the upside. So we'll short that bump right now and see if we can withstand some of this 169 pressure there. And if we can get back into the 200, that's 168. So let's put a bid down there at 168. I know it's been a little bit of a tough sled here today, but we'll put a bid down here, 168 in change now for 25% and see if we can't work our magic on Palantir. And by working our magic, we just sit there and wait to see if we get the fills. And then there's 169. So that'll be our breakout there. I'm not going to give it these top wicks. This is at 8 a.m. So it's like, you know, we had some dark pool areas there. I just want to see if there is, I mean, if the market can pull back just a little bit there, then we should have a downside. So there, now we're done with this name right now. If we lose this, it'll be, well, we'll lose 40 cents, give it a little bit of slippage, 45, 50 cents maybe on Palantir. Well worth it if it does break higher. But yeah, this NASDAQ continues to climb upside here. So if the market is along, which I guess it is, it's too bad because we were really thinking long Apple and we missed out on that trade. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with Palantir. I should have just stuck with Apple and played dips really, but you know, every day is a little different. There's Eli Lilly 0.74 right now, so that's going to be the one red stock here in the health technology space. I was saying, you know, to get a little diversified, look at some of the industrial names there as well. Consumer producer manufacturing, you know, well cooking here over the last little while. Caterpillar, AMAT, LRCX, Lam, all those names. Lam is ASML is the other name I'm looking for. Starting to go there as well. Looks like
report tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be huge, man. Palantir just took it off there through 169. So nice, bad trade, but nice move on Palantir there. Netflix is a weird one, man. Down 1.5% today. What's up with that? We'll have to wait to see if Netflix can finally find that base. I don't know, man, if that's going to be a thing or not. Google and Microsoft right here leading the way. And then I mentioned, I don't know, where's Apple? There's Apple. So, and we'll go back. We'll get some trading going on in a second. But there's Apple, NVIDIA, Broadcom, Micron. So Micron, what's the price of Micron? 409. So that looks like it's trying to take out that 412 high as well. Boeing on earnings down 3%. That could be a good name to pick up. They've been really operating quite well. And then we've really liked the Intel long, but it's not doing too much today. 43.80. We did have the bid down there at 43 that we had missed on Intel. So, all right, Palantir, you take it off, take me out, and then come right back in. So no surprise there as, you know, Palantir doing me a little dirty right there. But we got out actually a pretty good price. 169, looks like 02s. Now you fall, Palantir. Come on, yeah. 169.03 is what we wind up getting there on PLTR. Yeah, small hit, but didn't need to take it, it looks like. Let's see what happens there. Just levitated 30 cents. Yeah, so stay away from Palantir. Like, we were just like, oh, man, and then now it's 40 cents higher than where it just was. So, you know, the wicks are real on this name, man. These are actual prices. So in 1 minute, you go from 50s back up to O's, and right there, you can blast it into 20s as well. So just be careful with any of your Palantir trades. It's looking quite interesting up here near the high side of 169. And then we just hold out for our cues and see what winds up happening here as the move back into the, that was a good trade there, but move back into the 21 period right now would be another out for me. So let's put some more shares there, get out if it does move its way lower.
And speaking of moving its way lower, that is no longer happening on Rich Tech Robotics. It's back above VWAP, so don't like these things when they make a high in the pre-market and can't hold a volume-weighted average price. Well, it made a high in the pre-market, but at least now it's holding the volume-weighted average price. So back on the radar. Look, if we're going to close here above prior lows, that's 444 on the 3-minute. This is a 3-minute chart. That one is breaking out here with a stop there, but we got a super chat to get to, and that is. Oh, I can throw it up if we don't have it there. Ray, super chat. It's going to be easy.
There it is.
As usual, you got puts on UNH. Yuck. Oh, it's David. Sorry, but not easy peasy. It's easy peasy, but from David Tretsiak. I just thought the email might have been easy peasy. Dave's only trade idea of the week. Research, patience, execute your trade. Risk management, take IQ test 1 time a week if above 85 or less. 110, don't trade. Less is more is more. Hard community. I'm guessing like maybe that's like if you're not you take the test just to see that like your brain's in the right spot, like kind of an idea like maybe I didn't get enough sleep, like that kind of a thing. I don't know if you need to take an IQ test for that. You get a good sense of yourself in the mornings, but whatever works for you. And look, UNH puts absolutely printing. That stock it's a dumpster fire this morning. But it's been a dumpster fire for quite some time, and good look there. It's barely holding the bid as we speak. Yeah, we'll just come to the chart. We'll show you this on UNH. When we talked about it at pre-market, I'm like, as long as it can hold to 300, it goes right to 300. This is what's annoying. I didn't put this one on my notes, so it wasn't one of the 4 stocks I was watching, but it did go to exactly 300 and dipped. But it has not broken this low at 282, so this could be an SSR bounce, inbound that gets to VWAP here. If it can do that, maybe there's a relief rally or a dead cat bounce here in UNH, but it'll be the first one of the day. For sure. The daily chart looks absolutely nasty on them. All right, GameStop's trying to run the VWAP again. It's the only one that worked well, like the first time through. Now it's holding a higher low again, playing into VWAP, and we'll see if it can press higher after that. So this, RR going to be in play. USAR is still threatening this break, but it hasn't broken. So you're holding on for. I didn't get filled on USAR. Oh, don't tell me do we not have locates on this?
Which stock was it?
Checked.
USAR?
No,
maybe?
we do have locates.
Oh, we do? Okay.
I just did not get the break. All right, I'll see if I can get picked up here. We do have locates. I just double checked here with an offer. So I'm trying to get this underneath that 25 break. USAR now down 7% and continuing to go. It's also a dumpster fire.
Yeah, we are getting ready to hopefully make some moves lower here. Let's check out silver market just real quickly here before we go on. Yeah, there it goes, man. We talked about that short at 98. Like that was the play there. We had yesterday, we had the $100.50 break long on silver. That was the break short rate there. Sort of some pre-market levels. Once we came in, you really represented VWAP really well, man. Hits it, dumps it, and then now just continues to go lower on SLV. It's not even a huge move, man. Down 2% right here. Here's a medical device company to keep an eye on. It's Enview Medical, ticker FEED, F-E-E-D. The company designs and markets a guided feeding tube platform for hospitals across the U.S. The majority of hospitals do this procedure blindly, leading to unavoidable injuries from misplacements. Think of this platform as a GPS for feeding tube placement, which can improve patient safety and streamline how care teams work. What stands out to me is the growing appetite for this platform throughout the U.S., hospitals, and how their tech fits right into clinical needs. Today they are already in 38 hospitals. As hospitals push for safer, more efficient solutions, Enview looks like a company building scalable technology with real-world demand behind it. Definitely one to watch. That is ticker FEED, Enview. So thank you to them. New sponsor there on the show. All right. Silver, that's too bad. Okay. Moving on, friends. JP Morgan. Hey-o, that's a nice downside play right there. So, in, out, bang, right there as we break that bottom right there for JP Morgan. No idea why it didn't hold, but it didn't. And now we're starting to get a little lower here, through earnings season for the major banks. But, as we talk about the US dollar over and over again, here it is. It's going lower right now from what I can see. Let me put this chart up right here for you, the DXY. Now, I don't really... haven't studied enough to say like, oh, the Dixie's going down, therefore banks are going down. But this is what's been happening right here to the US dollar today. So it's been absolutely crushed right there as we talk about geopolitical concerns. The Fed decision possibly weighing on this a little bit. I don't know.
Although we're not moving on the Fed decision.
No, Fed uncertainty maybe about who's the next Fed chair. But I think it was just, Davos is now over. I don't know if we have any resolution to Greenland or not, but the US dollar continues to get hit. JP Morgan downside there. We do know that there is a tailwind for multinationals, repatriating some of that money back in. So I could see why that's a beneficiary of this would be Apple, Google, Meta, some of those plays as well. Wow, Apple just fell all the way back in as well. Like, come on, man, Apple just fell. All these names are falling, and I'm sitting here in the futures that continue to go higher. It must be, isn't it an NVIDIA and Microsoft story? I mean,
yeah, more or less.
Okay.
NVIDIA hasn't had a red candle in a while.
Yeah. Well, on the 5-minute, it hasn't had one at all, basically. I mean, we did make a move down to 940. The first 3 candles, my bad, were red. And then, straight, like just up $3, like punching shorts in the face. What is its more aggressive friend doing here? What is AMD up to right now? Similar, but that's pulling back. So watch out now. Maybe we do get a little bit of an NVIDIA pullback here as AMD starts to pull back. But we've seen the disconnect happening there for a minute. iBit still doing nothing, man. What is going on with crypto these days? I feel like crypto's like gearing up for something big, man. I don't know. Like it's just been barcoded here since November. Like nothing going on in the crypto space since November. Sure, there's been ebbs and flows and there's been highs and lows, but wow, we land at the same spot that we were at about 2 months ago. So nice move there for Bitcoin over the last couple of days downside. But yeah, back into this level here, 88,000. We'll see if we can hold out here on BTC. But looks like the market just wants to keep pumping higher, man, despite Apple's little pullback there.
Yeah, it's obviously
CoreWeave's been a good name.
Look, the Nasdaq hasn't been like the, hey, everything's gonna go up in the Mag 7 when the Nasdaq is strong, but it does feel like today there's like a little bit of like a passing the baton kind of thing. Like Apple was strong early into NVIDIA weakness, and then NVIDIA catches a little bit of strength when Apple pulls back. All the while, Microsoft's been doing its own set of damage. It's actually bouncing off VWAP. So you've been going from one to the other, but generally speaking, most of it's been strong lately. I'm gonna go back over to USAR, which broke the low, stop at prior bar. Again, I would have loved it if it could have played into 26 before running 25, but I like to take the 25 break and just, again, give it to that prior bar. GameStop's about to get to target, so I think the second trade should be good, and then we'll look for something breaking through VWAP after that. Like, this is still down 1.8%. There's a lot of things going on here, like it rejected $25, so that 25 double top is a bit of a rejection. Like, in this range, effectively, it looks like a short most of the time. So I'll take the bounce play that we got as long as we can get this VWAP. Go over to Adara for, hey, the small cap recap. It's already 10:20, everybody.
Oh, wow.
Keep an eye as well on Ford. It looks like this headline's from about 10, but I just saw it on social media. Now Ford launching a new battery energy storage business. So that's from Ford, or F would be the ticker. If I get more details, I will let you know. But again, it looks like this came out at 10, just circulating now on social media. RDW pushing to the upside, this one with a 25% short float, announcing that they have an up to $151 billion contract for Defense Agency's multi-vendor Shield IDIQ. This will help support defense in the homeland. So great look there for RDW. RR, Rich Tech Robotic. This one, you're going to notice a theme here with these small caps. A lot of them with these collaborative deals. For Rich Tech, it's going to deal with Microsoft. Microsoft reporting earnings tomorrow. And with this deal with Microsoft, Rich Tech will be advancing agentic AI in real-world robotics applications. Last but not least, QBTS, this one certainly not at day's highs by any means, but I do think worth discussing this because we've got a couple spikes and a couple different catalysts pre-market. QBTS announcing alongside Anduril and Davidson that they've been collaborating to develop quantum applications for U.S. air and missile defense. Then we get a $10 million 2-year enterprise agreement with a Fortune 100 company. There were a couple other headlines here for QBTS. These two seem to be the biggest. So QBTS also with about a 12.5% short float. RR and RDW all going to be on watch today. Make sure to like and subscribe. Back to you.
Yeah, we were just talking about Ford and GM right there. Ford coming later. Is it this week? It must be. Oh no, not maybe it's not this week. Hold on a second. Tuesday, no, February 10th. So quite a while away before Ford reports.
Oh, really? I thought it was close.
Yeah, Feb 10th. So we got a story to tell there for Ford still before we get into that name. And then General Motors. We are going to get to the super chat in a second, but General Motors up 8% and still climbing. What a stock that appears to be right there. Of course, everyone's favorite car company, General Motors. Oh, Shane's smoking today with Rocket Labs. Okay.
Well, I'm going to hope you're smoking with Rocket Labs. Like, if you're short Rocket Labs, then you're in trouble because, as usual, to said moon for Rocket Labs. Still hasn't broken $100. That's going to be one of the most crowded trades that you will see for, I think, day traders looking for it to break that at some point. But yeah, breaking out of this downtrend is, I guess, what you're getting with Rocket Labs. Whoops,
I tried to get out of a position and I bought some Rocket Labs right there. That was fun.
Boom. Well, if it's a long, it's probably.
I punched out immediately, but it's okay.
I was gonna say, like,
in case someone just saw it come in, that's all.
I was gonna say, like, if looking at the chart actually is in a pretty steady upward trend, maybe you get resistance at 87, 80.
That means it'll be my best.
But it's like literally diddling in the middle here, just trying to put in yesterday's move. So good news would be hold on to this trend and at least get back to where it was yesterday. But the race to 100, I'm not really seeing anything too crazy. But of the small cappers, Rich Tech, there it is, finally, pulls back, confirms VWAP. So there's your dip and hold at VWAP. I can't, oh, there we go. There's your dip and hold VWAP. Now it's going to close above again. So this was what I was waiting for to get into our good friend Rich Tech Robotics. If it breaks underneath VWAP, then I'm out of it. Well, this wick underneath here is like 430-ish. So I'll give it to that. Essentially, to grab some 40s, give it to under the 30 level. And GameStop did get to that VWAP target and reversed. So GameStop, while bouncing a couple of times off our support level, cannot seem to break through the volume-weighted average price yet. So as much as it's holding the low, it's not doing much with that. It gives you like a 1% bounce, and then that is going to be it. So I'm into Rich Tech. USAR still in the same breakdown trade. And the market's still holding near the top end of the range. Some signs of giving it up.
I hope eventually we give this market up. I mean, yeah, so it's funny. What's up to Majid and everybody in the chat there? I was trying to bid out of more, and I'll show you the TQs. It's coming back in a little bit. So I was trying to bid out of some more, and I was called up Rocket Lab there, and we wound up punching long at 40s and out at 40s pretty much. I think we lost about $10 there. So not too much damage. Rocket Lab, nice move there. Higher today. Good call out on that. And this is what we were talking about right there with the NASDAQ. We're short of 47s. Like, it went into my best out is 36s or 37s right into here. So let's just hope we do get a push down. I mean, like we were saying, you never know where this market's going to go. So let's just see if we can appreciate the move for now and hopefully a downside move. We were bidding some 40. Oh, I'm bidding right here. I'm bidding at 36s. Okay, there it goes. So nice move down. Now we'll wait for this 50-period moving average to come into play in the 20s. Put a bid right down in there. Let's go 20s for a few years and get out for 10% and hold this to the downside. We finally followed our plan. It just took a minute to get there. What we had out today was, and again, like, it's woe is me, man. This happens every day. I've got to sit on my hands for a minute and wait for some of these trades to come through, or just follow the plan. Or we've won one long, right? I mean, therefore we've accumulated into this 200-period moving average. I love. That's why it's on the chart. It came into 102, so we could have just adjusted our on core because it was at the 200 period. So maybe missed opportunity there. At 43, all I can do is slap a fail on me for that because Intel does go right into level. Unfortunately, I canceled those bids, and I don't know why. 33. What was the reason why? I forgot. It must have been the other way. So. And then Apple, we missed that one. That's a nice long. And then there's our TQ short at 56.50. So I think like the today we're fine. Yeah. So let's just turn this into a profitable day, which would have to be the back in because we don't have this trade here that we're really shares in, and it's us right there. Then we have that nice win there. We averaged it. Now we're looking for a little bit of a drop. We money out of JP Morgan today. The name was Palantir, which lost 50 cents, but yeah, I wasn't going to hold for 169 anyway to the top end. So yeah, so it will be today, but we'll see of course with our TQ threat. So that's what happens. Hopefully a downside push. We'll just wait for Apple. If it can come back, already. Okay. And I was like, why is the market so high if Apple's back in the story with Microsoft as well, right? Earnings in the next couple of days. Oh, it's down. Yeah.
Never mind.
Okay. We'll see. Anyways, these two names.
No, couldn't be. Never mind. Meta is not even close to responsible for any strength you're seeing in the market right now. This is a Big 7 under VWAP and looking all kinds of weak. Actually, I would argue that Meta's maybe holding you back a little bit. RR just got to, look, it just made the first move. If it gets to 480 to complete the thought, getting out of the top, the reason for that is look at the daily chart. 1, 2, 3. This is a quadruple top. Daily, it gets to that 480. So I'm spotting that 475 zone to try to take the stay out. So we've got V. It can't go red now. Stop anytime it does this break to the highs. My stop moves from the prior wick to break even, and if we set up a good trend line, then I can get out on trend, which it looks like it's doing. Like it's kind of doing what it hasn't retested. So looking for that 475 zone on this bad boy. Still crazy that Micron hasn't broken out yet. Like with all the strength in the market, it's been all anyone talks about is Micron is the greatest, and obviously is so understandable, blah blah blah, and yet this is double topped. You'd argue triple topped, and then go to the pre-market, so quadruple top this morning, and no 412 breakout on Micron. I wanted it to break the high, and then look for a mean reversion trade. I'm kind of sticking with that. But if I was looking for the trend break, it's like it happened here and then held the high. So I'm going to slap the fail because if anything, there's the morning trend, there's the trend break. It goes to VWAP once, it goes up again, and it goes to VWAP again. That's twice it's gone to VWAP, and I'm waiting for it to false break the 412 level to take that short. It is what it is. I'm not going to chase it now. I'm kind of made my bed saying I'm waiting for a false break of 412, so I'm just going to wait again for a false break of 412. All right, so Rich Tech, this is like put up or shut. This move has to get to a test of 475, or I'm going to end up trailing out of it here on our small cappers. Certainly ruling the day. This could be spicy if it even breaks out above here, but I'll just take the move inside the range.
All right, come on, futures. Hopefully we get a little bit of move. There is a number coming up at 10:30, I believe. Let me double check what that is. No, nothing on our.
No, I don't think.
Dallas something coming up, so I don't know what's up with that. But yeah, if Microsoft loses the bid, we should have a downside play right in front of us right now. So let's see if that can continue to go. CRML autonomous drone story right now. That's starting to move lower, I guess. This has been kind of an interesting. I mean, everybody that jumped on board with the news of Greenland sort of bought near these highs, obviously near $20. But the high is really all the way up here, so there still is some love for CRML. But that is making. And we talked about USAR and some of those other names moving around there. But critical metals, nice downside play. There's a lot of people mentioning a lot of different names in the chat. We do have Move. That was another one for you sort of small cap gap traders there. This was trading yesterday. This is already halted numerous times. And I mean, look at this daily move. It's just like move something, get out the way.
Get out the way.
Huge move, man. Fish, I think it says, get out the way. When you're fishing, you want to get that big fish. So, $12.50, huge move up to $30, and halted already 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Moving around right now. That is for sure. And then Big Bear AI, man. This is what happens when you deploy their systems. You make it to the Super Bowl. So shout out to the New England Patriots for using Big Bear AI body scanners, thermal sensors, and whatnot. They also got a deal with the U.S. government to track border controls there as far as it was called Cargo Steer, was the company that they had purchased last week, where they can scan through different cargo shipments and whatnot to see what's inside. Obviously, some sort of heat mapping and whatnot going on there as well. So I like Big Bear AI, and I think it's a great long-term hold, which is why it's a play for me into 2026. All right, so futures, man, they basically bounced off the 50-period moving average. So we're able to empty it out. Like I said, it's not going to be. We're short at the level we want to be. So if it does break through here on the weekly or on the monthly here, actually for the come on chart, pull down. The TQs, this is, I just want to explain my position just so you guys know that we're not just putting on some random here. This is 56.50 right here. So this is all month for the futures and NASDAQ. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening there. I have it just ticking a little bit higher than this, 56.50, and we're out. So right now, I think this is well worth a 12-cent talk. So that's what we're short right now, 49, sorry. So yeah, 12, 13 cents worth of risk I think is worth it here in case we do get a downside play. Really light on news so far this morning, right? There hasn't been like a sort of a crazy breaking story or anything like that, but
I know you say that and then we're going right.
I don't know if this is a segment or not, but it's not. Okay, so maybe a news piece here. Dare give us something.
It's like
it's not breaking because I actually already mentioned it, but I just want to bring this up again because Ford's actually moving quite nicely here. Around 10 a.m., we did get what looks like a press release here from Ford announcing that they have appointed Lisa Drake, their new president of Ford Energy, and also mentioning here in the same announcement that the company will be launching a new battery energy storage business. Now around 10:20 a.m., so 20 minutes after this headline came out, I started seeing people post about this new battery energy storage business, which is why I looked into this. Again, this came out at 10 a.m., but new business here for F. Just wanted to mention that. This one is quite strong, though. As Sean and Neil mentioned, there's really not been much of any big breaking news today. Back to you.
You are right about that intraday, but that doesn't mean that you don't keep your ear to the ground, which we always do, and that's why we have it there and appreciate you there. So I've to it in a quick second. I moved my stop on RR to try to trail it, but Intel, after trading it under VWAP, it kind of didn't run the high, but it just broke trend. So on a 3-minute chart, there's our trend line. This is the rejection. It's so tight to VWAP that I want to see it lose the volume weighted average price before getting in and then just give it to the prior bar. That's always the plan of action. But Intel starting to set up again. Save that. I don't want that to go the next time I look at it. But RR, why is it not? It's weird. RR is not in my drop down. It always, see, look.
It is. No, it isn't.
It is, but like it doesn't. Let me try it again. There we go.
It's there. Yeah.
I get so used to using, if you just start typing a symbol, it auto-completes for you. And it's like a pain in the butt, so when it's not the top. But I've moved my trail up to this prior bar. We've wicked 460 a couple of times here. So if we lose this prior bar, I'm out. Otherwise, I'm gunning kind of for this high of the day here in RR. After the VWAP trade worked out for VWAP, and we talked about this with, and I don't know if he'll be on this week, but we have Luis here from Real Trading on at least every other week, and both he and Sharif talk about specifically VWAP on these gap plays. If it makes a pre-market high and can't hold VWAP, I don't like the long until it shows me that it can. And if it just continues underneath the entire way, then maybe you look for shorts underneath. But it confirmed here with this wick that it was holding. You jump in, play one range, look to hold for the next, and we'll see if this one can continue to go. Oh wow, 190 on NVIDIA incoming?
That's the problem with this market, man.
Wow,
it's not stopping anymore.
NVIDIA is looking like a rocket ship. All right, this might actually mean, the way this is going, that we don't get this hold under VWAP for the short on Intel. Yeah, the way this market's going, maybe we just blow out the top and I do get 45s.
On Intel, yeah, Intel is going to be, come on, Intel 45s?
That's the resistance level.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I had written down Intel today 43 long, so yeah, I wasn't sure it was up there that high, but it's 43.80 as I look at that right now. So let's see, right there, right now. Okay, man, I just asked Bart. Hey, what's up, Bart? Mentioned in the chat that these levels are probably the right short right here for the TQs, and I said, well, how do you know that? This is the response: magic. So I like that kind of talk, except for magic is pretty hard to replicate. Well, if normal magic's not, but you know, if I don't know what the magic is, then it's very, very hard.
Daughter's working on. She loves magic.
Yeah, we have one of those little magic sets that we had for our kids a long time.
She's got a couple, but she learned a new trick that I'm trying to. She's perfecting it.
Right.
See if I can get her to do it on camera. But yesterday, it's a snow day, and so we were doing whatever. We had built a fort, and we're doing a lot of stuff. But there's this card trick that she's starting to get pretty good at.
Of course.
Cool with it. I'll show it to you guys. But she loves
magic, yeah.
Watching magic shows, and especially on YouTube. Well, I try to explain to her magic on YouTube and the shorts is not quite the same as stage magicians, because I think part of the issue with magic on YouTube is you get the right angle and then you can practice a million times to get it right.
It is more impressive in person.
A stage magician has to nail it right then and there in front of you and can't just show you the best take out of like 150, but still, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty cool. I like magic for sure. Let her watch some David Blaine out there. Pretty cool stuff there. We watched with my kids, and I could barely watch it, was that Alex Hanifold or whatever, the guy that climbed the Taipei 101.
That's crazy.
Holy shit, that's
crazy. I'm not trying. I can't.
I couldn't look at some of the stuff.
No, because if a dude's gonna, I'm not watching a dude die.
Yeah, well, neither am I. But I already knew that we watched
the live thing.
I already knew that he was there, and I was like, holy crap, like what a spectacle, I guess, to be at if you were there live. I cannot believe, if you have a chance and you have Netflix, you have a way of watching it, go watch that immediately.
It's cool.
It's one of the
you
most
heard
awesome
about that.
things you're gonna watch.
You heard about that dude, like he basically doesn't have fear. Like
no shit.
Like but literally, like it's like a thing in his like brain. Like medically speaking, he just does not feel fear the way that a regular human being does.
Oh no, that's obvious. He sits there on a ledge just with his fingertips and can go his body weight like 600 chin-ups.
Oh, he's
just with the tips of his fingers.
Yeah.
Talk about, it's like some gorilla strength there, man. That guy is absolutely insane. Looks like the is going to blow this top through, so we're going to get stopped out right there. Oh, almost. Did we? Yes. Okay. Takes out 65s there on the NASDAQ, so that's a downside play there. Okay, well, we might still get out at 70s right now. Let's take a shot at this one. What's up, Adara?
Boeing earnings call happening right now that started at 10:30 a.m. CEO Kelly Ortberg saying that apparently they're currently staffing their new 737 production line in anticipation of moving to 47 jets a month later this year. Their current production here for the 737 is 42 a month, so that would be another production hike here for BA. Again, Kelly Ortberg, CEO of the company, saying the company is staffing their new 737 production line, hoping they can increase their monthly production by 5 jets per month. I do also want to mention GLW because this one has been incredibly strong today. This is Corning. There was a catalyst in this name. It was actually on our Trader TV Live watch list this morning as well, with Meta apparently making a $6 billion deal. They're going to invest up to $6 billion in Corning for their cables. Back to you.
Okay. Well, which was the market breaking higher at the moment that Intel is taking out underneath VWAP. So the market makes a high, and it looks like Intel's going to break down. It's the same plan of action before. It breaks down this little bid that it had at 43.75, so I just punched the 74s. This bar here is like basically evens, so call it like 44 even. It's like a penny or two away, but that's going to be the end. That's going to be the exit point, and we're looking for a play into the low of the day. If we can hold on to, there's your high, there's your lower high. If it holds on to this trend under VWAP, then it becomes an add on the trend line. And then at some point, if we extend down maybe to 43.30, then I would move the stop down into the trend. Hopefully this one moves a little faster than, like USAR is just an oddly, I mean the structure of it's kind of hilariously working, but not breaking down again. So it broke that low. Oh, these wicks here are the problem. Breaks the low here, throw the stop to the prior bar, tests it, doesn't break, and is now fading lower, but it hasn't given me that one-to-one yet. Like it's just sort of hanging in the bottom of the range, looking for that flush, but it could be coming in now as we're sliding back into low. So Intel, new position for me. RR looks like it's holding the level we jumped out. If it retests and holds VWAP, I don't mind getting back in at the volume weighted average price, but I'm gonna sit this one out until we either get that or I can see how it reacts to that 480 level. And the reason, part of the reason for taking it out, again, if you're just looking at Rich Tech Robotics for the first time today, I know it's a popular one on the visualizer. It's still, actually, it's still number 1 on the visualizer. USAR is going to be number 2 in here. It just comes down to this level on the daily. Like this big time top here on the daily at about $4.80. That's the reason that I was out early on this. Just a huge resistance on the daily chart. Let's go to Adara again at the desk.
Just going to do a quick sector watch now. It's interesting because the sector board is itself quite mixed. There's a lot of sectors that are strong, a lot of sectors that are weak, but generally things for the most part are moving together as a group. Now there are some notable exceptions, so we'll start with those. Health services generally incredibly weak with both UNH and HUM down roughly 20% at their lows of day after we get this Medicare insurer rate proposal coming out here. But I guess worth noting here, HCA up about 10%. Then you've got tech services, which is also really mixed. Google and Microsoft both up roughly 1% on the day. But then you've got the likes of Oracle, ServiceNow to the downside. Adobe also down 3.5%. Other than that, though, generally these sectors are moving as a group. Producer manufacturing, health tech, and electronic technology very strong, while finance, commercial services, and communications all pretty weak today. So a bit of a mixed look with communications. You're going to get Verizon and AT&T. Certainly a sector to keep an eye on heading into the rest of the week. I believe Verizon on Friday morning and AT&T tomorrow morning, I believe. Back to you.
Yeah, we do have some good earnings coming up very, very soon. I'm actually going to, if you guys just go over to TTV Research,
yeah, that's
right now. This is Adara's sort of X page that she's managing there, and you could see this is what's coming on here, January the 27th today. We've already had in the pre-market pretty much everything come through today. Well, we can go over them all right now too. Boeing, nice move today, actually heading a little lower. We'll talk about that. AAL, Raytheon, UNH down 20%, GM up 7%. Tonight we've got some more tech names though coming through. Seagate, Texas Instruments, Logitech there, and then big time. I don't know where. Oh, here, this is the weekly one right into here. So yeah, we're going late on these days with you guys. Wednesday, Thursday. So tomorrow and Thursday, we will be discussing all of this, man. Microsoft, Meta, IBM, and Tesla. Where's Obi when you need it? Oh boy, those are some big names coming through tomorrow after market. Starbucks tomorrow morning should be pretty good.
Throw in Lam there as well. I mean,
yeah. Tomorrow morning is going to be a good one, and then Lam Research tomorrow night. Yeah, and IBM. We didn't even look at that. Las Vegas Sands.
Got a lot to.
There's a lot of names that people own. That's for sure. And then even tomorrow, big time holdings there. Caterpillar, and then we see what happens with some of these memory names, and then of course, and Western Digital, and the biggest and the baddest name right there, Apple. Happening with them tomorrow, but pretty good so far. I didn't even look at Nucor, steel name, but yeah, so far so good on the earnings reports. I mean,
I don't
know. Intel, we already looked at that, but this is the big one that many traders are sort of somewhat nervous about. I think like they sort of sent this to the downside with a bad. Sort of justify the foundry there and giving us no news on customers or anything. And apparently later on Q3 or so of this year, Intel's going to have some sort of an investor day or whatever and tell us what's good. So Intel right now, nice downside move. And then on the 777 here for Boeing, apparently there's some story right here. Launched a global e-commerce platform. They're going through their call right now. So lots of stuff happening with Boeing. Just be careful if you're in this name. It started to tick a little bit lower there. I thought the call was about 10:30, right? Yeah, so it started there. And Adara's already given us the update. So on anything right now, they're continuous certifying this 77X, and Adara has the story right now for you on Boeing.
You mentioned that 777X thing, Sean. What's interesting is this actually ends up being more of a GE story, because what Boeing says is that they identified a durability issue on their 777X engine with GE. Now, they did say that they don't expect the GE engine issue to impact 777X delivery, but as we get this, GE kind of drops out of nowhere, and they were actually up on the day. So GE potentially reacting to this Boeing call. We also have Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg saying that they're working with GE to understand the engine issue with 777X so that they can finalize the root cause and corrective action. So GE probably going to remain on watch for a bit here as we get more 777X talks. Back to you.
Okay. You like
As
those
pointed
talks?
out
Like those talks?
by Trader Forever, it looks like at least on a closing basis or an intraday basis, we just made a high on the SPY. Maybe not an actual wick high, but on an intraday,
look at that.
like an intraday basis, the SPY just ran through the tops. You're not going to be able to say the same thing about the Qs, however, but the Qs have been a bit of a different beast here. Like I said, we're getting close. A local high was broken on the Qs, but you've still got, get this out of the way. You've still got at least half, maybe even more than a percent, half percent to go. Yeah, like $3 or $4 there on the Qs. We're still going to have room to go. But the SPY breaking out those highs, and what really GME? Okay, so GME, it was consolidating at VWAP. It's not anymore. That's now breaking heavily away from the volume weighted average price. So this one's starting to go. Might have missed this one. I was looking for this confirmation here, and then, okay, so we break VWAP, we hold VWAP. Let's get it on this candle. Well, that candle just went a full percent on its own. So GameStop, the third entry, is going to be a bit of a miss. Where's Apple as we're breaking these highs? The problem with Apple is now it doesn't even look that good. It's like a head and shoulders kind of thing going on for Apple. Like the long was early. Yeah. Weird. And then Intel holds on, so it does hold on to the prior bar. There's no add unless this is putting in lower highs. As I said, I want it holding on to this downward trend, and once it establishes that we're holding this trend, I can look to add to the position and then move the stop from there to the trend line, which right now is exactly the same. So until that starts working downside more, we're not adding to that position. We got a super chat here from Alberta Gloater. Alberta Gloater.
Yes.
It's an interesting name. Talking trash from Alberta. To you, thoughts on a swing long? The BDAI deal, right? Was that them?
Maybe.
Was it?
I can't even remember really what Lumen does, to be honest with you, right now. LUMN. Are they? They're not LiDAR, are they? Okay.
No, it was Palantir, not
telecommunications, carriers, service global enterprises. Yeah. Palantir, a full suite of communication services, co-location, data center services. Okay, so, all right. So if you're talking about Lumen for a swing long here, seems like they're in the, now that I just read sort of the co-location data centers, so on and so forth. We've seen move up for CoreWeave, obviously, over the last little while as well. And I mean, you're talking about a swing trade long. Yeah, you're starting to period average. Hold down here at 750, looking like it wants to break out there a little bit for Lumen. So this to me is looking fine. I just want to see what the data is here for Lumen just to get going. And here it is. I'll put this up on the screen to show you guys. This is the Pro platform, and we can just go up here and see February the 3rd. So again, it's not making any money, no current PEs, with a short float of just 9%. So that's actually not too bad. We don't mind that kind of a short float as well. But yeah, it looks like it's setting up there for that swing long, I would say. You know, breaking through this $10, it won't stop now. You get into this 11 area. Yeah, good trade. I like it. I think the space is right. We just talked about that CoreWeave deal as well. So yeah, Lumen trying to find its footing, and you might have got a good one there. And thank you, Alberta Gloater, there for the super chat. It seems like Lumen might be the right space at the right time. So yeah, good little look there. Boeing still talking. Are we going to Adara for that, or? Oh, Money Talks. Okay, wow, it's 10:50 already. Wow, Money Talks with Adara. Then we'll figure out what was for lunch. It was jerk chicken yesterday.
Oh, come on.
So yeah, we'll hear about that when we get back. And it's a Money Talks to go find out about the Dixie, the dollar.
Let's hope for a less spicy lunch today, but let's also talk here about the GBP USD before we get to that Dixie, Sean, because Great British Pound doing quite well in the US dollar. Now, I've seen this basically just attributed more to dollar weakness than to strength specifically in the GBP, but interesting look here for the US dollar. Now let's go to see that DXY chart. Big drop here for the DXY. We're coming into some lowest levels since this September of 2025. This is that low we made on the September Fed meeting. We'll talk Fed in a minute, but right now I want to discuss this weakness in the dollar. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, there is some speculation that the US Treasury is signaling potential support for the Japanese yen. Now, apparently, finance minister has also signaled that they are willing to act in the Forex markets if need be. So could be some yen intervention. That's being to a good portion of the DXY weakness as far as I've seen those ahead of this Fed meeting. Now, I want to share this infographic again because I do think it's worth knowing how splintered the Fed is right now. Only 75% of the voting members of the Fed actually voted for the rate cut that we had at that last meeting. That's two Feds voting in a more hawkish way, one voting more dovishly. Now, I do also want to mention this is going to be the last meeting for at least one Fed member. He's not a voting member currently, so he's not here. He actually retires or leaves the Fed here, resigns as of January 31st, 2026. So this will be his last Fed meeting. This could also be the last meeting for Fitzmyron, because Fitzmyron's term, because he was filling in for Feds Kugler, technically expires on January 31st, but he could also always be renewed. So potentially Fitzmyron's last meeting, definitely Fed Bostic's. Let's talk here, though, about the rate odds. They're exactly the same they were yesterday. 97.2% of participants expecting rates will be held. A meager 2.8%, just 2.8% expecting a cut. Back to you.
Yeah.
USAR down 5%. Yeah, that's coming back.
Red wire.
Shreve
just came was a
little bit there. Yeah, he's getting they're getting locked.
So the only like longer term trade, when I say longer term, it's all day trade. The only non-scalp trade that set up for me was actually USAR, this 25 break, and we held it for like a half an hour while it pressed into this high, but it just wicked me out. And again, my stop has been that bar the entire time. That might be a bad wick out. If we close back under, I'll take another shot at it because, like I said, the structure of it's holding out pretty well. Yeah, this is looking like that's looking like a wick out. So I'll try to jump back in and then just give it a couple of extra cents. And then a similar thing for Intel. Like, it was good early. We took the trend breakdown, but then it took out the prior bar. So this was another one, just like you sit in the trade, wait for it to either go or wait for it to break out that stop. This is something looking a little bit stronger to set upside. That being said, Rich Tech, which we were just mentioning, it's not this technically wouldn't be an all-day trend line, but for all intents and purposes, at the open, high or low, this is holding the trend to set upside. And that sets me up for that 480 on the daily. That's resistance up there. And if you lose a resistance level and break trend, it's a scalp trade into VWAP for me. So if we fail to break at 480, I still like the long in the stock, but I'll probably have to pay for, you got to pay for locates here, so go ahead and do that. But you break this trend line, scalp to the volume weighted average price on Rich Tech. But I got to go pay for locates. They'll be cheap.
And Rich Tech Robotics, yeah.
They'll be like
everything was, I got some, what did I get for Obi yesterday? It was something, I think it was CoreWeave, actually. CoreWeave, let's check out CoreWeave.
CoreWeave?
Yeah, you had to pay for CoreWeave, but it was like, it was a sixth of a penny. It was like one of those free ones there. So yeah, we had no problem doing that yesterday. And you actually wound up holding something yesterday, which was a good move. We don't today. We have Joe and Sharif, so that's going to be a treat for everybody as the midday show is back to normal attendance. Yeah, there's that 110. I mean, CoreWeave, what a great opportunity to trade that there the last couple of days with that new news from NVIDIA and their investment. Good job there. All right, man, finally. Money. You know, someone said, like, you know, you must be, you know, share sort of agnostic here with how high this TQs go up. I go, nah, I'm just a fool. And I just, for some reason, these guys trust me and give me a huge stop. So, yeah, we're just going to keep on averaging in here until this doesn't work out. 56.70, like we are just very, very close to getting blown through right there. And that's still going to be our stop. So that's what we're going to do there on the TQQs. I do like Big Bear AI. Thank you for the question there. Diet soda. And I do prefer Diet Pepsi over Diet Coke. But yeah, BBAI, really? Nice move up 3% today. I like their technology. I like this as a long-term hold. And it's not the sexiest name around. I mean, you can clearly see right here just by looking at the daily chart. It's done jack all right here for 2 months, 3 months. This is November. So up and down and around, and we talked about, you know, some of these names. The Palantir is very, very similar, although Palantir had a similar high on earnings and then fell back in. So Big Bear AI, you know, technically I like it at this level because it's a 200 period, but honestly, there's really no momentum in the name right now. So whenever a stock is sleeping like this, it's not really, like, you can nibble in, which I'm doing, and we've talked about, you know, buying some off the 200 period moving average. But ahead of anything going wrong, you're going to be killed if this name, something goes out, either a downgrade or Their technology is legit, so I'm not too worried about that. They're signing up U.S. Army deals with major corporations. We talked about that, the Kraft Group and whatnot, and major airports across the nation. % short. So when they get something right, this name is going to just blast through. And Big Bear AI, I still like it. I got to support that name, and we've been in that name for a while. You guys know the story there. We were in at like 3 or 4. Our average price is still 420. So that's still the average price. But you know, we got out on the way up this first time where it went like this, went parabolic. This is where we got out of it that next time, where we said we were buying this dip into the 200 period, gave us an average price of that 420. Then we were out like first tranche right here, 550. This was the 550, 650, 850. Those are all of our outs, you know, documented, talked about on the show. Came back in, did not rebuy it, and have rebought a little bit down into here. We purchased, this was one of our plays for the year. Let's wait to see what's going on with that play. All right, man. Yesterday was jerk chicken. The flag was Jamaican. All right, today's French flag. Oh, we like the French flag. I mean, that's, you know, generally, other than Italian, probably
there's nothing,
second best cuisine.
Yeah, but there's nothing that the caterer that's on the usual menu that I would classify as French. I have no idea what this is going to be.
I don't even know what this is.
Exactly.
Green?
That's a problem.
Does this make sense? Green peppercorn chicken. Peppercorns, I think, are black. A green peppercorn chicken with some ratatouille. There it is, French.
I actually don't think that you should
baked
describe anything chicken related with the word green.
Yeah. Green, maybe green sauce. I don't know. Baked potatoes, mixed green salad. If you're French, I'm sorry, but that's what's there today. And
That doesn't even sound like it's French.
no, today's
Green chicken.
breakfast was scrambled eggs and bacon. Wasn't bad. And then we always get the bagels and all that kind of stuff. That side of it. But yeah, that's what's for lunch today there. Green peppercorn chicken.
Gray. Okay, gray matter just said in the chat, peppercorns are black, white, pink, and green. Okay, so.
Okay, yeah, could be.
So green peppercorns. But what makes that French? I've literally never heard of it.
French is more like the fine dining, right? The little, you know, attention to details there. So maybe the green peppercorn chicken there. Ratatouille, a French word at least. All right, so yeah, the mistrade today for me, Intel for sure.
About that
mistrade today is Apple. You know, but whatever, man. Woe is me. Someone in the chat there called this out. Great call out at the 200 period there. 259.50, man. You could have just ran that thing $1. Like, so stupid, man. You take 1,000 shares, you make a week or something.
Oh, it's a green peppercorn sauce.
Yeah, that's what I said. It could potentially be a sauce.
Okay.
It doesn't say sauce. I don't know. Who knows if it's a sauce or not? But
just someone in the chat's like, oh, it's probably a sauce.
Yeah.
Would be a thing.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
well,
that's what I said. I said maybe the corn should be interesting there today. But yeah, Apple missed, Intel as well on the downside, man. Those are the two trades we had. We missed them all, but they didn't exactly hit our levels. Intel was along at 43, and we'll see where it goes from here. But yeah, that's it for us right now. Anything you're working on here before
topping that RR broke that 480 level. Remember, it's been a good long, but this is the level, and this is a huge level on the daily. It's a quadruple top. So for me, if it breaks trend on a false break here, I'm looking for just a VWAP retracement play to the south side. Shorts were relatively cheap. We do have Joey. Oh, before we go to Joe and Sharif, we're going to take you to the desk. I think we've got some news, and then we'll pop it over Joey options and Sharif.
Really quickly, guys, this is a $6 move for Boeing right here. I was looking to kind of see what this headline was. There was one from at Boeing during their call, said that they delivered their first operational T-7A Red Hawk to the U.S. Air Force at Joint Base San Antonio. Back to you.
This sounds dangerous, Neil.
Why are you leaning in like that?
I don't know.
Boom! Greetings and salutations. Beautiful people, welcome back to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Crutches, and I'm Sharif. And let's say hello to everybody. There's going to be a new Joey like nickname every day. We're going to try to figure one out. But you're a good sport like that, so I never even worry.
I'm good with that.
And Gaming TV. Shout out to you, Mike PD Rider. We got Joey Gets Distracted, and shout out to Rex Banner. Avil. We got Jesse. We got We got Jody, Joey. We got John, Tarzan. Shout out to the Fluffsters, Fluffy Hippo. Another OG, the OG Gorev, MF Dangerous. Shout out to Andrew Chow. We got Jaguar Nut, Cowboy Mike. Sit and Spin. We got Ronaldo, Texas Boy, Spark Shop. Shout out to Scoogies, My Garn. All right, Dino. We got Nico Wagner. Shout out to West Music Factory and Gary Retired. Dimitri's in the house. Robert Lewis is in the house. We got Eclectic Passions and Vizbot. Clutch One joining us as well. Who else? Kirk D. Show yourself, guys, if you're new. Holly. We got Jordy. We got Trader V. Eddie the Dealer. Who else? Robert Lewis. Wyatt. Rainmaker. TJ Kodak. Kirk. I said Kirk D. Canny. I thought it was Carney for a second there. Rickick. And Green Saber 005. Joey, options.
Yes, sir.
There is a more than zero probability we are heading back to the polls in the spring. Word on the street is we may be going back to the election polls as
snap election.
Yeah.
I don't know why we're going to spend the taxpayers' money on
The Billy, oh yeah, that money. Don't worry.
put that money anywhere. Here's to say.
The thing
is, though, if you start to make fun of somebody making fun of themselves, it's good. What do you mean? Well, you said, and I got the shirt as well. The thing is, though, also don't forget that your boy, as an honorable mention pick, has Rich Tech Robotics. So it's guys, there's enough of things. I love these markets and see what we got going on. Joe, give me all right, guys, let's get right into what we're trading here today. We'll start it off with AAPL. We did the short as it was holding volume weighted average price. We get 25% off right here, and then we get some remaining as it comes back in. So we're going to keep our eye on potential continuation to the downside here in AAPL. So that was working out pretty good for us. And we also have Rich Tech Robotics. Yeah, this was unfortunate. We got it way too early, but that's okay. We get that move higher. You know what? It's starting to come against this pullback was a little bit different, where I was also trailing stop on that. But I mean, it's trading significantly higher when it kept the bottom, but that is what it should have and what it is. Don't necessarily play that. Now, what is on my radar here this morning, guys? Let's pull this up. That's the SLV, AAL, and Rich Tech Robotics. Also, we have you want to keep an eye on the SPCE. Now we have silver. Talking about this yesterday, guys. Keep an eye on this. Where are you? Los Polios and everyone. Everyone who likes to use volume price analysis within their intraday swing trading. Here it is, right? This is the largest volume from a daily perspective that we've seen in a long, long time. Multiple days here on SLV. And then sure enough, we had buyers push price all the way up to around 107 roughly, north of that, and then selling down in the post market, we're seeing some more as well. So for the next couple of days, I have it written down. I have a short this here on SLV, and I like that we're starting to reject the weighted average price. So I'm going to be looking to get involved on silver. The downside, like it match. All right, let's get to work here, maybe. All right, first, super. What's up, Patrick? Thank you very much for the $2 super. Patty saying, looking for re-entry on AVAV. What's a good price? Let's look at AVAV. Patty, and then we're going to look at what's on the side chart in the world of small cap gaps today. So let's look quick here. AV. No, not AV. All right, AVAV. We got AeroVironment, Joey. All right, so this is the daily. Looks like we're definitely locked in the range here in around 400. Looks like resistance. We rejected that level twice, whether it was in October or whether it was again recently here on the 16th of January. I like this price right here, Patty. $300. Number one, psychological support at 300-ish. Number two, take a gander at that breakout back in June. Those were, I believe, all-time highs at the time. At 300 level, we drop a little bit. We go back to 200. Then it's a rocket ship from September 9th onwards into that 400. So I like that 300 area. It's not bad. I'm also looking at the 200
found support there multiple times on the daily, whether it was as recent as mid-December or mid-December and early January, found a nice support at the 200 simple moving average, which is the purple line on my chart. The blue line is the exponential. I have them for different reasons. So 300 I like, 260 to 270 I certainly like as well. I would wait to see whether or not this starts printing higher lows and higher highs. Gives you that curling effect, Patty, off that $300 level. You don't have to catch a falling knife. Let it prove to you that the buyers are stepping in by waiting for higher lows and higher highs. If you don't want to wait in 300 and then you DCA a planned dollar cost average into the 200, it found a clear area of support there. Like it in and around there. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about over here, sorry I didn't put in the ticker, I do apologize. It is a $15 billion market cap, and it's a defense tech provider delivering integrated capabilities across. Okay, so that's going right into the defense watch list over here. We've been looking to add names. Thank you for that, Patty. I need more names on my military defense watch list. Yeah, Joey. I mean, let's cut the crap, bro.
Yeah.
The world is rearming, and there's going to be a lot of money to be made.
You and I were just talking about off camera is Canada is doing the opposite.
Well, domestically, but for the military, we're going to spend through the nose in the next decade. So hopefully,
I don't know if this is appropriate, but there's a reason why, in my opinion, there's a reason why it's really tough to invade America. When there's more guns than people.
Dude, okay, we're getting back from Madeira. Did you look at when President Trump was making certain overtures? The Canadian military actually diagrammed out a possible invasion from the south, and it's 2 days and it's over.
It's that, man.
Yeah,
It's that, yeah.
We got to go to it.
Yeah.
I have a couple pieces of news. I'll start here with the more, I think, recent and pressing one that would be LCID Neuro, which is in a robotaxi collaboration with Uber and Lucid, announcing that they are now testing autonomy on public roads in the California Bay Area, preparing for a launch later in 2026. So LCID, nice robotaxi update. You could check UBER with this as well, but Uber not moving. Lucid did get a bit of a pop. Boeing also on watch. CEO Kelly Ortberg continues his comments in this call. Boeing is up 13, was up as much as $13 from the lows on this call. Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg saying that 787 average rework is down 30%. They're trying to ramp that 737 rate up to 47 jets per month. So some commentary here from the call from the CEO and CFO. Just be aware, BA very much still volatile and moving, and Lucid with that robotaxi news. Back to you.
Very impressed with how Boeing deliveries, doubling it essentially year over year in the month of December. We're going to do a deep dive into that on the news segment, so make sure you're sticking around with us at 1 o'clock. We're going to go through everything ad nauseum. All right, let's get to work here. So here are the small cap gappers that I'm keeping my eye on at the moment, but I do see there is one halted, but on low volume, so we'll neglect that one for now. What I like here is RDW. RDW looking real good. It had a really bad day yesterday. Right from the get-go, sold off quite aggressively from the top of the pre-market high to the low that we made at around 3 o'clock. We lost 17 3/4. It recovered a little bit. But recall that RDW has been having a great couple of days. And you can always tell by whether or not this has been in play because I'll put the ticker in multiple times. I'll do it on a daily basis. I won't move it over from the prior day. RDW, beautiful, taking out, I want to say Friday's high, which was in and around 13.5. Yeah, 13. Cleared that and then some. 14.55 high, dropping down now into what I perceive to be an interesting level. I see a buy area here on RDW between 13.50 to 13.75. The reason I say that is the closing prints on this breakout here right at 940, so the implied balance high ends up rejecting 13.75, but the closing prints are all at or below 13.50. So that creates a buy zone for me, a 25 penny buy zone. That doesn't hold. Your boy's looking at the volume weighted average price here at 13.25. But I have to say this again, I'm sorry. This has to be a buy zone. VWAP's at 13.25, but very clear area of action resistance at 13. Take a gander there, what we did in the pre from 720 about 825. We couldn't shake that seller at 13. That all changed, of course, right at 9:35 when the volatility and the volume, I should say, came in at the open. So RDW
13.75, buy zone number 1, 13.25. 13 buy zone number 2. We'll see how this one goes. But I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about Rich Boy. No, I'm sorry, Rich Tech Robotics. No, this looks fantastic. I mean, it looked like it was going to sell off quite aggressively from that 8 a.m. spike. We're trading below the volume weighted average price, but that all changed at around 10 o'clock on volume, mind you. This candle here, the breakout candle, 1.6 million shares, puts us decidedly above VWAP, and now we're leaving VWAP in the rear view. In fact, we're not even touching the 10 EMA on the 5, so strong is the price action the last time we touched that 10 EMA, 10.25. So what I'm going to be looking for is a hold of prior area low, and as Obi would say, I'm looking for a holding of structure here. I don't want to see a break of structure, and what I mean by structure is like, look at this. We consolidate, stair step up, consolidate, hold the prior area resistance as support, area resistance as support, break up again. So let's see if we can pick up that $5 area, 495 high on RR. HUYA also probably should feature into your small cap gappers today. It's not a big, it's about a little bit below 20% at the moment, 19.89. Looks like it might be a flat top here at 435, and let me make my case as to why. Area low, higher low. So what does that mean? That means we got a whole bunch of higher lows, all the while we're all rejecting at that 435 with the high being 437. That's an ascending wedge, and to me, it makes it a good flat top break candidate. Where we go, your guess is as good as mine. We can do some TA in a little bit. PHG. This one was a monster in the aftermarket yesterday. Goodness gracious. From the closing print at $4.09 to the high in the aftermarket, we were up an eye 165%, and that was freaking, man, 405 breakout, and we got to the high, I want to say, at 5. So within an hour, we were up 165% on PHG. Now, it doesn't look that great. Area high, lower high, yes, and we're still fighting that lower high. So that's unbroken, okay? And I'm not talking about the CrossFit, the clothing line. You ever seen that one, unbroken? No, the CrossFit clothing line?
No.
It's like because you can do like, you know, pull-ups, dips, unbroken, because you're
time in 2 weeks yesterday.
Upper
But I
body?
totally hit the machines. Yeah, that's all.
Who cares, bro? That's exactly. I told you your upper body's going to be tunk.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, dude.
We're ready to rock and roll, man.
PHG, guys. I'm looking at PHG over here. What I'd like to see, though, is a decided break of that pre-market high. So that that official high of the day, 940. We got into, I want to say, 795. This one, you know, could be a double top, could be a nice breakthrough 8. Let's let it break that downtrend line. But PHG is up 83%. It's got a feature on your list there. Sorry, Joe. I got a couple more. XHLD. XHLD, yes. See the super chat? I'll get to it in 1 second. Let me just go through XHLD. This one also beautiful breakout at 940. Did basically nothing in the pre on almost no volume, but it's doing plenty of volume now. It's got 58.2 million shares traded. The problem with this, though, is we see this a lot, right? Where it has its best move. This case is 290. And then we start bringing in the lower highs, the unbroken lower highs. And that's exactly what we're doing here on XHLG. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is it's still strong enough to stay above the volume weighted average price, which is currently at around 230. But that ain't the move, because it can give up VWAP quicker than you can say, how do you do? So what I'm going to be looking for here is a decided break of that downtrend line to show me, you know, that the buyers are regaining control. I'm going to be looking for that trend line break, as well as the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. We're going to keep an eye on XHLD. And GITS was the #1 gapper in the market, but that has since lost its way, and it looks like it's on the way down to 4, possibly even worse. 5.25 is where VWAP is. This is going to have to trend or move $1.25 for me to get involved. Now, let's have a look at what the OG Brent was saying there. Thank you, Brent, for the $5 super chat. It reads as follows. Thank you, Sharif, for talking. I have a coffee for you and your boy Joey options. I sold, look at this,
200 at $14.50 and 10 at $12.50 contract today. That's your world,
Bang,
Joey.
yeah, nice work, man. We love seeing that stuff.
Appreciate you, Brent.
Congratulations. Don't spend it all at one place, as I typically like to say. Make sure you hold on to some, and make sure you put on some more good trades. Keep those risk measures in check, and then sure enough, you're going to be continuously doing that over and over again. All right, enough is enough. Let's get into some AAL. We're going to try this one more time. If we break 1430s, then we're going to get out of this trade, no worries. So we'll give it approximately 15 cents, a little bit less, 13 to be exact. But we're going to try to get that test of the low a day once again. We're in the exact same size that we were before and looking to take a little bit more off. I told you I only took 25%. We're going to take a 33 slapper right at 13.95. if we are privileged enough to get that low here on AAL. American Airlines. Rich Tech Robotics looks like it wants to head to that $5 mark, guys. Some big time moves. Gorev, this is why I'm in AAL and loss. And for all my VPA traders, anyways, we got two inverted prints right here, right at the volume weighted average price. So we're having the inability to breach that specific indicator and head anywhere higher. So that's what we got going on. And we're slightly ITM. We like that as the NASDAQ and the SPY continue to grind to the top side, led by the likes of NVDA. I bought some more NVDA on Thursday and Friday, one in the long term. And then I'm also swinging a little bit currently right now from $87. So let's see if that's going to continue to climb. Maybe we can get up to 200. Leading into the earnings report. We have been stuck in a sideways consolidation for quite some time. Are we going to break out? I think buying the high isn't a horrible strategy either. Like, you got to take into consideration how many times the SPY in 2025 made a new all-time high, right? So if you get into the middle of pack with that, then sure enough, you're just continuously hitting those new marks. And here it is. We'll bring it up. Wow, 1 second, Adair. That's AVG. Yeah, I know. Rich Tech is up to $5. Your boy's got that on his honorable mention picks. Let's go. Yeah, I'm gonna drive you guys nuts with that. No, I'm obviously only being sarcastic, but here it goes, guys. We're starting to head to the top, towards the top end of this zone. 195 is going to be a key area. We're gonna go over to Adara. And then we're going to look at the supply zones via the options chain here on NVDA.
The Boeing call continues. We get comments now from the CFO of Boeing saying that they expect 90 to 100 787 jet deliveries this year. That would be up on a year-over-year basis. We also did have some comments from CEO Kelly Ortberg as well, saying that he doesn't think there's going to be any supply chain issues ramping up their production for the 737s from 42 to 47 per month. However, he does think it'll be a bit tough to ramp up production eventually from 47 to 52. Back to you. BA call continues.
Can I just mention it super quick? Or do you have,
go ahead, man.
Yeah?
I don't got anything.
Guys, we have a new IPO today. Shout out to Yannick, the OG, VTIX. It's Virtuix Inc. Going to be trading today. Today's the 27th, correct? Yes. Okay, so it's not open yet. It's a typical, not your typical tech IPO. It's a Kickstarter to NASDAQ success story. Virtuix is company behind Omni, that 360-degree treadmill you've likely seen viral in viral VR gaming videos. No. Listing type, direct listing. It's a DL. It's not an IPO. Interesting. Okay. Meaning the company didn't issue new shares to raise money, but allowed existing shareholders to sell. Market cap, we're talking about $250 million. Looks like Mark Cuban has a connection to this. He famously passed on the company during Shark Tank years ago, but later changed his mind and invested on 3 separate funding rounds. I'm seeing a tap of $30. I don't know what the IPO was. I'm gonna have to do a little bit more digging into that, but VTIX on the NQ. We'll see how this one is gonna look. I don't know why it's showing me 20 over here when the tap is showing 30. Let's take a quick look at the imbalance locator to see if we can find any information. We're gonna have to switch to the NASDAQ on this one, so we'll just go like that. We'll switch from New York to NASDAQ, apply okay. Let's go by paired volume. Let's see, VTIX, am I seeing anything? No, let's go to size. VT, do you see it?
No, I don't see it.
Neil, is there a search thing in this or no?
Probably not.
Alphabetical, perfect, Neil, thank you. Symbol, perfect. We'll just go all the way down to V. Show yourself, VTIX. I'm not seeing it. Oh, here. There it is, okay.
Got it.
So sell side with size of 4. And they've paired 4 needless to say, this is kind of small. Maybe maybe we'll delve into this one as much. I'm going to leave it on my last screen here, Joey, in case it really gets moving. We can trade it like a small cap.
Fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough. All right, guys, let's take a look at what we got going on here in the chain world. I was just we're not part of the chain gang or anything like that. There, Sharif. But listen, see this contract. When you say lies, that's crazy. I mean, let's take a look here, guys. I'm going to get involved in a little bit of silver as well. Just small. If it breaks, and sorry, I'm just jumping around a little bit. We're gonna get right back in. If we do crack 99.37s, then I'm gonna get out. We're printing 99s right now, so I do like our chances. But this is the January 30th 190 call, and this is where we're gonna be running into a lot of supply. Once we're $10, you're gonna lose 70% of the value of that contract right there. So keep an eye on this and how NVDA, the underlying itself, starts to react around that 190 zone. Which isn't horrible, but I want to be a little cautious on this. So let's head back over to the actual underlying and see what we got going on from a 5-minute standpoint to see if we're starting to slowly top out. And we have been consolidating within this supply zone for quite some time. So keep an eye out on what we've got going on here with NVDA at 190, just in case there is somewhat of some selling pressure starting to step back into this name. Now, we are short a little bit of SLV just due to the volatility increase. We start relatively small. We're still in that AAPL short. We're going to bring that up momentarily. Let's see if we can breach 98s here on SLV. That would be primetime Deion Sanders. And then sure enough, here we go. We're in at the exact same price roughly that we were before in AAPL. This is definitely going to be more of a slow mover, right? Like you have these ebbs and flows within it. The stronger momentum was definitely out of the gates and that opening auction. So keep an eye out on that. And sure, let's see if silver, we'll pull that up for you guys right now, is going to slowly start to break down. Again, I'm out of this really quick. If it wants to continue its grind higher, I have no issues with this, but I'm going for something from a daily perspective. Bigger picture, bigger time frame. Now, I missed the opportunity on this retest of 100. We didn't get quite to 100, 99.87, and then we made that second leg down. I was thinking short silver this morning, and I'm going to be thinking silver until we break the top end of yesterday's candle print high, then I'm going to continuously think somewhat of a short here on SLV. It's been on a big time run. I am counter trending right now from the bigger picture, but from an intraday standpoint, I think we are slightly going with the flow. So let's see if we can get sellers to step back in. Yeah, Rich Tech Robotics is going to 510, I think. Let's head over there real quick. We're going to take a look at the options chain on Rich Tech, and then we'll send it over to Sharif and see what we got going on from an activity. 170%, my boy.
All right, man. Today's coverage is supported by Electrocore Inc., a NASDAQ-listed bioelectronics technology company trading under the symbol ECOR. Electrocore develops non-invasive neuromodulation therapies designed to activate the vagus nerve with products spanning prescription medical devices and consumer wellness. Its flagship Gamma Core product, or platform, I should say, is FDA cleared for multiple headache indications, while its Truvaga and Quell products expand the company's reach into wellness and chronic pain. With growing adoption across the VA, international healthcare systems, and direct-to-consumer channels, Electrocore, guys, is building a diversified, high-margin, Joey, bioelectronic business. To learn more, you need to check them out at electrocore.com. Shout out to them. And keep an eye on how Electrocore is doing. All right, I'm in, what's it called? Give me a second here. What's the low of this candle? 86, sure. Well, let's get in here to RD or RDW. How come it's not letting me in? Oh, we are in, okay. So prior bar low. Yeah, I'm front running this, so just full disclosure here. This might not be a good trade, 1386. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna punch out 1384. We'll give this a little bit of room and see if RDW wants to kind of clear that $14 area decidedly. It's been a bit of a tougher trade on this one. So let's put over here a beak wetter through 14. We'll go 1405. We'll see what comes. 14 rocketing right back up. Let's see if there's resistance at the whole dollar level. It's been zigging. It's been zagging. I also jumped into Rich Tech Robotics at 5. I'm not giving it a lot of room. We're at $5, so this could be a make or break area. I know this is psychological resistance, but the prior bar low gives me the opportunity to kind of deal with low 90s there, so we'll give it a little bit of room here, up 32%. If it really gets aggressive and takes out 5, I'd like to have some sort of skin in the game and not have to chase this above 5 into the teens. If I get stopped out, I'm looking certainly at that 490-ish area because there was resistance earlier. It's also a little bit above the 10 EMA, so it would be a good buy zone. If that doesn't hold, it's the same area that we talked about before, that 470 to 450 area based upon the breakout level and the volume weighted average price. So going to keep a close eye on that. How we doing here on RDW? In the 3 we go. No prints yet because I'm waiting at 5, so we're going to have to pack the patience there. PHG's doing nothing. And I had hopes that this one might actually kind of break above this trend line, but it's certainly getting resistance at the area that we expected, man. I mean, this was the 940 implied balance high. We couldn't shake the seller there, and we couldn't shake him again at 1110, 1115, yet at 1120, and then down we go. We're a dollar off the local area highs there, trying to break down into $7. Now, there is this higher low trend that's happening on PHG. It's not my favorite type of setup based upon where it is on the chart, but it's something to account for. We are putting in higher lows. So it could be, you know, an early indication that the longs may slowly start being, overpowering and overwhelming the shorts. We'll have to wait and see to see whether that happens or not. And then this is not a small cap gapper by any means, but it is a CoreWeave, I think, leveraged ETF. Let me how much? It's 200% daily leveraged exposure. CRWG looks fantastic. So it's not a small cap gapper. It will move to CoreWeave's beat, but it is more, you know, I want to say you can size into this one a lot more because it's like $6, right? And it looks fantastic on the trend. And here comes 6. 597. I was looking at this one earlier. It's all gas, no brakes right now. Let's see if it can take out $6. Let's go to the 4-hour chart to see whether we're going to encounter any local area of resistance. Hell no, baby. The only area we have over here is 675, and that takes us all the way back to November 6th. And it was a double bottom there, so an 8-hour area low. The real, though, trough looks like to be at around 9.5. I want to say 9 to 9.5. That is back on October the 22nd that we put in those levels. This is CRWG, not, CRWV. There goes RDW into, okay, so it's breaking prior bar high now, and it's got a whole bunch of highs. Get it, Joey Options. We're going to look at the beak here at 14s, and then let's layer some orders into the 20s as well. We're going to pack the patience here on RDW. Let's see if this one can reclaim the day high, 1455. We're going to the Adara for the crypto segment.
Really quickly before we get to crypto, we did have some comments a couple of minutes ago from Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg on the Trump administration saying that the admin, quote, understands the importance of the commercial aerospace industry to the U.S. economy. That did give the stock a little bit of a pop. Again, up quite significantly from its intraday lows. Let's talk about Bitcoin, though. BTC basically flat in the session. This is not a super exciting session here for crypto, but it is worth noting we have some comments from noted bull Fundstrat managing partner Tom Lee. Now, Tom Lee believes that Bitcoin and Ethereum are likely to rally, but only after the rally in metals ends. Because his theory here is that once you have this metal excitement, the gold and the silver rally, it's basically distracting investors here from crypto and saying that that's why crypto is lagging. You've got deleveraging and investor FOMO shifting towards these metals plays. That being said, once the metals rally ends, at least in his opinion, that's when you're going to see some strength pick back up in crypto. He also said the fundamentals for Bitcoin right now are better than they were in October. Now in October, we were, as you can see here, actually above that 100,000 level. So obviously technicals a little bit better in October. So Tom would argue that the fundamentals are better right now. So interesting commentary from Tom Lee of Fundstrat, on Bitcoin. Ethereum continuing to look similar to BTC in the daily chart, except today, Ethereum actually not only flat, but breaking out. Let's see if ETH can crack above that 3,000 level. I'm just seeing comments here from Ming Chi Kuo related to ASML. I haven't read through them yet, but I'll take a look here at the ASML chart. Not too much of a reaction here, a bit of a double top here for ASML, but he's basically saying that there's going to be a Carl Zeiss SMT, I guess, supplier is going to be changing their ASP immersion capacity to meet demand from ASML. ASML breaking to new day's highs. Back to you.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much for that, Adara. Yeah, Lewis, there we go, man. We're starting to get a little bit of a breakdown here. It's kind of annoying because what I have VWAP here is the data starts documenting starts at 6 a.m. So it's drastically different. I have a 50% variance between what we got going on with silver VWAP on my charts and what we have here on P8. So a lot of a bigger difference, but I'm still involved here. AAL really starting to work out for us here, guys. You can see that on the screen there. We're short from 14.17. We're now trading down to 14.08. So we're getting that move down here. And I told Lewis that my target is going to be around 98. So we're going to try to diamond hands Deontay Wilder until that level. So we'll hold on. It's either going to stop me out or we hit target. We start taking some bits out, and the momentum slowly starting to step in. Let's get our quote highlights on here as well, too, guys, just so we can see the imbalance on kind of the level 2. If there is any form of them, right, we want to look for that ladder. Where's the real strength? Where are participants really starting to place themselves? And sure enough, there we go. We're going down to 98.38. So we get a 50 cents just like that, Sharif, to the downside in SLV. And AAL starting to head to the downside for us as well, too. So now we're at 98.20s. The volume weighted average price on P Pro will take a little bit off here, only 30. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. That could have been really dangerous, my brother. You got to make sure you hit the right keys. We're not going to make the same mistake that we did yesterday, even though it did end up working for us. So SLV, we get a nice little move there. 60 cents on this name. Still slightly negative here, but not very much, 0.1%. But AAL, we're going to try to hold this once again. Diamond hands all the way down to the low of the day. 1390s would be the ideal target on AAL. So we'll pull it up for you guys so you can see how that trade's working. So far, it's been a pretty good session. Even though we're just small scalps and small sizes, all of our plans and our trades have been working. Rich Tech Robotics is going to be our smallest win, but we're starting to kind of cook up here in American Airlines in silver, Sharif.
All right, I think we have to go back to Adara.
More details there for that ASML. So yeah, this is actually, again, I mentioned this Carl Zeiss. This is, I guess, a supplier here for ASML. Ming Chi Kuo saying that he believes that Carl Zeiss SMT expanding their capacity is going to lead to an increase here in ASML revenue. He's now lifted his revenue forecast for ASML to 38 billion to 40 billion euros in 2026. And then for 2027, he sees between 45 and 47 billion euros. So again, here, this Ming Chi Kuo supply chain note helping ASML at least temporarily. Back to you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, guys, and this is what we have been talking about. There is 2 bottlenecks in the supply chain for the Chinese that they can't, that's preventing them basically from making these more advanced chips. I'm talking about 5 nanometers and up. It is ASML's extreme ultraviolet lithography and Carl Zeiss's mirrors. And those 2 both are European names. One is Dutch, the other is German, and neither one's technologies immediately, you're not able to kind of replicate it. And so this is, let's just call a spade, guys. This is a monopoly until it's not. So there is a lot of headline risk on ASML. And I was talking about this earlier in the year. If we get, a headline out of China that they've made strides in developing this extreme ultraviolet lithography machine, ASML will drop hundreds of dollars in a day, in my opinion, okay? Whether or not that happens, but if you believe some of the rumors, the Chinese, basically led by Huawei, is developing this. They've already developed something. They can't make it in scale, so it's not commercially viable, but it's there. And so it's something to be on watch for. Now, this is one of my larger holdings, ASML, but this is something I'm acutely aware of. I'm not falling in love with the company. I'm in it to make money, right? So as soon as there is headline risk there, your boy's going to be trimming some. Yeah. Joey Options, what do you got on top there?
Same thing here, man. We're waiting to try to catch a the volume weighted average price at 98s there roughly, and that was going to be our primary target. We're still holding on to more than 50% of this position, or it might be even 50% to be exact. I'm not even really looking. Yeah, now I can see my order. 50% to be exact, so we did hit target. Glad we held on to that. And same thing with AAL. We trim a little bit here, nothing substantial, a 10%er on that one. So a good start so far this morning, a good start to the week, but we don't want to jinx things. We're going to knock on wood right there. And yeah, the hospital was calling me not too long ago. I got to get those sutures removed there, my brother, finally, which will be nice, and start bending the knee to obviously not to anyone. There, yeah, we don't do that around here.
Get it, Joey.
Yeah, anyways, no, but in all seriousness, attempt number 1 on AAL. We only take a little bit off here, 25%, and then we get stopped out 75%. Wait for the fake out, re-engage once again, because I was like, hey, listen, I made a mistake on Rich Tech by not re-engaging. That's not going to happen twice, right? So you don't learn from your mistakes unless you the end of the day, even though it's just one trading session, we tried to improve from an intraday standpoint. We get involved once again. That's slowly starting to work out for us. And then same thing with SLV. We get involved with that bad boy, my guy, on that one. Yesterday was a pretty good session, NGL.
Attaboy.
So as the kids would say, so there we go, 88, 83.
I use that all the time, and I ain't no kid, my boy.
NGL, man.
Yeah, you know, I don't want to be typing too much if I don't have to, man.
Oh, you say that?
All the time, all the time, right?
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's
well,
crazy.
hey, man, it saves time, Joe,
Yeah.
right? There goes your boy Rich Tech. I gotta stop saying that, Rich Boy. It's not Rich Boy. All right, they're into the high of the day, 516s. What do we got on? We got 7, so we're not really that far in the money, but its trend is holding well. Let's see what this one has to offer. Fluffsters was asking me where my out is. I said, look, let's let the price action develop a little bit more. But since you asked, Fluffsters, now I so let's go ahead with the 4-hour time frame and see what the situation is. Okay, so this is the 4-hour right here. We're clearly ahead of critical areas of resistance, whether it was the 4th of December high or the 12th of December high, as well as the 22nd of January. Those were all areas that rejected at that 475, 482. We have cleared that decidedly, 518 high here. So where are we looking, man? We're looking at 5 2/3. That's the local area high. Going back into September, into 575-ish territory. Above that, one has to look at the whole dollar, obviously, because that $6 area could be psychological resistance. And then you're looking, of course, at that 650 area. You know, whether we get up there on an intraday basis or whether this ends up being, you know, a multi-day trend, your guess is as good as mine. But one thing that we have broken are these lower highs, because now we're putting in higher lows. And we've definitely taken out that 480. 75 local area top on our mark. So I think first and foremost, Fluffsters, I'm going to be looking for that move into 5 2/3. I think that's quite ambitious, but that is the local area high from September. It's really the one that stands out to me. So 570, 5 2/3 on Rich Tech Robotics. See how this one ends up doing. There it goes again into the high of the day. It's showing 19s. It's time to let the peak here. We're going to cancel that one at 21, and we're moving that up now to 25. How's the other one doing? How's RDW? Show yourself, RDW. Where are you at? All right, okay, we're doing it live, 97s. We're showing 10s, but very much still locked in within a bit of a range here. Now, we are getting higher lows on RDW, but you're not getting that explosive movement that we certainly saw at around 10 o'clock when the liquidity was a lot more ample, I should say. So 411, 410 right now on Rich Tech, but it's holding above the 10, above 14. It's putting in higher lows. So I'm going to pack my patience next beak weather in the high teens on this bad boy. How is Rich Tech doing? We're still showing 19, so nothing there. By the way, I said very little about this in the small summary to start, but HUYA is looking quietly good here. The only issue I have with Huya is the volume. I mean, yeah, okay, 7.5 million shares. That's not bad, but the chart doesn't look thickly traded. And there is a price action volume divergence right now. Look at those. Look at the bottom screen, bottom right corner of your screen. Lower high, lower high, lower high in the volume bar. All the while, that flat top that we were talking about, 435, certainly manifested 442 high now. Higher highs and higher lows on the price, but you're not seeing that on the volume. They're diverging. So we'll have to wait and see whether that means anything locally over here. RW is continuing to trend up. Are we getting the beak over here? Yeah, we are. Fantastic. Now we're going to put another beak wetter here into 27. Let's go ahead and set up in the high 30s as well. We'll go 37. Oops. That's not the one we want. Ooh. I put 15, 37. Sorry, that's what I want there. Okay, so we're going to go 27s. What's going on over there?
We'll grab a dollar,
A dollar. Huh?
Yeah,
you know what happens when you hit the dollar, right?
We hit the club. So I haven't in a long time since the boys been at the club, but a nice little move on SLP there, guys. It's cool. I feel out of place now when I go to those things. So anyways,
that's crazy. Well, how do you think I feel?
Yeah, it's just weird, man. It's just weird. Anyways, it's there it is. A nice little move downside. Luis Martinez, hopefully you're still involved with this on silver as it is continuing to bleed its own blood right there on SLV. Guys, so nice trade. And we took a little bit more off on AAL. We'll talk about that in a little bit. All right. Cicero, actually one of my favorite. Yeah, Cristero. Sorry, I apologize about that. But Cicero, I don't know why I'm correlating the two. One of my, you know, you like
Bro, yeah.
Cicero, one of my favorite Italian philosophers.
Love him, man.
Yeah,
Did poli-sci, so I'm above that.
yeah, that's what I told ChatGPT. You, yeah. All right. So I love your show. Thank you for everything. Dios los bendiga. Thank you very much for that, my friend. All right, let's take a little bit more. We love you guys, Israel Cristero. Very much appreciated, brother. We're going to take a little bit more off here on AAL.
All right, we're doing it live right now on RDW, guys. We got 97s. It's showing 47. So we'll do, we're not in the club right now. We're not, but we're doing this. There it goes, Joey, in the 49. It's about to take up the $0.50. We are now 6 pennies off that high of the day. The 14.55 high was put in at 10.25. It didn't close that way, so we know we're going to get resistance at this 14.5. Whether or not we get a decent pullback here to get some more, because we don't have that many shares left. We'll see. Or whether this one's going to squeeze above 14.5. But what lured me in was exactly what I articulated to you guys earlier. This was the highs, but it was putting in an unbroken lower high trend. And so what I said was like, let it break above that trend line to show you I'm going to print that first 5-minute candle, make a new high, maybe even the second one, and then get in. So this is why we got in. RDW looks fantastic, but it's got to clear that $0.50. Otherwise, I'm looking for a possible 4.25, maybe 4 1/3 retracement. I'd like 4 1/4 though, because of that double top at 10.45 and 10.50. A local area of resistance comes back into there. Your boy's going to get a little bit more.
Oh, hey.
On that. Get it, Joey.
What the hell?
What's going on?
Yeah, it's like we got a nice little move to the downside right there. 13.95 there on AAL. We'll take a little bit more off. Once again, now we're sitting on approximately 45% of our position. A nice pop there, and it's still within it. Look, color stepping right back in. Look at the tape as well. Really weak streak. Boom, clean flush to the downside. Yeah, that's exactly what we want to see. So let's see if we can get a breakdown here in SLV. We're down 0.5% roughly. We're going to head over to AAL and see what we got cooking up over here, guys. It's continuously putting in some new lows. We are now testing that previous low range. Let's see if we can break that volume starting to pick up in the lower time frames. And bang, there it goes. We'll take some more off. Now sitting on 25%. Of our remaining position. Let's see if we can catch a fill, and we'll do it live for you guys in 3, 2, 1.
Do it.
Oh, we didn't do it live. Dang, that's all right,
pretty
man.
dang
It's
close.
pretty dang
Give
close.
him the print,
give it to us, man. Come on.
The print.
Hey, there it is. Big, let's party on that one. We'll hit the starties there, guys. $5. My boy BizBot. What's going on? New Meta shows major capex savings in upcoming earnings report due to savings. BizBot from membership. With Joe, great news for fans of push-ups. You said it's gonna dump. I said it's gonna. I think it bumps.
I said it was gonna dump.
No, BizBot. Yeah. BizBot said that. So I don't know. I like what Zuck's doing. He's made a couple of mistakes, and I think he's corrected them relatively well. Whether it be with the metaverse, and then obviously with Reality Labs cutting spending and drops.
And how about
in those segments?
Yeah. And how about the headline today? Remember how we always complained, like, how is Meta going to monetize this $60 billion they're spending in capex? Paid tiers. I need to see if that's going to actually have the demand that they think it's going to have. Because let's just be honest about it. I'm invested in Meta, so I'm trying to be as objective as I can. Google is monetizing that capex spend. Google Cloud, and they're offering this Neo Cloud services to everybody who's using their services. Azure, Neo Cloud, immediately monetizing capex. Microsoft, AWS, for Amazon, immediately monetizing that. And they're all spending very similar amounts to Meta, right? 60, 70, 80 billion between the 4 different companies. It's somewhere in that range. The only one though that's not immediately seeing the profitability or the revenue, at least that top line number, is Meta. So I need to see that to kind of let me kind of rest easy a little bit to know that the revenue's coming in, Joe.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Here is a medical device companies need to keep an eye on. Enview Medical, ticker FEED. The company designs and markets a guided feeding tube platform to hospitals. hospitals do this procedure blindly, leading to unavoidable injuries from misplacements. Think of this platform as a GPS for feeding tube placement, which can improve patient safety and streamline how care teams work. What stands out to me is the growing appetite for this platform throughout U.S. hospitals and how their tech fits right into clinical needs. Today, they are already in 38 hospitals. As hospitals push for safer, more efficient solutions, Enview looks like a company building scalable technology with real-world demand behind it. Definitely one to watch. So it's funny, I was thinking a little bit earlier this morning, Sharif, just to go back to these meta talks a little bit. MySpace, like obviously we know what Facebook essentially did to MySpace back in the day. You had MySpace?
Very briefly.
Now, aside from TikTok, but I don't think it doesn't offer this platform, right? Like you can't scroll through TikTok, right? Like it's more or less just reels with TikTok. Profile. You can't scan.
You can. There's two. There's following. So there's two. There's FYP, which is what the algorithm thinks that you might like, and there's following. So you can switch. I'll show you. We'll do a live. So you go into your favorite social media platform, TikTok, right? And then so see you have 40 up there. It's just scan to the left, and then that's everybody that you're following.
Okay.
And then
so
look at that.
You have the profile.
Everybody's got a profile.
Okay.
And then you have regional stuff. Like you have Toronto, you have STEM. I don't know why they have STEM on there for whatever reason, but STEM seems to be an important one.
Anyways, what I'm getting at there is, aside from TikTok in itself, I don't see anything down the pipeline that would remove Instagram's dominance in the social media space. So what I'm getting at here is from a digital ad revenue standpoint, we know people are making a boatload of money off of this platform. For the next 10 years or so, I don't see anything that's going to hinder that placement, aside from maybe TikTok stepping in. Obviously, we know Oracle getting involved with it potentially as well too, but I just don't think anything is going to surpass Instagram.
I completely agree with you. I think the digital ad sales, you're seeing that number grow every time. Mid 80% gross margins. It's insanely profitable.
Insanely
profitable. Which is why they're over $1 trillion. I want to tell you one other thing. You know, I have a boy who's very much in the digital ad game.
Yeah.
And he's like, Meta is the gold standard. Still,
absolutely.
A lot of these digital advertisers, right?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Like, in the past, I think 6 months or so, maybe even a little bit less, you start to see Snapchat start to pick up in the digital ads. Yeah. I'm not going to like, it's two totally different beasts, but I want to look at those numbers. How is that digital ad revenue stepping up in Snapchat? And you can become a pretty solid player, right? Like, again, you're not going to compete with whatsoever, but you can gain a little bit of market share.
For sure. And they've been hanging around, and good to them. I mean, they're diversified. We saw the move into AR.
And I like that you said that. Like, it's like, hey, it feels like that's all they've been doing is just kind of hanging around. What are they going to do for that next step?
That's the thing. Well, what's his name? Evan Spiegel's shown us that he wants to get into that AR life. He wants to have those glasses, and, kind of be exposed. But there's just so many players in that game. Do you have enough money to be able to take on? I just don't think Evan Spiegel.
You don't.
Who knows,
it's
man?
that simple.
Who knows? All right, Joey, we're doing it live right now. Here comes what's it called? Rich Tech into the quarter dollar. We've got sevens on. Good look right now for Rich Tech. RR up 37.5%. Let's see, Fluffster. Let's see if this makes it up to 5 3/4, 5 2/3. Your boy's game. I'm going to be in this. We're going to hold on to it. Let's see what it has to offer. RDW pulled back a little bit. To be expected. We talked about the fact that $0.50 seller. All right, we're just getting an announcement here on the PA. We apologize for the interruption. Are we good? I think we're okay. If there is anything, Neil will tell me or Brenda will tell me, and then we'll have to leave. But RDW finding resistance here at $14.50. We can't shake the seller there. Down into the 2/3 of a dollar we go. Is it time for me to add, though? See, that's the thing. We're getting two lower highs now, 2 lower highs in a row. The 10 on the 5 on RDW is 14.15. So I want to see if that's going to be the area that it finds support at, because I don't have too many shares left in RDW, and I want to get a little bit more for a possible break above that 14.5, especially if it continues to hang around above 14 and it doesn't lose 14, makes it more likely that it actually breaks that $14.5 level. If it is, I want to be involved. So we're going to keep an eye on those. Separately, I want to mention BNAI. Now, BNAI is negative on the day and not by a small amount. It is down 13.8%. It bled its own blood yesterday. Your boy Joey Ops would usually stay in the open, and then it found a lot of support later in the day. I want to say around 1 o'clock, this one got really aggressive. And from the low that we put in, I want to say at around 10 o'clock, to the high that we got to around 340, it recovered 160%. Now, it's down below yesterday's close, which is around $62, 55 area double top. And moreover, I want to bring to your attention something that we didn't quite see all that much yesterday, which is the plethora of topping tail candles here, unbroken, whether you're looking at the implied balance open right at 935, a whole bunch of topping tail candles. How about here? A whole bunch of topping tail candles. Well, what does that mean? That means the shorts and or the profit takers or the bank holders, maybe in this case, are getting the hell out of there, or they're really aggressive getting in short position, which is, currently not overwhelming buyers, but it tells you of their presence and of their commitment. So you have to be careful with all these topping tail candles here on BNAI. Still down 14.3%, but a lot of you guys mentioned it in the chat. And hey, clean hold off the 10 EMA and it rockets back, $10 off that 10 EMA hold. So who can kind of complain about that? I'm going to keep an eye there on, what's it called? BNAI. If it's warranted, we'll get involved. But there goes Rich Tech into another area high. Joey's pumped today because this is one of his picks. 529 area high.
It's not one of my direct picks. It's an honorable mention pick.
Ever so controversial one that I had.
Oh, was that the one? Was that the one? All right.
So watch out, man. You guys know exactly what's going to happen. You guys call it. You're going to be, hey, Joe, you know what's going to happen. It's going to pump. It's going to do all this. Of course,
Who knows? What if it does?
Yeah.
I want to bring one quick one to their attention too. XHLD. This one is up big on the day, 84.25%. But we're talking about this unbroken lower high trend. This one may be changing its tune, okay? And I want to get into it for the exact same reason that I got into RDW. It also changes its tune after the prolonged lower high trend. So XHLD, it's not currently above that 245, 250 area. It'd rest a lot easier if it was, but this one may be changing trend. Moreover, it just reclaimed the volume weighted average price and a clean hold, mind you, even though this was below VWAP, a clean hold of the breakout level. Look at that implied balance high at 950, 955, 210 to 220 area of resistance there. We drop all the way down, hold 160, rocket to 290, and here we are forming a base at that prior area of resistance. Again, 210 to 215. So a clean hold, albeit below the volume weighted average price, which leaves me out of the trade. But now that it's breaking trend and above the volume weighted average price, I'm certainly interested here in XHLD. Let's see what this one has to offer. Shout out to John Del Segno. Even though that hasn't been your name for a while, I recognize your picture, even though your name is not that at all anymore. Big Boy W just formed and is breaking out on LAC. I love how you worded that. Say less. We're going to look at it right now. We're talking about, of course, Lithium's America, very much in play lately.
Top VIP. You asked you that?
No. Del Segno, KUCZY.
I just wanted to mention that top VIOP asked us to take a look at LAC as well. So yes, here it is. Yeah, I was going to do it from, but now you got that. So top. Make sure you're listening there.
All right, man. What do we got over here, Joey? Yeah, we certainly have some support here at 585 to 580. It hasn't done too much in the way of volume. Mind you, where is it at? 8 million shares today. Okay, so I don't know why it looks so sparsely traded. This is the 5-minute time frame. Let me go a little wider. Let's go to the 15. Okay, so I see resistance likely at 6.25. We're at 612 right now. Okay, so 612 also an important 610 to 612 an important level here, going back to the 22nd as resistance, to the 23rd as support. So it has featured, and there you go, that kind of rounded top
late into the day yesterday at 12:45.1. That could be interesting as well. I'd like a move above 6 1/4, which would open up more room for us. But I see what you're saying, John, especially if you look at it on the 5-minute time frame. There's your double bottom into 590, 5 mid-80s. Not a bad look, not a bad look. LAC up 2% on the day. But you've got like MP up 6%. Where's USAR up to today? USAR is down 4 1/4, but USAR had a monster day yesterday. So in case you're wondering why the U.S. government took a stake in that. There goes BNAI, guys. It is taking out levels. So those topping teal candles, well, they're not stopping the longs now. $57 high, and this one was just down 14 and change, down 8.5 now. And to go green on the day, it's got to reclaim 62. So we're only about $5 away from that. But this thing moves dollars at a time. So we could quickly be break even or green on the day. BNAI, one to watch. We're going to keep an eye out on that. There it goes back to 57. BNAI is strong, guys. It's breaking away from the 10 EMA, which is at $51. 51, and the price action is showing me 57. So good strength there. So the two trades that we're involved in right now are Rich Tech Robotics, which we have no peak wetters for. So let's go ahead and wait at 534. We're going to wait around there. And then we're going to add now in RDW. I like what I see here. So we're going ahead and adding ahead of that $14 break. So that fundamentally changes my cost basis from 14.07 down to 14.32. We're going to do it live. We're going to look to let the beak here, and then let's go a little bit above 50 as well. We're going to go at 58, and then let's go ahead and do some more here in the 60s. And if you know, we're in the 60s where we'll be waiting. So let's see whether RDW can take up that resistance level of 14.5, Joey.
Good stuff there, guys. All right, man. We caught that fill there on American Airlines. We're now down almost 5% here on the intraday session. So a nice little move. You see the average price, and it's continuing to sell off a little bit here. We've reached that previous pivot low and continuing to the southeast. Same thing here with SLV. That's really starting to work nice for us, guys. Let's pull that up as we take some more off at 97, 60s. Luis Martinez, are you still involved? A nice little bounce. There's multiple signals across the board that I thought were going to hold up, and then maybe you'd see some continuation to the downside. But I have my conviction within this trade now. This isn't something that you see every day, and it's few and far between, in my opinion. So let's head over to silver and see what we got going on. And this is what I'm going to compare it to, whether you like it or not. I can't really say anything other than that. Boom, look at this, right? Like, this is the largest volume print. And we talked about this on multiple occasions. I mean, we can head over to IBIT and BTC, and I remember talking with Brian Shannon about this, and then sure enough, momentarily after that, you do get a nice little pop up in Bitcoin. We're still holding that zone, but look at these volume prints. Look at the indecision prints as well, too. You can base trades off of that. So for the next little bit, I'm going to be thinking a little bit of a short. Until we break this high, then this signal is valid in my opinion. And now let's go over another example, and that's going to be over in advanced micro devices. And we're going to have to go back multiple years here in the daily, but it's the exact same thing, guys. You remember I was talking about this, right? Like we were talking about it yesterday, just saying, hey, keep an eye out on something like this. The volume is there. It's not the largest of the prints, but it was just such an exuberant day that sure enough, it ended abruptly, and then sure enough, you get boom, flush, and then you go into about a 1.5 year downtrend. So keep an eye on these isolated volume prints. So it's just really important, and that's what I'm going to stick with. I'm going to stick with my guns here on SLV. This is double the amount of like, throughout the whole year. You can't. It's not compared. Anyways, guys, we're going off to Adara with happening now, and then Neil with his lesson of the day. We got AAL printing a new LOD, and then we also starting to slide a little bit more in SLV, guys.
So much has happened today, guys, in the market. Lots of pre-market catalysts and lots of mostly earnings call related updates throughout the day. So a lot to summarize here in one quick segment, but we will do our best. Let's talk here about this market. Really nice push up here for the S&P 500 right now, running to some resistance at 696 on that 15-minute chart. If we're able to continue to push higher, as we definitely had some higher highs and higher lows throughout the day for the market and for the SPY. With regards to strength in this market, the name before we get into this more earnings-related action is GLW. Now, GLW obviously pulling back a little bit from this high, but pouring very strong after Meta struck up to $6 billion deal for some cables reporting from Meta's and then Meta after the bell. This is not an earnings play, though. Another earnings and that intraday close, but you want CDS, Centene, and MLH are somehow trading lower alongside UNH. Lower than expected Medicare returns, insurer rates. This is not shocking because President Trump has been very clear that he is not a fan of how health insurers take money from Americans and respond in his opinion. So interesting look there. Now, last but not least, we've mentioned UH earnings. We had a lot of other earnings today. Was one of them GM we discussed, UNP, RTX, NUE after the close yesterday, NOC, LG, PLU. Let's talk here about UPS. I do not know if we've discussed much so far. They did report earnings. It was a double beat. Guidance here better than expected. The revenue declined year over year, but revenue per piece on a year-over-year basis. So here's the very stylish CEO of UPS, Carol Tomei. You can catch this infographic and many others specifically related to earnings on X at TV Research. But you can catch right now. You don't have to go anywhere to catch it. It's Neil. And it's the lesson of the day. So Neil, it's lesson
Lunchtime, I was getting ready to eat whatever this like French chicken thing that was peppercorn chicken loaded there. Because I want to talk about our plan of action and how you can be patient to wait for what might be. Oh, of course. I don't know if that's the mute button up there. Apologies. No, but how you can stick to your plan of action and what it looks like to actually be patient with. A lot of times, like I'll have an idea in the notes, and then you'll see maybe none of those setups even take place. Like Intel doesn't get to 45. That was something I'm looking for. Apple didn't really get any of the dip buys I wanted. Like there's Apple looking for the long, but didn't get anywhere near the support levels. Intel doesn't get anywhere near the resistance. GameStop was able to play the dips into 23, but it never broke out 25. Then silver. We'll play for meter versions on the 15-minute chart and also look for 99 to 100 for over under, just sort of meaning that's the level I'm looking for support or resistance off of mean reversions. Now, the thing about looking for something off the 15-minute, what are the chances that you can have that ultimately zero? Because ultimately, I'm not going to get a mean reversion on that kind of a time frame right away, unless you put a lot of gravity towards the pre-market levels. So this didn't really even have a trend, like this is a pre-market trend line in there, and there was nothing really on the 15. You could make an argument that down here, this could have been a mean reversion long, but I have a look at how this eventually lined up. I like the over-under 99 to 100. You would have heard me say in the morning, okay, well, after the open, we can break out of 100. That would give a setup to long, because it would have broken this trend and gotten over 100. Well, that didn't happen, so no trade. The other way to look at it is, okay, well, it's still holding this trend line down. Now it takes all this time. This is now past 10 o'clock. I'm waiting for it to come in and test the trend line. It tests the trend line from the pre, rejects it. When do I get in? Here, when it's testing it, no. Set up on the 15-minute. Confirms on the next 15-minute candle. Oh, but look at what price it's at. What was that? Where's that top? Underneath 100. So now I'm short. I'm short on this trend line. And it gives me, it's already given like 50, 60 cents once, and now we reloaded it on the trend line, and then it gives that move again, looking for the low of the day. We talk about patience and what a setup is. To me, this is what it's about when you set up a trade. It's that you have an entire thought and plan of action that, look, I'll short form it because we're doing a live show and I can explain it a little bit deeper to you, but mean inversion on the 15, there's no mean inversion on the 15 setting up until 11:30 for me. But then eventually it does happen. So you put in the trade. And that's, like, it's crazy. I didn't know that it was going to happen at 11. It could have easily broken this trend line up here and been a long over 100 instead. But that's the level of patience required to actually have a trade and not just like willy-nilly, I'm going to do this because I just feel up or down. So ultimately, everyone has to come up with their own trade plan. But I've been waiting for an opportunity where there was like a trade setup that I could sit there that never happened on the morning show But then eventually what came almost exactly to plan, whether it works or not, later on in the day, and I actually had to wait the entirety of the session till after we weren't even on air with you guys for that trade to set up. But you still take it anyways. That's what patience is. That's what trading your plan is. And looks like we have a headline here. I'm going to go Gemini 3 now default model for AI overviews globally. I don't know if that's actually moving Alphabet. Well, Alphabet's going down like everything else, so probably not. Not looking all that good for Alphabet. But I hope everyone gets the sense of if you have a plan of action or you have a trade set up, and like I said, on the 15-minute chart, I'm looking for something in particular because I had noticed, like, look at this trend break on the 15 yesterday when I wasn't here. Well, if that's what you say you're waiting for and you get that one shot to hit it, you hit it. But if it never happens, then maybe I don't trade silver all day. I've seen it so many times where, like, you have 4 or 5 ideas or stocks that you're watching, and your setup doesn't happen, yet you're trading them all over the place. Well, that doesn't really make much sense. You know, like, it's not just that you want to trade the stock, it's that you have something that you're looking to see, and then you have something that you want to do when you see it. And if those two things don't meet up, then so be it. Not the end of the world. You live on to fight another day. Thankfully, silver gave this setup. Don't love the fact that it's holding 97 now, because I think that's a bit of a support zone. I might get it all out at 97 if I see too strong a bid there and look for some continuation. But yeah, great look on silver. It just took a lot of patience, but that's what having a plan is all about. It's about waiting for the setup. So hopefully trading, I'll let you guys know how the green peppercorn goes, although it doesn't look any green to me. It just looks like, no, I don't understand why it's green peppercorn. First of all, that just needs to be said because it ain't no greens, it's not a green sauce, and they're not green peppercorns. So, like, there's nothing about this that was what was on the menu when we read it at lunch, but it looks tasty, so we'll probably enjoy it. Good luck, everybody.
I love it. I'm going to eat it anyway, as long as it... did you eat the chicken yesterday?
I did.
Boy, that was spicy.
Stop.
I thought it was spicy.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought
I'm not really a spice guy.
But you're spice people, though, no?
No, Egyptians?
Yeah,
not really.
No. Yeah, okay,
no,
all right.
Not really, no.
All right.
Not too much spice in our no.
No?
Not at all.
Okay,
bro.
all right. My dad's, he's pescatarian, so I don't think...
Is he?
Yeah, he does.
I could live as a pescatarian easy. Give me all the
well,
seafood in the world.
I was going to say it's for as long as beef or anything like that one.
I see. No, he's like, it'd be easy because there's a lot of tilapia here.
Yeah. I don't think he eats that stuff either, though. To be honest with you, just salt, fish, and salmon. Salmon is the way to go. All right, man. Salt. You like salt? Yeah. Saltfish. You like saltfish and some snapper and stuff like that. You know what's going on with the red snapper. All right, guys. Let's see what we got cooking up here today. I mean, it's been a pretty good one. I mentioned that before. And there goes silver. Silver away to the downside. Luis Martinez. Hopefully, you're still involved in that one. We're in right at 98.88. Boom. We didn't get quite to the $2 club, but pretty close, guys. And we're starting to get somewhat of a rebound right now, but I think the selling pressures most definitely kicked in. We just caught another fill on AAL, Sharif, so I should have been posted up at 97s. I don't have much left, only 20%, so I'm just going to let this ride. I'm going to ride this rod wave right here. Shout out to there, I appreciate that. So yeah, I was hoping someone picked up on the Rod Wave one, but there did obviously the lyrical genius that well, obviously she likes music. But here it is, guys. AAL, a nice move. You're down now 5 1/3%. Not too bad of a look. Attempt number 2. I told you that we weren't gonna miss out on the opportunity. We did on Rich Tech Robotics, but now we're starting to slowly cook up here in American Airlines as it's now down 5 1/3, as I mentioned not too long ago. 20% on SLV. What am I gonna hold this for? You know, yeah, let's do this, man. Let's do it. We're gonna do it live stream. We're gonna hold it for 94s. I think we can get $94 today on. Actually, maybe not. We'll go 96s. That's when we're gonna take our next target out. There is at 96 on SLV. We'll take a small bit out on AAL if it does put in a new LOD.
I like it, man. I'm back into XHLD right now after having gotten stopped out. Let's go ahead and post some peak wetters in the 50s over here. Look, I like the way that LD is trading. I think my stop placement was incorrect. So I'm getting back in and we're gonna see what we can do with this one. Let me just switch my chart up here. Here we go. Are we okay? We got a beak wetter. but we're not blowing through that $0.50 level. It seems to be a staunchy area of resistance, and there it goes into 55s. But we posted at 55, but it didn't cross, so we didn't get the print. But look at the tape now. Look at the book moving. This means that we could be on a breakout right now when it starts getting crazy like this. And it really, the tape teleportation, so to speak, into 55 again. No print because not crossing. There it goes, Joey. XHLD looking real good. Can it continue now? It's a 290 high on XHLD. Next profit taker, mid-60s. Let's go ahead and set up a little bit higher as well. See if we can kind of get that continuation on XHLD or what the situation is going to be. I also weaseled into BNAI. I'm very... And obviously, the risk profile is down 14% on the day, but it held 52 clean. I was trying to punch in at 52s. I had to chase it. So let's see if we can kind of show up here at 53.50. In fact, that's where I'm posting, but the spread is prohibitively wide. It's about 50 pennies at the moment, but it's a clean hold on that 10 EMA. Let's see if it can work up into the high of the day, 57.45. Going to be keeping a close eye on that. Look at XHLD. Go, Joey, breakout now. It took out all my orders. Even the one in the 70s. Let's go ahead and now post in the 80s. Good breakout right now. Again, the only reason I'm in this is the decided break of the downtrend and a reclaiming of the volume weighted average price. I'll show you what I mean by that in a second. Just keeping my eye here on Rich Tech. Rich Tech, I'm in 3 trades, so I have to manage all of them now, right now. Rich Tech is dropping back into that 10 EMA on the 5. I'm in at 7s. I'm going to give this to 10s, and that gives punting. I don't think that I'll get clipped here. So we're going to go ahead and put that in now because it's coming down pretty dang quick over here. So let's go ahead and throw that in and we'll see what happens there. How's BNAI doing? Any prints on that monster?
Sorry,
Go ahead, bro.
Let me interrupt you for a second. Gorev, this is extremely important, especially in the world of trading. Look at this on the 1-minute time frame, Gorev. Hammer print, massive volume signature right here. Something might be going on with Tesla as we've seen a little bit of volume step into the lower time frames, guys. I'm going to hop in maybe some TSLL. I got to figure out what our risk profile is going to be first and foremost, and then we're going to look to get involved. I just wanted to point that out, Sharif. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Joey. It's fine. I'm just continuing to watch BNAI. There it goes. Let's see if we can get the beak wet over here. We already got a beak wetter, excuse me. 53.84. We've got 53s on right now, but it's not immediately taking out some of these levels. Pack the patience. 85s now showing up. Where am I waiting? I'm waiting at 54.10. So it has to clear 54 there for me to get the print. Let's see how many shares we got on BNAI. We're going to wet the beak there super quick. No, because of the spread, we're not getting printed. And that's kind of like part and parcel of trading these ones. So yeah, manage your risk accordingly, guys. All right, keeping an eye here on Rich Tech. Didn't get stopped out of that, which is good. So it held the level. Good news there. All right, back to BNAI. Sorry, I got to manage all these trades. Looking for continuation here on BNAI through 54. It's down 13.5%, but it's been trending up. Now, what's my out? My out is a loss of 52. It's really that simple for me, but I'm not seeing the strength that we saw on that initial ascent on BNAI, which does concern me a little bit because the shorts could smell that out, sniff that out, I mean, and then, you know, punch this one down, and I don't want to be on the receiving end of that. All right, here it is. 54 showing up, 53.92, I should say, but it's going to have to cross 54 decidedly because I'm posted at 54.10, I believe, and the spread is really wide. So let's continue to watch what BNAI is doing over here. Fluffy. She's always chirping, bro. I love it, because I made a mistake about like sniff this one out, like smell this one out, right? Yeah. And she's not going to let me live that one down.
They don't.
All right, there it is. It's fine. 53.90 still showing up here on BNAI, looking for continuation, but I see Rich Tech is dropping. It's about to stop me out because it's now below the 10 EMA on the 5. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Joey, what do you got?
All right, good stuff, man. Just keeping an eye out here on Tesla 1-minute time frame to see if we can get a retest of that volume print and that candle. Other than that, guys, we're still sitting in the same positions, 20% left on SLV and about the same, maybe even less. I think about 10% maybe here on AAL. So we're just rocking and rolling and riding this trend to see if we can catch any lower lows in both of. Oh, this is what I also was hitting the bang for. Shout out to my my good friend CrowdStrike.
Having a day today.
Yeah, it's having a big time day today with a massive gap up. I would love to know where my entry price is on this thing for our bets, but a nice move all the way up to 486 here in CrowdStrike, holding up this trend relatively well. We're still down a couple percentage points. I think it was 14% at one point. Okay, yeah, so we're down 15% off of that previous pivot high, but I think we're going to be off to the races here in CRWD. Now, let's take a look at Walmart as well. We'll just talk our own book here, essentially. Oh, not too good. Yeah, I got in so bad on Walmart. How are you going to do me like that? And then also JP Morgan and Chase not performing relatively well, as we're still off of that previous pivot high. Hopefully the support level, I mean, it's only 11% or so, but there's going to be a key level around 292.53. If that breaks, then watch out. You might see some more downside in JPM. And also we'll take a look at the banking sector. That's going to be the XLF. And I apologize. I may as well do it right now. And that is going to be the top performing sectors of the day. We know Derek goes over that stuff there, but we're going to take a look at some things from a percentage metric and see what we got cooking up on that front, all right? And see how the overall markets are performing this week as well. So at the top of the list, we have the tech sector up 1.5%, guys. Utilities sitting in second place, 0.9%, and the industrials a third of a percent. Now, energy is in fourth, guys. The bottom three are going to be the financials, healthcare, and the comms. So keep an eye out on that. But now, as for weekly, what do we got? And all positive. Man, all the major averages here, guys, performing relatively well, except for the Dow Jones, even still positive, 0.86%. We got the IWM 1.3% and then SPY 2.3%. And then, but the NASDAQ, Sharif, it's either feast or famine with the NASDAQ here, 3.78% on the week. So some big time moves being led by the likes of AAPL and most definitely Goggles as well too, guys. So a lot going on in mega cap land, helping drive the NASDAQ higher, and Meta as well too. So here's the market cap, guys. We have NVDA at 4.5 trillion, which is insane. Google sitting in that second place. Apple under that $4 trillion mark, boo-hoo, right? Microsoft, essentially, Amazon, TSM climbing the ranks, and then we have Meta and Broadcom still holding on to the T club there, my friend.
All right, just watching BNAI, it doesn't look great. It rejected 54, which is technically a lower high, back down into 52.50. I did see a big buyer at 52, but I don't know how long that buyer is going to be there, and we're going to get another look over here at that 52 buyer as this one drops down now on the bid into 10, still showing 50 on the ask. Let's see how this one does. I've put in my stop, so we're not going to get too upset about it, but we're going to keep an eye here on XHLD because that's one still trading near the highs or still holding some here on XHLD. Next beak wetter, we're looking for 82. Here comes 69 again. 70 prior bar high, by the way, is 74. There is 74. I think we just flashed 75s there momentarily. Is that? No, we flashed 74. So that 74 seller still keeping a damper on everybody's party over here. Let's see what this one has to offer. Can we take out that prior bar high? We weren't. We were able to match it. So no, nothing doing there now. Now, this could be an add into 50, by the way, because that was the breakout level. Look at that candle at 11.55 on XHLD. If it comes into that level, I think I may be adding there. But I want to keep an eye here on BNAI. There's that 52 buyer. But it feels like it's going to give way any moment now. Look at that. There's really no, there it is. Yeah, so we're going to have to stop out there. So we'll give back on BNAI. Kind of sucks, but hey, kind of trading there. We'll give back some on BNAI. If it sets up a bit better, we'll get back involved with that one. But for now, it is not tradable for me. Do I have BNAI on 2 screens? I do. My bad. Let's take that off. Let's put in. You okay?
Yeah, oh, sorry, I did. Yeah, I was just moving my leg. I'm like, because I have a little stool under here, and I unfortunately can't.
It's painful, eh?
Yeah, I can't lift it on my own yet, and I did a little bit. So yeah. My bad.
It's okay, as long as you're okay, brother.
Yeah.
All right, so keeping an eye here, I'm going to put HUYA up there because that's trading at the high. Why isn't it showing up? Is it HUYA on the NQ? I thought it was on the NYSE. There it is. Yeah, it's on the NYSE. Okay. HUYA continues to trend up, guys, in the 463. I think it's showing 61 now. Not the biggest volume winner on the day, definitely strong in direction. So Tech Robotics, bottoming tail candle, first 5-minute candle, the new high. We're getting back into Rich Tech over here. Let's go. Oh, man, as soon as I was about to punch in, it pops up like 4 pennies. So that sucks. But good move here on Rich Tech. I like the candle. That breach of 10 EMA ends up being a bottoming tail candle, and then this candle currently, the 1220 candle, ends up clearing it. Let's see if that's a fake out breakout or a bull trap. We'll see, and we'll kind of report back to you guys on that one. But for now, we got to go to Joey.
All right, guys. PDS Biotechnology, NASDAQ, PDSB, is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in a few years. Learn www.pdsbbiotech.com, everyone. Oh, you have anything else there, Sharif? Because we got a little bit going on here. Now, AAL down 5.7% and continuing to slide a little bit more here, guys. We'll take some off maybe at 1370s, but not too bad of a look so far on AAL to the downside. And same thing with SLV. Sticking in these two names, right? Like we're positioned relatively well, and we're going to look to hold on for them until we actually run out of shares. So just holding it for the all-day trend. If you want to look at it from a higher time frame, you can see a little bit better here on AAL on the 5-minute time frame. These wicks are kind of what distorts the overall picture here, but you get the gist of things. A nice little move. Attempt number was that opportunity, and we're glad that we had the ability to take advantage of that. Now going back to our trade here, and that is going to be silver. Now silver has been working really, really well. I think the sellers are fully engaged. I talk about this for quite some time now. Well, I mean, since yesterday. No, let's go. Dude, there it is. Like, it's just running away on me. All right, so there it is.
Because of the screens on the back. Don't forget those bad boys.
Is
right?
it? Yeah, is that where it goes?
Yeah, because you got 5 monitors now technically. One of them is just a mirror, and then one is an actual monitor. So that's where it's going.
So if I'm going over here, it's gone.
Rob didn't, because you were not here, he was showing OBE.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, maybe we'll get Rob.
I gotta show that to you. So yeah, these monitors, you technically have a 5th now.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know which
this
one.
way, it goes. Yeah, it goes
I'm
into
not sure which one.
So yeah, maybe we'll get Rob over here and we'll talk a little bit of Air Canada Rouge as well, dude. Just remind him that it's a budget airline, so you can't expect too much on that one. So no, obviously we love Robbie over here. SLV guys, still moving to the downside, 96.80s. We're gonna wait for that 96 mark, considering we only have 20% left of this remaining position. I do have a little bit of a hunch that AAL is gonna get a sustained bounce here. So more. Once again, only 10% remaining on that one. A lot of people in the chat were talking about Bitcoin, so let's pull that up. They're like, this dump on Bitcoin needs to be studied. It's weak. So I want to take a look at this for myself. What did I just type in?
Get it, Joey.
Okay, there we go. Oh, yeah, what a fall from grace. That's unfortunate. A big-time move. I mean, you climb higher throughout the whole intraday session. I mean, it was only
Joey,
90 cents.
interrupt.
Go ahead.
VTIX is open, and it is. I told you, bro, this was going to be insane.
Hop in now.
No, man, it's at $64. We were looking at the top at 30, man.
Wow.
I don't know why the paired volume. It's been open. It opened up at 11:52. Yeah, well, this is fantastic, dude. I mean, 67.50. It's up 226%. This is the IPO we were telling you guys about, man. It hasn't done much in the way of volume at all. It's done 7,000 shares. So, yeah, you got to trade this one carefully, man, if at all.
That's crazy, man.
But that is a big. It's not an IPO. It is a DL, a direct listing. So, I mean, if that influences your trade plan at all. It is halted now at 64.90. Halt time 12:24:30. Tap 67.63. So already slated to go up a little bit higher. Trade it carefully, guys. What a move, though.
Oh, what a
for VTIX. By the way, I'm back into BNAI because it took out that prior area high. I'm going to have to give this a lot of room because it is trading quite spready, but I did like the recovery. I wasn't going to buy it off 51, so I got 54.23, which is kind of like the worst price that I could get because I gave it a bit of a range. So let's go ahead and set up at this level, and then we're going to go just like that, and then we're going to go up into that level as well. Let's see kind of what we get there on BNAI, but there goes Rich Tech Robotics into the high of the day at 5:30, and we did get the add into this one. the beak there. Oh, didn't give it to me. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now cancel that one above, and we're going to go into the high 30s, and then we're going to go into the mid 40s for the next print after that. So let's see what Rich Tech has to offer us here. Also, did I add into XHLD? I did. I got that 50 dip. That's adjusted my cost basis from 44 now to 47. Let's wet the beak here and let's set up some in the mid 60s, and then we're going to go into the high 60s, of course. True to form, we're looking for a hold of that general of the prior bar. The prior bar low is 246. So let's go ahead, place the stop price over here, and that'll give me a little bit of room. There we go. So we'll throw in that stop there. So keeping my eye on that. And so we're in 3 trades right now. BNAI we're out of the money on, but let's see how this one ends up resolving. It did take out that area high, I want to say, at 1210. High there was 53.85, drops down into 51, reclaims the 10, moving average on the 5, breaches that 1210 candle, but no continuation through 54, excuse me. So I'm going to pack my patience. My going to be basically that area low here at around $50. So we're going to have to give this one room, otherwise we're just going to get stopped out. Joey, what do you got?
All right, good stuff, man. A nice bounce here in SLV. So we're just we're just chilling right now, guys. Can you take a look at Joby chart? Absolutely. So there's SLV. I want to keep going over the same names so far. We got a big time nice fill on American Airlines as well. But just before that bounce, and I'm talking about, hey guys, watch out. In case that trend line breaks, the channel is outside. Volume kind of that engulfing print, nice bottom tick off of that. So nice little move. Let's head over to, was it Archer or Joby? Take a look at. Yeah, there's Joby. We can take a look at it from a daily perspective. Got going on that front. Now let's head over to the higher time frames. That's a weekly. That worked relatively quick, but you can see, the weekly shows a much better picture. Be cautious of this, right? Like, you have this starting to form. You're going to want to see this break before the support level breaks, in my opinion. You can get in a liquidity grab and then maybe move to the top side, but watch out for this zone to snap. If it does, where's the next target? $9 roughly there on AOB. Now let's head over to the options chain on Joby and see what's going on. And there is one. It's not very liquid, right? Like, but you can see an increase in the implied volatility. Double digits, right? That's not much here. Triple digits over here from an February 6th expiration cycle. Same thing from an open interest. Not too much cooking up. But let's take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin this plays such a major factor. It's like 50 something. And then this is where, like, as you can see, we get into those 50s, and that's where the supply zones really start to kick. 26,000, 30,000, 38,000, 28,000, 31,000, 20,000, and so on throughout this expiration cycle and all the way to the top side. And if those continuously roll over, then watch out. It's going to be the same narrative here with NVDA. How did we react around 190? That's a genuine question because I haven't really looked at it myself throughout the intraday session. So let's go on because I am swinging. I don't want to monitor and micromanage and everything. Where was our high? It's still 190. Oh, what told us 190 was the supply zone? The 100,000 open contracts we've been on. Sure enough, there it is. We have the inability to breach those zones. But now we have some big names reporting. Let's take a look at their expected moves. I'm going to pull those up for you momentarily. I'm going to send it back to Sharif, and then we're going to and the options chain on them.
All right, man. We're taking profits here on Rich Tech. Another high of the day into 534. Good continuation on this one. And then XHLD taking profits. They're looking for a breach of prior bar low. We didn't get it with a 1225 candle relative to the 1220 candle. We get it with this candle though. So prior bar low is 250 on the dot. We're showing 55s. Let's see though if we can take out prior bar high, because we can't. We haven't been. We've been basically rejecting prior bar high since 15 candles. About 15 minutes. So I put in my stop for this one, but let's see how it resolves. Sorry about that. Give me a second. And also, BAI, we took a sweater into 90, but down into 54 it goes. It's clearing 54 on a wick basis, but no close print. That means, to me anyway, that the shorts are really targeting that 54. as you know, and either a profit-taking area for the longs or the shorts are looking to set up there. So let's see how this one ends up resolving. It does wick above 4 quite aggressively, but no continuation. No continuation, so that does concern me. It does concern me here, so we're going to keep an eye out on that. By the way, RDW is starting to change trend a little bit. So this one had been its own blood in the 14. Losing the 10 EMA, losing the 20 EMA, but finding support at the whole dollar level, and now you're kind of getting that rounding effect with higher lows, not necessarily higher highs though on every candle, but you are getting higher lows. A break, I think, of 14.20 would confirm that the trend may be recovering back to the high side, and certainly, you know, you should probably put a stop below this area low, that 12 candle, the low of 13.94, because you know buyers were stepping in there. So going to keep my eye out on RD, another entry, but XHL, I think this one's just continuing to bleed down into 50s, and it did breach prior bar low, but it's not below the 10 EMA quite yet. There it goes. So we're going to stop out there, back a little bit, but that one will still be profitable, but we'll have given back a little bit of, on that one. So we're in 2 trades now, BNAI and Rich Tech. Rich Tech a lot better. BNAI give me issues over here. It's holding higher lows, but not necessarily higher highs. And there we go. I just got stopped out of that again, as it did $52. A bit of a problem there, Joey. What do you got?
Good stuff. Some of those expected moves in which we were talking about too long ago. So we're going to start and kick it off with Microsoft, all right? So 68.1%. That's relatively high if you ask me, MSFD. But sure enough, let's pull it in. So what we got going on with Microsoft is approximately a 4.7% expected move, with a high around $502 and a low of around $457. All right. So once again, we'll head over to the expiration cycle. That's going to be this Friday. You're going to see an increase as you go further down, and you're going to see a decrease in the IV. Now, where's that next zone? Where was our high on this one? 502. What is the 500s telling us? Bang. That's where a lot of the concentration is currently sitting. I mean, if we go to relatively speaking, watch out for a potential ceiling on this zone. If it blows past that, then that's when you're going to get into squeeze territory. We're going to send it off to Sharif, and then we're going to get right back into some META expected moves.
All right, guys. We got over here. Sorry? I don't see. Oh, there we got it. All right, guys. As traders, whether you trade U.S. stocks, options, or futures, at some point, each of us has felt blindsided. Suddenly, a stock you're trading moves sharply and you're left guessing why. Well, it's not your fault. Often, large funds have quietly built huge positions in the options market well before the name you're trading reacts. Though, in today's market, Spot Gamma's daily flow patrol reports reveal where big money is positioned, so you can identify stocks building momentum ahead of major price moves. To get 2 free weeks of Spot Gamma Flow Patrol, scan the QR code on the screen and go behind the curtain to see what professionals see. Shout out to them, Joey.
All right, good stuff, guys. Let's head right into Meta and see what we got going on from an expected move, and then we're obviously going to get right into the options chain and see if we can correlate the top end or the lower end of that expected move with some high levels of open interest. Now, we're going to be looking at approximately a 6.1% move here with a high of 708. We like that a lot, and a low of around 627. We don't like that whatsoever. All right, so you're going to see an increase in the implied volatility. Right now, we're currently sitting in around 91.7%. Now, we want to compare it with 700. What is 700 telling us? Once again, the options chain living up to its consistency with 13,800 contracts at that specific zone. Relatively speaking, that is going to be the largest amount that we are experiencing right now, and that is going to be expiring this Friday. Keep an eye out on what we got going on here. If we run into 700 here on META, that's going to be a nice move if you ask me, right? $670, that's 30 points. We will take that all day, every day. Now, moving on, we're going to take a look at Tesla and see what we have on that front. Expecting a little bit more volatility, but that doesn't seem to be the case right now with a 5.6% expected move and a high of around 458. That's going to put us right past the little resistance zone in that 450 area. 410 is going to be that low, 74.9% IV, but let's see what the chain is telling us once again. 460, we're going to call it flat on Tesla and see what we have going on. Are we going to be able to determine where the concentration of supply is?
What happened?
And there it is at 460, 16,700, and that is once again going to be the largest amount of open interest on this week.
See at that 440 zone, 21,600 contracts have been open and closed today with 11,400 still currently open. Keep an eye out on that. And then also at 435, roughly around where we're trading at right now, 20,300, but not very much open interest. So those contracts are continuously being open and closed. We'll do one more before we send it back to my brother, and that is going to be International Business Machines, IBM. Yes, let's take a look at what we got going on in IBM. We'll pull it up on the chain here as well, just so we can take a look and gauge what we got going on, guys. Make sure you correlate your supply zones and everything with the expected move. This expected move, 5.8%. You guessed it, $310 as a high and then $276 as a potential low. Now, what are we going to be looking to correlate at? $310. Is this going to be the largest amount? No, but 307 halves. Not the most liquid options, contracts, obviously. We're not going to complain about it whatsoever. Super chat.
Super chat.
We got 2 super chats. RDW should see after hours surge expecting 30.
Whoa, I like that.
Thank you
that
for
sentiment.
Thank you for that super chat there, my friend. Very much appreciated. Ilias. So now we got another one. Vizbot. News, orthopedic surgeon recommends removing Joe's sutures so he can bend the knee to Vizbot after Meta earnings. Love you, Joe.
Wow.
That's crazy. That is crazy. That is one of the craziest ones.
Though.
Very much so. You know what, dude? At 12:40 today, approximately 3 minutes from now, I was supposed to get the sutures removed, but that doesn't seem to be the case, so maybe we can...
Hold on, what do you mean? Supposed to get them removed today?
Yeah.
So why didn't you go?
Well, I'm here, man.
I know, but you got to get them removed.
Yeah, they'll get removed. I could do it myself, too.
You can, actually? Or aren't they?
Probably not, but you know what? There's ones that dissolve, but there's a couple that I can take out myself, but some of the other ones, man, there's like a lot of clear wire sticking out, so I don't want to mess around with that.
Talk right
so
there.
yeah, we'll give them a phone call to see if they're still available, but yeah, we're going to get that done here momentarily because those sutures need to get out. But Vizbot, that's crazy talk. Guys, hey, everyone in the chat, remember that Vizbot says that Meta is going to tank, and I think it's going to go the opposite direction. Assassino, let's get a poll up here, brother. Do we think that Meta is going to climb higher or lower on their earnings report? Let's see what the chat thinks. Other than that, Vizbot, you're going to be in a world of trouble if I am right, my friend.
I like this competition. Yeah. All right, let me just throw in a stop here, Joey Opsh. There we go. Oh, we got to give it a lot more room than that. So there we go. There.
That's crazy.
All right, good.
2116.
All right, just throw in my profit takers. Just give me a second. I'm throwing out all my profit takers there. Let's go and go just like that. Let's see if we can get into that level. Sorry, guys. Focusing over here. All right, RR, I punched out of that one. It looked like it was going to lose a 10 EMA, and it seems to be finding support at 30, even though the high of the day is 34. So I don't know what to think about this one, punching back into the highs. I think it gave me an opportunity to add into 20s. I took the opposite route and I got out, stopped out. So I'm gonna let that one cook for a little bit, but I wanna get back into RDW because for exactly the reason I was articulating before, I feel like this one's found a bit of a bottom at around 14. So we'll get in here, where are we at? 15s, okay, perfect. Let's set up some profit takers in the 20s and then we'll go into the low 30s as well. So RDW, I feel like this one's curling off 14, could take out 14 and a quarter. And, you know, if all goes right, we'll see possibly that $0.50 come into play again. So RDW back involved in that one. And Rich Tech, I've got to keep an eye out on this one. Into 30s, but it's having trouble at 30s. That's kind of been my observation about Rich Tech for the last little while, whether it was the topping tail candles that we got, you know, prior to noon at 11:50, 11:55, again at 12:05. Even though it's been up to 534, it doesn't really show a lot of strength in and around that level. So gonna let that one cook for a little bit. What do we got over here? Parabolic, VTIX, man, don't tell me that, man. Oh, God, Joey, look at this. No. It's done 20,000 shares, though, but it's rocketing, man. It's showing a tap of 85. It's halted 305. 36.18, so the earliest this will be open is 12:41.18. Trade it carefully, though, man. You don't know how these ones are going to act. They'll flip the script on you quick as you like, so be careful with these ones, guys. They tend to break you hot, so we'll keep an eye on both of those. What time is it? It's 20 after? Yeah, we still have a lot of time. before we can do the new segment. All right, BNAI is breaking out. What do we have on this one? 51.16. It's showing me 52.69. So let's continue up here. 3 beak wetters finally getting some profit here on BNAI after getting stopped out to no end. I definitely don't want to take out too much too quickly, so let's go ahead and wait at 54. Let's go 54.55. It's showing me 53.30 now, so the strength is on BNAI. Can we get the next beak wetter? The next beak wetter is 53.33. It's showing me 53.27. We need a little bit more room over here and some more buying to push this bad boy up. Taker over here on BNAI, but it's broken my heart multiple times today, and every time I give this one room, it makes me pay for giving it room. But there's a seller here at 17, moving down into 16. This could be kind of the luring of the longs, and I don't want to be part of that. So I'm going to continue to watch here pretty closely on BNAI. Yeah, the ask is dropping as opposed to ascending. So this is what it's done on prior occasions when it's lost the bid. And so I'm feeling maybe I should flatten out over here, but I'm a little too stubborn for that. That's the problem. All right, there we go. Continuing to watch 52.89. Yeah, it's dropping here. 52.68 on the bid. Now it's 8.78 on the ask. 10 penny spread, but give this one a little bit of room. Just watching back up to 53 we go. No bid stepping in though, so you're not seeing the ask ascend here, and you're certainly not seeing it come back into that 30 penny level where I was waiting and where it was rejecting. Back up, we're $1 and change in the money, but we're negative on it. Full disclosure, trying to make back the money I lost on this bad boy. I like this setup, but I see the lower highs as well, and I think maybe that's what I put on the long goggles there, because if usually I wait for those lower highs to break. So here's the deal. We're going to take out the majority of the position here, and we're going to save a piece for the dream. So there we go. We de-risked a little bit there, and then we're going to really let this one go. If it clears, I want to say that prior bar at 12.25, the high of which is 54.50, I'll get back into the position for a move possibly into 54.75. So let's go ahead with that. 54.50 was the level that I just called out? Yeah, 54.50. So let's go ahead and place a breakout trade. I'm going to go 54.69, and then we're going to get a little bit of room possibly into, let's just go into the 90s for a trade there. So we'll throw that in there and we'll see what happens with that one. How's my RWD trade doing after we got back in? Where's it at? Show yourself. Okay, we're nicely in the money here. Nice. Okay, in at 15, show me 26s. I already wet the beak there. No continuation though into the 30s. So pack the patience. Hopefully not a false breakout on that. But I'm looking for a move back into 1450, man. I mean, this one could be a flat top break, right? Higher lows, multiple rejections so far into 1450, whether it was earlier on, I want to say at around 1025, or basically between 1140 and 1205. So we know for a fact there's a seller at 14.5. Whether or not we can weasel up there for a flat top break, your guess is as good as mine. But we've got what we need to see here, which is our higher lows and a flat top. That's an ascending wedge pattern. A pattern that I like, so we'll keep an eye out. Will Meta pop or drop on earnings? I'm going to go ahead and say it's going to pop. Yeah, I'm going with pop. You're going with pop. Yeah. Right? His bias is that it drops. Well, Meta's down 0.75% today into 60. So not too bad. Look, what's everything else doing in the world of microchips there? Let's take a quick look. Oh my!
Don't forget on their last report as well too. They took a hefty hit. But remember, because they paid that one tax fee to Mr. Trump,
which I'm good with. Yeah, because items are not really a worry. They're
it's a one-off, right?
Good call on that.
So, I mean, hey man, we're just gonna try to put our money where our mouth is.
Where's the TIX thing? I don't even want to look. It's gonna give me all sorts of follow down. Good. Well, maybe not good. Maybe they're in this $95.16 high. 30. It's down now. Hold down. 77.61 halt time. 12:42.46 earliest. This will be open. Is 12:47.40. Guys, and keep your eye out on that one. But very, very volatile, clearly, and a wide spread showing me right. Not bad. Joey, $7. 70.02 on the bid. 77.61 on the app. So seems safe. I saying that facetiously. guys, make sure you're using sound risk management skills. Joey, what do you got?
I thought more food, my boy. He got the slice coming.
What does he got there,
He got
man?
the slice too. That's crazy.
I guess you didn't like the food then, huh? Yeah, he couldn't deal with food. He couldn't deal with food.
Okay.
That's all you need to know right there. Neil walked in with food from outside. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, I mean, that's not good. He said it looked good. So yeah, there it is, guys, on S20. So there it is.
Crap.
Nice little move down 1.8% on SLV. Hopefully you're still holding on to this position as well, my brother. This has been relatively well throughout the day, and we're just holding on for time now, sitting on approximately 5% of that. Yeah, Neil got the Pizza Nova. I don't know if you guys in the States have Pizza Nova.
I don't think so.
No, but I think that's the best pizza chain.
Oh,
pizza
you do,
chain. Yeah, best pizza chain
crazy.
in I think maybe Canada or in Ontario. Pizza is hot garbage, don't I? Domino's is not that good. Panago, I don't think it's good either. Anyways, aside from that, guys, a nice little move, just dumping on the mall. Like, Jesus.
All of them.
Yeah. So there it is.
What's that one that it's something Pie and Co.
Pico's
like
all right.
those?
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
margarita pizza.
Margarita pizza?
Yeah, it's
I
not
went there
bad.
with my boy. I mean, it seems like it's a bit more specialty.
It's a little bit, yeah. I mean, I just get the basic margarita, right? Like you get a
That's
little
the
cheese
basic
and stuff and some basil on that on that joint. So there it is. Yeah, on SLV, 2% down to the downside, working really nice for us. 96.33, so $2.50 approximately in that in the money on this. And that's sure enough what happened here, guys. So we'll take a look at AAPL, what was going on. I'm glad that we got that last little bit out. The trend line has broken to the downside. Now maybe you get a bounce back and towards some key resistance zones that were acting as prior support. So it's been a pretty good day. You see the positions up there, so we're not going to complain. I still have my eyes on Tesla just in case it does want to hold up on this zone. But if it breaks 433, then that candle is invalid, which is looking like momentarily, Sharif, it's going to be. So.
All right, I'm just entering some profit takers over here. Give me 1 sec. Setting up some beak wetters on this monster. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher too, man. I want to go into almost 54.95. There we go. Let's see how this one breaking par bar high. So let's see if we can get that continuation here. It comes into 60. Are we going to get the print? There it is into 54. Sorry, Assassino, 1 second. We've been having trouble with this 54, and I have a breakout trade. Dang it, on 54. If I want to add here, how do I get out of the breakout trade? Show yourself, breakout trade. I can't find it at the moment. Joey, take over.
All right, right on. So let's see what we got going on here. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 daily leverage ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. There it is. All right. So yeah, $900 so far, piecing out at the low. Oh, nice, Lewis. Bang. We'll hit this one for you. We'll hit the money, my friend. As you are continuously cooking up in SLV. That's a nice short. I think we might crack the low of the day by EOD by the end of the day. That is correct. Dr. Shuttle says he's eating grilled cheese over there. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a grilled cheese, brother. Too bad. Let's head over back to our watch list and see if there's anything that's kind of keeping our eye. And if we want to know if Tesla is going to be holding up those volume prints we were talking about. I don't love where it's currently sitting right now, so you can see that it's starting to form somewhat of a shelf. And if it does break, it seems that the sellers are more engaged than any form of buying. Strong opening drive to the downside, so lots of selling participants. And then when we start to get that pullback and that rebound, we don't get quite to that pre-market support level. And it acted as resistance, and then we rejected that zone. So we got to keep an eye out on it. It may not be the signal. There is still some slight selling pressure within this, right? So that we didn't get that complete close as a hammer candle. Now we'll run through a couple more names here and see what we got going on. Maybe Street will find something that's popping. What's Pesky up to? That was selling today. People talking about Netflix at $84. Oh, that's a nice 5-minute print right there, Gorev. All right.
You get somewhat of a sustained bounce here in NFLX. What has strategy been up to? Yeah, taken behind the shed on that one there, Sharif. Just like Bitcoin has been Reddit. What has it been doing? Nothing too much. CrowdStrike. We know we like CrowdStrike. There's Bitcoin, guys, a big time selling pressure in IBIT.
All right, guys. Yeah, I took a scalp trade on BNAI, trying to parse some of these losses that I made on it earlier, but it's now kind of 1, 2, 3 higher lows in a row. So it's the $54 area that is a troublesome area. We can't seem to print and hold anything above 54. That's causing trouble for me, especially with the spread on this one. But I do like how we're breaking that down. But what I want to see, and I saw 2 New York cents basically say finally it paid off, and I couldn't agree anymore, especially if you're picking it up. A couple of dip trades on that 51, but I'm looking now for a decided closing print above 54. Those have been very, very few and far between. The only one that actually closed green, the candle closed green above 54, was the candle at 11:55. The candle at 12 and the candle at 12:05 were above 54, but they all closed red. So that's not exactly a glowing endorsement for long above 54. So that's what I'm going to wait for. I like what I'm seeing now locally in the last 15 minutes. Higher low, higher low, higher low, but definitely unable to close decidedly above 54. That's what I'm going to keep my eye on there. And I'm going to be looking for a little bit more on this one, maybe back into 57, maybe even higher. So BNAI going to continue to feature for me here. XHLD pulling back into the volume weighted average price right at 240, holds up clean, but it's suffering from the same affliction it suffered from earlier, which is an unbroken trend of lower highs. We got in on that VWAP reclaim after the break of the downtrend line, rocketed up to 275. We participated in that, but we're suffering from that same downtrend again. So let's see if it can kind of get above this lower high, lower high, lower high kind of look, maybe 255, 260 for a move back into 290, maybe even more, man, maybe even 3. It's respecting the volume weighted average price. It held up clean basically for 3 candles in a row above VWAP, which to me says there are buyers and, you know, pretty convicted buyers at around that level. But I'm not going to try to guess whether or not it's going to hold or break that downtrend lines. Let's wait for this one to kind of show its hand, and then we'll get in a little bit more on that. So XHLD in focus. RDW, again, got stopped out for the remaining amount. Still positive on that, though. Looking for a move, man, above this 14.25. It's showing me now 2 lower highs in a row ever since that inverse hammer topping tail candle at 1240. Kind of put us offside a little bit. Let me minimize that because it gets convoluted without it. So look at that lower high. If we can get above 14.25 on a decided basis, that would break the lower high trend, and I could get involved in that one again. So, oh, there goes XHLD. We were talking about this one, a decided move above that prior or that downtrend line here. So let's see if we can weasel in to XHLD, and it's going to be a real simple out, man. Below the volume weighted average price, we're out. Simple as that. Let's go ahead and set up some profit takers. Now, will I defend this into VWAP? I don't think I'm going to defend VWAP because that's about 235. We'll get in maybe some in the mid 40s, but if it doesn't hold up there, we're going to be gonzino. So going to keep an eye here on XHLD. Hopefully it's not a false breakout, and we'll be able to do some more damage on this one. TX Jetfan, VTIX reversion. Let's have a look. This is the direct. Yeah, it's bleeding its own blood right now quite aggressively. It looks like it's a 95.16 high. It is halted down again at 59.40 halt time, 12:53.17 earliest. It'll be open 12:58.17 the tap. Ew, what? Showing 22, that's going to adjust. 23, it was just at 50 something. Guys, it's halted at $60 and it's showing the top of 23. Oh no, that's no good. We'll report to you guys on that one once it is open. But there's XHLD taking out the prints. Let's go XHLD. 63, 64. I'm waiting at 65 and 69. So let's see if we can get continuation over here and break this lower high area. Mind you, I have to remind you guys, I should say, of the prior area high, not prior bar high. That would take us to the 1210, 1215 candles, the high of which is 275. So we have to clear that 275. We're going to be looking at that 290 because we're suffering from that lower high, lower high, lower high trend. Outlaw Trader, XHLD. I'm in it right now, baby. I see it. I see it. I'm just looking for continuation, brother, above 275 because that's prior area high. So we know the shorts at least overwhelmed sellers at that particular price level. Let's see if we're able to take them out or what the situation is. Fluffy, Sharif, Joe, do you guys get competitive on the trading floor? Just curious. I personally don't really care what anybody else is doing. I know that, not everybody feels that way around here, but it's just kind of my cup of tea. Joey?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty obvious that I'm a hella competitive individual. It doesn't matter what it is. I like to. It's just fun and games. But I think healthy competition is really what you want to aim for, right? Like, regardless of what it is, even if it has no real money or anything along those lines, or just with anything, it's just, I think it's part of my nature. So yeah, I want to win, obviously, with the 3 picks. It doesn't matter if there's no prize at the end of the day. I want to be first place. Yeah, I'm a competitive individual. I think I've always been, and I will remain that way. And yeah, I think I'm going to teach. I guess. I just say what
money I have.
All I care about. That's all I care about at the end of the day. Like, that's all that matters. Right? No competition ever. I think healthy. Being healthy competitive is key, right? Like whether if you're on a team or anything along those lines, you just want to continuously push each individual to that next level. And if that involves being competitive, then so be it.
So be it. Yeah. So be it. Fair enough. All right. It is almost 1 o'clock. Sia's in the house. Hey, she's got the curls on today. Okay. All right, see you there, girl. Let's see what we got in terms of, we're going to start the new segment soon, guys. Just allow us a little bit of time here to resolve some of these trades. I don't even know where there they go. Oh, okay. All right, sorry, just allow me to set up there. XHLD, while I'm setting up, I was very pleased to find out XHLD is at 74, guys. They're 78, so we took out prior area high. Let's go ahead now and set up at 82s. Let's see if we can get it. Why would I take profits at 75 when we know we clipped the seller there? There it goes into 82s, those options, but rest into that area. Let's go ahead now. At 94. Now, this will be, I believe, a high day break. Excuse me, the day high. So where do we get up? 86. We are below the day high at 90, but we are above the area high. So 75, pardon me. So let's see if we can kind of continue into there. How many shares do we have so we can kind of organize ourselves? 290 high, current bar high, 86. Looking for continuation back into the 80s. We go. Can we see the strength in the 82 SSE? No. 80, so we're going to have to pack the patience there. Sorry, Fabian, I didn't hear you, brother. All right, Sarah, we got to go to Adara at the big desk.
We're here with TSLA. Figure, I guess a robotics company here, they just announced about 8 minutes ago here on X that they've introduced Helix, that is their most powerful model to date, and apparently it's actually fully autonomous. This is a robot, right? So I'm seeing some speculation here on social media. This could potentially be competition for TSLA. Again, fully autonomous robot called Helix 02 being introduced by Figure, which again, Figure here potentially competing with TSLA. Back to you.
And always tell Casino, he's not going to get too, exploratory with the camera angles, but that's not how Fabian feels. Fabian lives dangerously, baby.
Fabian's a dangerous man.
He is a dangerous man in a good way. But yeah, we have a lot of new cameras, guys. Look at this. Look what he's doing. I mean, he's just constantly.
I like that. It's always a
100%.
We never really bunch of cameras, man. Fabian, hit me up on this one, man. We don't really have this one anymore. You see which one I'm pointing at? Yeah.
Fabian. Bovin, where you been, man? You just get back from work. I see GNTS, Bovin, but brother, it's got to weasel its way above 5. We'll get involved with that. Here comes XHLD again, into 90. Current bar high. Did we get into 90? 88. We took previous high of 86 out. We got into 80. We're still south of that 90 level. Pretty convicted in their trade. We can't seem to clear that 90 penny level, so we'll pack the patience. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to wet the beak here just to de-risk, and we'll let this one go. So I'm going to keep an eye here very quickly on that. Guessed it right, brother. Yeah, I knew it. I know when you come in, Bovin, when you come in late, I know you're coming in for more. That's what you are. Shout out to you, my man. The guy puts in a shift, comes back in, and then there's another shift, Joey.
That's the market shift.
The market shift. Shout out to the OG. What?
Scott Tomlinson.
Scott, what did he say? I can't, where is it at? I can't.
He's wet as hell.
Yeah, well, here we go. There you got the animation.
Haven't hit this one today.
Let's see it. You know what one you haven't hit in a minute?
What's that?
Come on, man.
Storm.
Bro. No, man, I got the storm. Which one do you have that I don't have? There it is, my man. Obi didn't hit the white swell. Right?
That's blasphemy.
I don't think he knew you have it.
You hit the money storm as well.
There you go. The money storms are good.
We haven't hit a while.
All right. Tia, you ready to go? All right. We're going to start the new segment.
do
when
it.
Tia's ready.
Oh, let's do it. All right.
Okay,
let's
we're
go.
going to start with today. Platforms is testing new AI subscriptions across apps like WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook. Subscriptions are designed to unlock more productivity and creativity. Is what is being, and they're doing this through extended AI-driven. The page access to Meta's general AI agents under the Manus platform, which was recently acquired in December for $2 billion. And Meta's AI-powered short-form video tool Vibes may also become a key subscription feature. Basic Vibes functionality would remain free. Advanced creator tools, just like Instagram and other. What do you have to say about this, guys?
Well, I personally really like it, and now we kind of have a very clear understanding of why they acquired Manus for the price that they did, which obviously because the Chinese regulator was looking at the sale of that. So a bit of a problem for the moment. You got them, they own them, and is actually monetized agentic AI. But never. What I do like about this, though, is it gives us at least, some revenue in CapEx that they spend in 2025. At least we're going to see monetization runway, and we haven't seen that. I know I said this earlier, but I need to really stress this point. Google, Amazon, Microsoft are all monetizing their AI because they have cloud services that they're offering these AI products on. So they're offering it at higher margins too. All the neo cloud stuff is way higher priced than the regular cloud services that they're offering. So we know that they're monetizing it. So I like this in terms of runway for revenue. I realize that Meta's broken a lot of parts, and you guys are I just don't want to count Zuck out. Now, I haven't even talked about, the form factor, the new form factor that he's taking on glasses and stuff like that. That could be creative in a different way, but I need to see a little bit more on that. I know, that some people were complaining about the quality of the product. Let's just put it that way. A lot of people are comparing it to Apple's build design, and I don't think people meet that kind of standard. But this is a story about monetizing CapEx. They're spending a ton of money, and we need to see some money coming in.
Absolutely. I think you hit that nail on the head there. Myself, it's a little bit annoying. But no, what this is going to generate for Meta here is a revenue stream. How successful it's going to be, that's yet to be determined. But I'm going to give Mark Zuckerberg some credit. Even though if previously before in the metaverse and with Reality Labs, one thing that he does recognize, and I think he has the ability to shift his strategy relatively well, is that if the street investors aren't liking it, he starts to drop it, and we start to see that in the Reality Labs as well. So I think that's going to add a lot. We're going to see some increased margin, and this is also another potential revenue stream with Meta, especially with the paid tier platform. Now, as from a technical standpoint, we have this was the previous earnings report right here, Sharif. You have that massive gap down leading into this, especially if that guide regarding specifically this is increased. I think we can see that top here in META.
All right, hopefully we'll see. Earnings are soon. Adara, Meta.
Manus element, but then I want to talk about another story with Meta that I think was certainly more market moving, and I don't think got a ton of attention or love today. We started with this Meta paid AI subscription. So it came out at like 3 p.m. I didn't even realize yesterday. I mean, I didn't realize till I saw it this morning. Not a huge market reaction here. Report. Though I do want to mention, I think like the reliance on the Manus, or not reliance, but I guess involvement here integrating the Manus platform, that could cause and Meta deepening that investigation. So I think there is an issue where we kind of have the acquisition of Manus question. This could maybe hurt this aspect of Meta's business, though I'm sure he'll get over it, or Mark Zuckerberg rather, as Joe said. He's proven that he's been pretty adaptable, though I think maybe one positive has been the metaverse. He's been really dying on that hill, but all of this has been pretty able to adapt. Now, I want to mention, though, is A lot more interesting and B, far more market moving, and that's Corning, GLW. This was a massive move today, all day, basically right off the open. We make highs here around 114. We're still trading relatively close to highs. Now, GLW moved on a meta catalyst, which is the only reason I don't believe it. So GLW announcing the CEO, Wendell Weeks, doing an interview with CNBC where he says, hey, we're having a deal with Meta. Meta going to spend up to $6 billion on our 5 data centers. Actually, the press release also supporting that here with GLW and META. The story is more market moving for GLW than it is for Meta, but I think it supports Meta working on these data center strategies and is trying to get these rolling out. So I think it's a really good look for both companies. Furthermore, with regards to GLW, we know that tie up as well with Apple and their expansion in the US. So GLW bet with 2 of the 7 Mag 7s. Let's see if they can keep stacking up. We're going to have to wait and see. By far the more market-moving story for Meta here. Back to you.
Baines is getting paid $1 billion frickin' dollars? Oh, come on, man. Bruh. Come on, man. $1 billion?
Bro, man, I don't know, man. That's insane. It's insane.
What?
And, yeah. Have you seen
$975 million.
I've seen that, man.
Oh,
That can make you puke, eh?
I'm gonna puke right now, man. Out of jealousy.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
I already know the answer to this, but I'm gonna ask you this anyways. Have you been watching the Beast games?
No, I'm not a Mr. Beast fan. I don't like him.
You don't like him?
I don't dislike him. I don't. I didn't even know that. All right, let's go to the next story. See ya.
Microsoft expands data center footprint in Wisconsin, and local officials in Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin, have approved Microsoft plans to build 15 additional data centers. Things here. The development is split across 2 large parcels, and the community response apparently skewed positive instead of more. And I believe that there are a couple of reasons for this. One of them being that local officials have confirmed that it will not be exceeding the expected 8.4 million gallons of annual water supply. And Microsoft can also now proceed with final civil engineering plans and building permits due to this reasons. The 2 project phases are nearly 9 million square feet of building space, supported by 3 new substations. The developments will also carry a taxable value exceeding $13 billion. Big number, guys. What do you have to say about this?
Well, I like it in the sense, number one, that they've got the community support. We've seen many different projects that, there was a lot of community pushback. See that's actually, gaining the support of the community. The other part is we're going to have to see a lot more build out in the energy infrastructure to support this, because many people don't think that the cost of increased electricity by regular people, it really should be borne by these hyperscalers and big multinational, multi-billion-dollar companies. So that's what I like, but I do like that we're split across 2 parcels. Called over here. I say about this. Yeah, again, one of the biggest bottlenecks for data center growth remains power availability. Has halted elsewhere. That was in Caledonia, but this Mount Pleasant one is a cooperative jurisdiction, which is an interesting thing here. So more capex, Joey, with respect to data center, but I want to see more about, what power stations are going to be powering this. I don't think we have enough information there.
I know there's a lot of talk going on about getting these massive data centers off grid and on their own. And forget them. That's can be extremely successful with this because they create it. I know. That's something extremely positive for them. That's why we're going to see this uptick, right? Like the data center build up and all the kind of electronic and technological stuff. But then you get into the nitty gritty and the picks and the shovels, essentially, and that's what I'm leaning toward with Caterpillar. But why I really find that it's going to find the community support as well too. One reason, jobs.
There you go.
Right? And that's what it's going to do. It's going to help funnel more money into the community, and especially if it's a smaller one and you want to start to expand, it's not a horrible thing to see these hyperscalers start to step into
I agree.
Into these smaller communities.
I liked how they were going to keep the water supply under the projected amount, 8.4 gallons annually of water supply. It'd be nice to see the water supply really drop off here. And one of the things that I've been talking about, again, never shy. He wants to put some of these centers in space, where he's like, you're going to have unlimited amount of solar energy, cooling. And his launch cadence for SpaceX, he wants to increase it markedly, dramatically. So, putting these data centers up there in scale is feasible in some respects. So,
but yeah, I think a big part of it has to do with the jobs, though, right? Like, if you're going to be building, right?
There's not going to be anybody in space.
There's not going to be people living up there just yet. Not in our lifetime, I don't think.
What do we?
Next up, we have Alphabet. And Alphabet will be paying $68 million to settle Google Assistant privacy lawsuit. Big deal here. Alphabet has agreed to pay that amount of money to settle a class action lawsuit alleging that Google Assistant illegally recorded and shared certain private conversations. And this was settled, the settlement tentatively filed in the San Jose Federal Court, and it still requires approval from U.S. users. Google devices and experienced so-called false accepts since May 18, 2016. And the plaintiffs basically claim that Google Assistant activated unintentionally, capturing private conversations without consent. The lawsuit also alleged that this data was then used to support targeted advertising, raising certain privacy concerns. But Google denied any wrongdoing after this and chose to settle to avoid the uncertainty of litigation. But a couple of financial things here. Of the $68 million settlement, plaintiffs' lawyers may take up to $22.7 million in legal fees. And for Alphabet, the payout is immaterial to earnings, but it reinforces the ongoing headline and regulatory risk around certain user data. What do you have to say about this, Joe?
Well, lawyers taking a third of the fees is criminal. Like, that's crazy. 33%. I know you're, but Apple paid a very similar fine back in, I think, 24. They paid about $95 million. But Joey, your phones are not listening.
No.
This is what this lawsuit is entirely about. The phone is listening.
It absolutely
Are we just like schmucks thinking that, this thing is not listening to us?
We know that it is.
They're unreal.
We know that it's listening. I don't know how, but you know what's funny about this, Sharif? I thought when we first started this piece right here, EU on the front of it because another fine from the European Union on a mega cap tech. But no, it's interesting. Obviously, the phone, from a privacy standpoint, guys, you're not going to beat around the bush with some of this stuff. Make sure you read the full disclaimers, especially when you're hopping in on all your apps and everything. Remember how with certain things it says ask Siri or ask Apple not to track? Make sure you hit that. Make sure you hit that.
And I want to say something else. So the plaintiffs are claiming that the Google Assistant that's in question here was activated unintentionally. And I want to say that Google didn't deny that, okay? They didn't accept responsibility, but they didn't deny that it was unintentionally activating. So what does that mean? That means, our phone could, realistically be listening because we activated it unintentionally. So that to me is crazy. That there has to be some sort of control on that by it's Apple or Google, because that's what they're saying there. And they're saying these accidental activations are known internally as false accepts. I guess because when they send out a signal there or a prompt for you to activate it, it's thinking that you activated it, but it didn't. So this is really interesting. Especially since they have a name for it internally, means that there's probably a lot more to the story than meets the eye. But anyway, I'm not part of this settlement to get $68 million. Maybe we should throw a hat into that. Have you ever owned an Android device?
Never.
You never. So then
Never.
you can't get into that.
I've had the iPhone since as long as I think mine was the keyboard. I think that was a Nokia, right?
The Nokia, yeah.
Right. With the Sia would have no idea about that thing. It was literally you just slide up.
Yeah. The kick.
Yeah, I don't know what it was, right? It was the slide up and then it had that keyboard, the physical keyboard as well too.
Nokia.
And then after that, it was the iPhone 4.
Is that called the kick? I'm pretty sure it was a Nokia kick. Let's find out. No, that ain't it.
No,
right
that
there.
ain't it.
That ain't it.
That ain't it.
I have an idea about iPhones. I think I.
No, he wasn't talking about iPhones.
iPhones.
He was talking about like this old Nokia,
Yeah.
super old.
Of course, I know about it.
All right. I wasn't said it. You look over there.
I owned a really old Nokia for a while.
Assume at least the assumptions.
It makes
I don't know. Brown parents are strict earlier, so they have to like.
So they give you the outdated technology just to make sure.
All right. Sia, what do we got next?
Next up, we have Micron here. Micron has committed to a $24 billion to expand Singapore NAND capacity. Micron has committed to expand water manufacturing operations in Singapore, and the investment is going to add 700,000 square feet of new clean room space at an existing NAND manufacturing complex. This site commitments and will reinforce Singapore as a core hub in the global footprint. Also, another thing is that demand for NAND has surged due to AI, cloud, and data-centric applications, and Micron is simultaneously building a $7 billion advanced packaging plant in Singapore focused on high bandwidth memory, HBM. What do you have to say about this, guys?
I say this is the only major Hynix and Samsung, which are obviously South Korean. Why the hell are they building two plants in Singapore when the Trump administration has been quite clear that they want reshoring or friendshoring or whatever shoring, and they also want to reshore the chip supply, the microchip and semiconductor chip supply. So this is, as Sia mentioned, the second plant that they're building. Singapore. Now I get obviously, you know, the strengths of having or the advantages of having a plant in Singapore. It gives you a lot of access to a lot of talent that, you know, comes from Asian countries. It's very specific work, as we've seen with Taiwan Semiconductor. But this is, to me, a little eyebrow raiser here, especially. So they already have under construction. They're going to add 700,000 square feet to that existing one, in addition to the building for their advanced packaging plant. So I don't know. I don't like this story from a geopolitical sense, but obviously it's making sense for the company, and they're probably gonna clean up on this. Joey, I mean, they say that the packaging facility that they're building right now is going to be ready in 27. This new expansion for the NAND is going to be second half of 28. So we still got a bit of a runway here, but it's still within President Trump's term. Completion of those. So I don't know how this all jives.
It's very interesting. Obviously, there's certain reasons why they're not. They still have investment within America as well, too, right? They're investing in new plants as well. Lutnick made them invest more and more and more, and across the board, we've seen it. But as for Micron technology, like, this is insane. We're new all-time high. The street likes it. Singapore, they must like this street. $414 is that new all-time high here on MU, and continuing to climb. And it looks like there's going to be no stopping it anytime soon. Now, we talk about the inventory within RAM. It's either there's extreme demand for it or there isn't. But right now, it seems to be the case that there is. But the real question is going to be, how are we going to be looking by the time that these factories are made in 2027 and 2028?
And yes, very good point, which leads me to the next one. We've seen a glut of inventory with RAM, and Micron sold off quite aggressively. They couldn't even move But obviously that's not the case right now.
That's not the case.
Everybody and their mother is trying to get
yeah,
ran.
exactly. And
but these things are cyclical.
Exactly. But I think with the build out as well too, you're going to see an increase. And if that is going to be sustained for the foreseeable future, which it is going to be, then maybe
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I don't think we're going to be quite ready yet for for the build out.
No.
I think the build out's going to multi-year.
Well, I mean, think about it. We just went over Microsoft. How many more plants are they building?
Exactly.
Right, from a data center standpoint.
And from a cost perspective too, we saw Microsoft getting into the custom ASICs game yesterday, right? With their own chip that's being designed by Marvell.
Yep.
So we're going to see cost controls there too.
Absolutely, and this is what Obi and I were talking about a little bit as well too. So you're getting into the custom silicone, obviously.
Yeah.
It's like Tesla in the EV space in EU, right? When you hold all of this market share, there's only one way you can essentially go. And I'm going to compare that to NVDA, right? Like holding the majority of have these custom players start to come into the game, there's only one way that market share can go for NVDA, in my opinion.
And that was my concern. I've been yapping about this for 2 months now, 3 months.
And I'm not saying that's not going to be detrimental to NVDA. No, there's still going to be high levels of demand.
Hold on,
but you'll see the majority, the total, obviously, market share that they have slowly start to decrease.
But dude, NVIDIA picked up a customs ASIC company, so they're super alive.
They're prepared to play with the game.
And people were talking about antitrust concerns. Well, why? I mean, look who they're competing with: Broadcom, Marvell, others. I mean, these are not small players. Where's the antitrust here,
exactly.
right?
Absolutely.
All right, we got a super, and by the way, NUAI, I'm being told, is breaking out into day's highs. It is 718 high, up 11 and 4/5. Thank you, Assassino, Adam, James, $5 super chat. Afternoon, Jets. Terrible 2 days for me, especially after last week. Have you looked at XHLD? I've been trading it all morning, my man. Today, Sharif, maybe squeeze, haven't been there today. Here is the chart right now on XHLD, and we just got the beak wet into the high of the day at 95. This will be, I think, my best winner on the day. It hasn't been a great day for me as a result of BNAI, but this one was good. So we wet the beak there at the high of the day, but it is breaking down now into the 60s. XHLD still putting in higher lows, though, and higher highs. One I would say is look at the 50 penny level. If there are buyers around there, it's been clean. Otherwise, it's VWAP at around 240. It's been a clean hold of VWAP for the majority of the day. But, obviously, always use stop. Shout out to Adam, and thank you for the super chat there.
Absolutely.
See ya. What do we got next?
Next up, we have Cloudflare surging on AI agent buzz around CloudBot. CloudBot also recently changed its name to Moltbot with the tagline that news on here. Shares surged 12% pre-market after extending a 9.6% gain from Monday, and the move is sentiment-driven, sparked by social media buzz over CloudBot. CloudBot is an open-source AI agent that is designed to work with Anthropic's Claude, but not owned or directed by Anthropic itself. It runs locally on devices, and a couple analyst commentaries here. RBC Capital said that investors are making a derivative call on rising AI workloads. Wolf Research as an called it a big moment for edge computing. Cloudflare's global edge network is also viewed as well-suited for AI agents that need fast, secure execution. What do you have to say about this, guys?
Exactly your last point. That's where Cloudflare comes into this whole thing. It seems like they're moving away from their niche, right? They're getting these agentic AI kind of thing like this Claude bot. Except when you talk about, yes, that secure low latency network, which is kind of their bread and butter. So this makes sense to me from that angle. Now, what I kind of am, I get the vibe coding thing, and that seems to be super important right now. But this open source AI agent, it says it's designed to work with Anthropic's Claude, not owned or developed by Anthropic itself. What I like about this, though, runs on device sort of language model as opposed to the large language model. We've been talking about Apple kind of heading that a little bit, wanting to keep everything, some things, not everything, locally on device for privacy issues. I think that probably is important. We've seen this as well. Your boy CRM and Benioff talked a lot about this. He's like, a lot of people don't want to upload sensitive client information or sensitive, technical IP that, their company is really trying onto these, you know, broad networking clients, or sorry, not clients, but institutions like Cloudflare, AWS, and whatever. They want to save it locally. They want to store that information locally. That requires you to have the small or large language model being run locally. So that's important as well. I think that that probably gives it more of a secure edge as opposed to uploading it to the cloud. But it's nice to see that, you know, the analysts are giving this a nod.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to add to your point there, Sharif, as for kind of a lot of operations aren't allowed to use the basic LLMs like Gemini and ChatGPT. Want that company plugging in that information, right, going to the public. But other than that, the street is absolutely responsibly is acting kind of, sorry, the word I'm looking for, has responded nicely here to that pop-up. You're giving up a little bit of that move, but that's not too bad whatsoever. A nice move here in Cloudflare. There is still somewhat of a supply zone that we're experiencing right now. Start to come back a little bit in, down to $10 off of that specific area, but nothing to cry home about. But I like what they got going. The privacy is going to be absolutely huge. And I know we got something on CRM momentarily that I'm going to be.
Yeah, but I want to read Ichiro's comment over here. It does, in terms of security, I think that's what we're talking about, Ichiro, but he's like, you also want API access to an LLM for anything useful. It's still too expensive, though, for local LLMs, anything useful, but businesses 100% can. Yeah, well, because it's going to cost a lot more. But as in this specific case, but it looks like, you know, they don't say it's just B2B, but my thinking was that it would be focused on that. Separately, I also want to say, you know, Cloudflare has been in a lot of people's, you know, bad books lately because of the outages. So that's something that I would say, you know, probably needs to be, you need to view it through that lens as well. Now, that's not exclusive to them, but I definitely would be. What's your take on Net?
Well, you actually gave me like a beautiful runway here, Sharif, because my issue with Cloudflare is the outages. And here's the thing, I have no problem with a business trying to expand, trying new things, expanding their moat. I support it. But why are you doing that when you for financial, the amount that you rely on X is quite significant, and there are times, there are full half-hour periods where I just cannot get on X either entirely or to a degree that's reliable or regularly updated. Even today, I got a notification about X. I'm like, guys, like, please stop. So I think if you're not going to get your house in order, maybe don't, you know, add a new front lawn or like start renovations. Just start with the basic house, make sure that's all looking tidy, then you can move on. Yeah, I mean, I know my anger's flaring up here over Cloudflare, but I just have a lot of issues with how this business is choosing to operate itself. That being said, I will give the analyst notes credit. I will concede with what they're talking to, what they're specifically speaking about. I do think that there's obviously a lot of excitement there. I'm not trying to diss the Claude bot thing and Cloudflare's involvement. What I do have an issue with, though, is that the company is even, you know, getting involved or being touted for this when they have not settled other issues. And I am going to make a comparison, because you could obviously go, well, Adara has a million different things going on. You've got all the different businesses. But the difference is, like with Tesla, it's not like, you know, the cyber taxis are sitting on fire in the middle of the street, just to use an example, right? Like I'm trying to compare just happen. With Cloudflare, we have a situation where one part of your business is actively, repeatedly malfunctioning. And that is my issue, and that's why I think this Cloudflare situation is unique, and I just wanted to opine on that for a bit. But I mean, nice look with Claude bot. Just focus on the other stuff first, guys.
Thank you very much for that. Shout out to the OG Bovin, RZLV, breaking out midday, about 10% in the Ville of Green, topping till candle, though, into 318. Watch out. 18.7 million shares and a lot of volume coming in locally here on this bar. This has about over 700,000 shares of volume. Also, we've been kind of building up that volume after that chasm of no volume midday. So RZLV, thank you for calling that one out. What do we got next, Osia?
Salesforce that's landed a massive U.S. Army contract. The contract details are as follows. Salesforce has secured a potential $5.6 billion, that is a 10-year IDIQ contract with the U.S. Army, which drove a positive pre-market reaction. And the award was issued via Computable Insights LLC, which is a wholly owned Salesforce subsidiary. The Army is planning to use Salesforce's compliant cloud and trusted data stack to connect fragmented system and accelerate certain decision making. And contribution details earnings call. CRM shares were up 1.79 pre-market to $233.5, which reflected optimism. What do you have to say about this, guys?
Well, who does CrowdStrike think they are? I mean, Salesforce think they are, man. Palantir, like this is a second contract in like so many days. They had a prior Army contract that they won there, including that HR command modernization, also AI enabled. So good look, and I do like contracts can be stickier than these commercial contracts where, you know, the government doesn't really, is less inclined to want to switch up providers. So good, you know, move there. It says, by the way, a potential $5.6 billion deal. So you kind of feel it's dependent upon, you know, how much usage or what the details end up being. But I do like this, Joey. You know, CRM definitely wins here.
Yeah,
it's been a tough.
Yeah, you know who doesn't like it though, Sharif?
Who? The market?
The street. Yeah.
Right back down.
Yeah, right back down. I don't know what's going on here with Salesforce and company. You're striking government deals left, right, and center, and you're like, hey, who do they think they are? Palantir. Well, if this was Palantir, it would be up another 10-15% in the intraday. That doesn't seem to be the case. I don't know what's going on with Benioff's agent force. The way he speaks about it, he's obviously gaining more commercial, getting more government contracts as well too. For some reason, like it's a repeat offender, just moving sideways continuously, even though they just struck a $5.6 billion 10-year deal.
Can I give my personal opinion as to why this? I think his business model, which is CRM, client relation management, right, which is client software, I think that's going to be basically taken over by AI. You're going to be able to kind of software. And when he's talking about agent force, fantastic. Everybody else is getting into agentic AI. It's by no means exclusive to him. But I think his moat might be disrupted by the general AI use. Right? I mean,
that's fair. And I forget exactly what he was saying. There's something that differs agent force from the typical AI agent, and it was along the lines of just the amount of data that he's collected, considering the commercial. Right? He's like, hey, we have so many different AI agent, it's almost like, hey, you go, what is the question? You go from point A to point B, but he has that point A, 1A, 1B, 1C, and et cetera, right? And he can get more in depth, and I think that's what kind of separates agent force from the typical AI agent.
Fair enough. All right. I see that we got United Health next, Sia.
Yeah, we do. United Health has beat its earnings per share, but there is a certain revenue decline here. So United Health Group posted a modest Q4 earnings beat, but with an EPS of 2.11 versus the 2.10 that was expected. Revenue came in light at $113.2 billion, which missed expectations of $113.82. But United Health also guided 2026 revenue up a 2% year-over-year decline, which is well below the $454.6 billion street estimate. Management also flagged this as the first revenue decline in a decade, which is driven by deliberate right seizing. Also, a new leadership team is executing a turnaround strategy, which is focused on shrinking membership, raising prices, cutting benefits, as well as improving transparency. And United Health is expecting a decline of over 3 million lives in 2026, which is pressuring certain top-line growth. What do you have to say about this?
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I'll get to the fundamentals part, but this is it, guys. Guys, we were up into 357. We're down into 281. This thing's down 20% in a day. Now it's done worse, as you can see. What happened back at this point happened, obviously, we all know. And it was down 25%. This is a week, 25% in a week. And then in 2 weeks, it was down 31. And then 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks, it lost 60% of its value in 6 weeks. So this is something that can obviously move quite aggressively. And I think it's probably single-handedly why the Dow is still down on the day 1%, while all the other major averages are either flat or decidedly positive. So UNH, a tough look, a real tough look. Now let's get into the actual nitty gritty. What kind of a company says we're focused on shrinking our membership, raising prices, especially if you're a healthcare, company, and the cost of healthcare is absolutely not the least of which, because of the Affordable Health Care Act isn't getting renewed in Congress. Why would you say we're going to prices? Like, that's just, I mean, I don't know what the hell is going on with their PR department there, but those are not things that I would say. And, I don't think it's over for this company.
Sharif, what was the last point there? I heard you and Brendo say it a couple of times. What is the last point that they have on there?
What do you mean?
They're going to be more transparent.
Yeah, okay.
There you go.
Yeah,
they're
right.
Giving it
Silver
to you.
lining.
They're giving it to you straight. And they're saying, hey, we're going to do this. We're going to cut our clients and we're going to increase the prices.
Benefits.
And cut benefits.
Dude.
So,
like, that's
I don't know.
Super tone deaf.
Yeah, it's extremely tone deaf and it couldn't be more transparent. And then unfortunately, it's not for the better, in my opinion.
No, not at all.
It's not a good business. I don't know who allowed them to release that. I don't think that's the most ideal thing. But if you want to talk about transparency, there it is.
Straight up, like, this is not the type of transparency I think that they mentioned.
No.
They meant, but yeah, your point well taken.
You know what I mean?
I personally don't talk about.
Man, the thing's down 41% year to date for 2025. It's revenue flat to down revenue guide for 2026, and ongoing Medicare advantages and Part D funding headwinds led to sharp equity reaction with the stock down over 16% in the pre-market. So UNH is not looking good. I wouldn't be looking to buy this stock anytime soon.
DragonBot, look, I just want to play devil's advocate because DragonBot brings up a good point here. Sharif, they are cutting out money-losing customers. That's good. Balance sheet, loss and gain kind of thing. I get that, which is right, but I think we have to be sensitive in this space because the customers that they're not making money on are probably the customers that need healthcare. It's not a good look to say to someone, yeah, you're sick and this is going to cost several thousand, if not more, but sorry, bro. We need to look after the shareholders. It's ugly.
The old Trudeau shrug.
It's ugly. I hate it. I hate
yeah, it's not. That's how it is. It's sickening.
All right, let's move on to something better. See ya.
Let's actually move on to something better. GM, General Motors, beats its Q4 earnings per share, and also it has boosted dividend and has authorized a $6 billion buyback. General Motors has delivered a strong Q4 earnings beat. The EPS that has been coming as 2 consensus estimate. The revenue also came in at $45.29 billion, which is slightly below the expectations of $45.8 billion. Also, Q4 included a net loss of $3.3 billion due to EV pullbacks and China restructuring, but the charges also include $357 million in legal matters, OnStar and airbags, and $130 million related to cruise and minor HQ relocation costs. Management also framed these charges as cleanup actions. What do you have to say about this, guys?
So I like it. Mary Barra is a hell of a CEO. Let's just cut the crap, okay? She's turning around this company. Fast and better than Ford, better than Stellantis. I like what I'm seeing here from GM, but I think that there are and the refocus from purely battery electric vehicles into these new energy vehicles, Joey.
I think that's the route.
They're taking the Li Auto model, right? I don't know if Li Auto pioneered this, but to me, they're the pioneers. You put a battery on there, it's good for maybe 150 long range, but it's enough for, city driving.
Yep.
More than you and I would need in probably a week, okay?
Absolutely.
And then you throw on a gas engine, but it doesn't power the car. It recharges the battery. So you get that acceleration, you get the purely electric vehicle. You also get 1,000 to 1,300 kilometers worth of range.
Yeah.
And that is better than the gas cars we have here. So I like the shift. I don't think it's going to be easy for them to shift that quickly because let's just cut the crap.
Yeah.
They're unionized. And unionized companies, hard to maneuver and make, 180-degree turns because the union stands in front. They don't want any job cuts. They don't want any hour reductions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Going on to some of the more fundamental stuff, 20% increase in quarterly dividend, $6 billion share buyback to drop that float from 1.2 billion to 904. That puts money back into the shareholders' hand. I don't dislike anything that I've heard here, other than maybe, you know, some of the charges that they took because of what's it called, OnStar and that cruise thing.
Fair enough, right? A complete rotation. I think that's necessarily going to be the case here, Sharif. We know that they dumped that segment a long time ago. They're like, hey, we can't do this. We're not going to be able to compete whatsoever. But to get into that hybrid game, I think is most definitely the route that they want to go.
Okay.
Some of the numbers aren't the best, right? You're like, yeah, I mean, you have revenue of 2025 down 5.1% year over year. They're taking some big charges and everything along those lines. But I think that's a big fundamental shift so they can become more competitive. It's going to be, because now we're talking about 3% of Canada's vehicle supply coming from, they're going to be Teslas and everything, but it's still going to have somewhat of an impact on some of these legacy names.
That's interesting, man. Yeah, all right. I don't really have too much more to say about this, other than their international operations have apparently improved materially. $737 million in earnings internationally. That includes South Korea, Brazil, the Middle East. Probably because of their trucks. It saw a decline of 28.1% though. Wow. North American profits, their profits dropped to 28.1%, not the top line number. China, equity income improved, $316 million loss, so still losing money in China, but that's a big difference from the $4.4 billion they lost in China in 2024. So that's a cleanup there, $4.4 billion to 300. That's not too bad. I mean, other than that, did you look at the technicals? Let's take a quick look at GM's technicals, see what the situation is on GM. Shout out to General Motors.
One more thing here.
Is this all-time highs? Nobody's talking about all-time highs on GM.
That's crazy.
At least as far back. Okay. Because remember the restructuring from the bankruptcy after the GFC?
The bailout.
The bailout that they got. This is freaking all-time highs, and this thing has been a rocket ship since November. This is up 228% since November of 23. Okay, I didn't even realize that GM is at all-time highs here. Am I wrong, guys? Were we higher before the restructuring for GFC? Because my chart doesn't go back that far. If I'm wrong, let me know. I'm just seeing if anybody.
Nick Dub, our guy got our super chat here.
Go ahead,
from our
Joey.
boy Nick Dub. All right, let's see what we got going on. Did we go through all of them? We got games. Yeah, sorry, my boy HPN. Sorry that you had a couple of hits. You'll rebound, no problem. And you're also on a warm beach somewhere, so you can't be too worried about that or cry too much about what you got going on from a trading standpoint. All right, Nick W. Sharif, really like Path long term. Looking to buy a large call option lead position at 1290. Thoughts?
That's your word.
You said Sharif.
No, but you're asking about calls. UiPath, I don't like the chart. This is the weekly on the chart right here. Let me just look at the chart, and then you can smash.
I don't need to after that.
It looks like $10, $11 area support. But this is coming from, like, I don't want to laugh, right? But this is coming from pandemic highs where we may never see those highs again. I mean, I don't know. Let's go to the daily, get a bit more nuanced of a view here on UiPath. The daily looks a bit better if you remove COVID. Okay, so we're breaking out, I want to say, of that $15 to $16 range that we were into 20. We're down below it right now into 14. Look, it looks like it's respecting, at least locally here, the purple line. That purple line is the 200 simple moving average. I keep the blue one, which is the exponential, and I keep the simple because sometimes, obviously, you get different views. If we break this 1250 area, I'd get the hell out of there, but Joey, what do you see from the option side?
Yeah, let's take a look at Path here. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Like, Sharif, we're looking at the technicals the same thing, right? So all we're going to use is a derivative. Now, what are you trying to do? You got to ask yourself that. Now, if it's steady into the down and to the right, then you may not want to necessarily getting involved with this. So UiPath, not looking too good, and especially with a leap. Now, we can go to a long-term contract that's expiring, what I mean by a longer-term contract, eventually all of them come into a shorter duration. Yes, but what the examples that I've been showing you guys in the morning is that the majority of these longer-term contracts, Sharif, when the volume really starts to step in, is when they start
all right? So they really, really start to decrease. So unless UiPath starts to work relatively quick, regardless if you're buying a leap or something that expires relatively quick, the chances are, unless it moves swiftly and very fast in your favor, you're going to lose money on those contracts. So if you really like the name, just buy the shares. It's not that expensive. Yeah, I understand that you don't get to leverage your system as much as you can, but also you're going to keep your money a little bit more. So if you set your stop, and you allow those shares to work out, and within a year, if it hasn't done what you want, then you can just dump the shares, opposed to losing 90 to 95% of the contract's value.
All right, let's get to the super chat. Shout out to Danny Boy.
Yeah, this is my guy.
He's dropping 20 in the chat. I love this. I love this. It is
Yeah,
so
I love
funny.
this guy, man.
Speaking of transparency, I love it. It's so funny. Are you guys sick and tired of cheese cut so thin you can see through it? If so, then SCDI is the stolen cheese dispenser company for you. I love this infomercial disguised as a super chat.
Yeah.
Or low overhead keeps our cheese thicker than ever. I tried to look for SCDI,
That's crazy.
but I don't even know what that is.
His made-up. He's like, hey, someone was talking about something.
I looked
He
for it
comes
like
and
an
starts
idiot.
Bro,
Was it
you
over?
actually
Oh.
looked for it? Stolen cheese dispenser? He's like, man, we go into bathrooms of restaurants, we take the paper towel dispenser, and
What?
we convert them into cheese dispensers. Yeah, this is what this guy is saying.
Fantastic.
It's like stolen cheese
Fantastic.
dispenser company.
I
This
don't know
guy
what
is
to
a
say about
complete joker. It's hilarious. I love that type of...
And I'm the idiot who falls
Yeah,
for it, man.
Sharif, you would buy shares of SCDI.
I'm punching
we
it
gotta
right
get
now.
this thing. Yeah, we gotta
I'm
get this
punching
thing in
it.
the derivatives market as well too. Buy the DI.
Papacito,
Yeah, thank you.
we're very happy for you, brother. Made $2,000. Be blessed, everyone. Thank you so much, Papacito. Dropping 6.9 shekels and Katina Man spinning the money for you there. There's Miss V and Brendo going in circles. And with that note, Joey,
Yeah.
we're sending it back to see it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. UPS has beat EPS. United Parcel Service has reported better than expected results with an adjusted EPS of 2.38, beating the consensus of 2.2. Quarterly revenue declined 3.2% year over year to $1.5 billion, but shares rallied 3.7%. Pre-market and FedEx, it's here, traded 1%, which is a good sign for UPS, signaling relative strength. The decline, however, was driven by lower shipment volume, already telegraphed, and revenue per price rose 8.3%, highlighting certain improved pricing discipline and better mix. Let's talk about a couple international strengths here. International package revenue increased 2.5% to 5.1 billion, topping the 5 billion estimate, and revenue per piece jumped 7.1%, suggesting a solid demand and pricing leverage outside the United States.
Thank you, Sia, for that. So, sometimes UPS, FedEx, they're kind of looked at as bellwethers of the economy because Dow transports are kind of like that leading indicator. As transports sell off, then the economy starts suffering. If they move up, the economy follows. I don't know if it's that anymore. I think because strategically it's shifted. One, they're weaning off Amazon. They were one of Amazon's biggest, obviously, distributors. Amazon now focusing on their own logistics. So that's one. Two, what else? There was something else here. Not domestic revenue, but it was volume. Post-pandemic volume normalization. So they're saying, people got so used to ordering online during the pandemic, and it kind of continued after it for a couple of years, and that's dropping. And that you can kind of see that because 3.2% year-over-year decline in the revenue. Rose 0.3%, which means that they're being a lot more cost efficient, even though shipments are down. It's never bad when a company becomes more efficient. But let's look at it, Joey.
Yeah.
Let's what's on the chart over there. This is not a looking chart. So we're basically back down to the pandemic levels. Right? We're a little bit off that at the moment. We're kind of off the low, the March 2020 low, which was $82, but we held it. Did you see that? pandemic level like a glove. So that March 2020 sell-off that everybody remembers, well, look, we were just back there, I think, a couple of weeks ago in September and October at those levels. Since that time, we claimed the 50 on the weekly. But yeah, this is off the high, Joey. Just 2022 high, September low, lost 65% of its value. Yeah. Down 65% right now, but at the lows it was. So
Okay. And what you mentioned here before with the Amazon partnership, so it's deliberately shrinking low-margin Amazon volume and using automation and network relations to protect its margins. The Amazon parcels are being cut by over 50% by mid-2026, freeing capacity for higher-margin healthcare SMB. They also acquired something else, another segment that grow and increase margins as well, too. But the outlook, not too bad. Guidance
Wall Street estimate. What do you have to say?
okay, I like this company. I think it made all-time highs today. I don't think it's up on the day, but it did get into all. If it ends up recovering, it was negative, I think, 2% in the pre-market. Here's why I like it. Number one, we saw with the Venezuela, let's just call it operation, that stealth is super important. And also losing people or avoiding the loss of human life, probably even more important. And that's what you're getting with this B-21 Raider. It's going to be autonomous from what I'm understanding, or I think it's both, actually. So the B-21 Raider, that is their thing with Northrop, kind of why I chose it. And then number two, they're the biggest contractor on the F-35. Now, the F-35, some people say it's a good airplane for multi-use. The point is, well, I think they're going to sell a lot of these, the F-35, that is. And I think that's forming part of the negotiation. Is trying with these trade deals that he's trying to include sales of these countries that are striking deals. So that's why I like Northrop. Exactly that reason. The B-21 Raider, and they're the biggest contractor on the F-35. Or not, they can kind of meet demand or kind of exceed expectations. They guided light though. So that's what I didn't like about that. They beat on the top line, no problem, but the earnings, the guidance here. So the forecast revenue 43.5 to 44. That's below the 44.2, but not that far below. Now, I'm not trying to make excuses for the company because I'm involved in them, or I'm actually not involved in this, by the way, personally. This is just one of my picks. I'm not actually invested in it, but I do feel maybe that there is where you set the expectations kind of low, and then what am I trying to say? You deliver.
Interesting stuff. All right, guys. Today's segment is brought to you by Electrocore, traded on the Nasdaq under ticker E4. Electrocore is a commercial stage bioelectric medicine company using non-invasive neuromodulation to address chronic pain, headache, and wellness conditions. The company recently reported record revenue, got to approximately $30 million for full year 2025, and strengthened its following the integration of Neurometrics and its Quell platform. With high margin recurring revenue growing VA and consumer channels and a clear path towards improved cash flow, electroCore is positioning itself at the intersection of medical technology and wellness innovation. Learn more, visit electrocore.com or follow the company E-Core. All right, well, congratulations, Sharif. There you go. You got a new all-time high right there on NLC. Northrop Grumman running into a new all-time high today, up to $680. Segment performance, aeronautics sales up 18%, operating on 20% year, mission systems up 10%, operating income 9% on that, defense sales up 7%, operating income down 2%, but that's small potatoes. Space systems sales up 5% year over year, and operating income up 17% year over year. Double-digit growth. I'm not going to complain about that whatsoever.
And I want to make one thing clear. I know Neil, one of Neil's picks was a drone. Defense contractor, and you know, a newer one that's focusing more on like 21st century warfare, which is obviously, as we can see in Europe and everywhere else, drones feature large in it. So I kind of went back and forth, but I still really like these kind of emerging, you know, defense names. Obviously, Anduril is not publicly traded, but I like that kind of tech bro, lucky style, you know. Your name, your Raytheons, your Northrops, etc. I like that. I would invest in both if I was investing. And I have no money right now in defense names. Probably a mistake, and I might change that. But I did wanted to mention that. And shout out to Kelly Johnson. Yeah.
RTX has for estimates. RTX posted an adjusted EPS of 1.55, beating expectations of 1.47. Quarterly sales have also climbed 12% to $24.2 billion, which is above the estimate of $22.7 billion. And RTX also reported a total backlog of $268 billion, between $161 billion in commercial and $107 billion in defense. Demand for missiles and munitions also continues to surge amid the geopolitical tensions and global security concerns. The Pentagon has been actively urging weapon makers to increase production rates due to low stockpiles currently. And U.S. defense leaders are streamlining procurement processes to speed up weapons purchases and broaden supplier access. So RTX has guided 2026 adjusted EPS of 6.6 to 6.8, which is racketeering 6.71 consensus, and adjusted sales are expected at 92 billion, between 92 billion and 93 billion, which is in line with Wall Street expectations of $92.5 billion.
I could have said the same thing. I think the same applies here for Raytheon. We saw President Trump and his dismay for the share buybacks, because that money, you know, putting money into shareholders' pockets by buying back shares and increasing. It's not doing, number one, investing in R&D. Number two, investing in scale and capacity so that they could produce these things more and more quickly. And I think that that's what President Trump wants. I think that's what the world needs. I hate to say this because these are obviously weapons or, machines to kill people, but we definitely need defense spending. We're seeing exactly what's happening in the world. We need to be pragmatic. So I do like that, but I also Joe, you don't typically tell a company, a private company, a publicly traded company, but owned by shareholders, of course, how to spend their money and where to allocate that money. But if you're looking at it from, get something done and deliver these things, you're kind of forcing them to do that by calling them out in the way that he did and forcing them not to buy shares back.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I mean, as for Northrop Grumman, and sure enough, same thing here with RTX. You're just hovering around that zone, $200. I wouldn't be surprised if we surpassed that. Obviously, aerospace growing as well too. Raytheon Missiles and Defense 7% year over year. So a lot going on. These continue to the right, and that's exactly what you want to see. Well, I was going to ask. I don't know if that's what you want to see, but that's the case here from a technical standpoint.
It's a reality that we're in.
It is.
that defense names are one of the best performing sectors of 26?
26. It depends what's
Just
going
me,
on.
you can.
Well, think about it. So
From your own
if
opinion.
so if Ukraine and Russia come to a deal, if Donald
Yeah.
Trump gets that deal done,
Yeah.
maybe we see a slide in some of the defense names, right? What's going on with Venezuela? Where they're just looking to cook up a little bit of oil in there now at this point. What is that next big thing? I don't know. I don't know. I think if the deal.
I wouldn't disagree with that. I think it'd be a local pullback, but I personally, in my opinion, it doesn't change the narrative fundamentally enough.
Yeah.
I think that you're getting rearming, whether it's Germany rearming, Japan now they're talking about rearming as well under the new prime minister there. So I think the world is going in one direction. You know what I mean? We have to be ready for a big one.
And I think. And you know what's unfortunate about all this stuff, and I'm speaking from experience, and I'm not saying you know where I stand in this position.
Sure.
But when you have all these big and fancy toys, what do you want to do with them?
Well said, man. It empowers you. It emboldens you.
You want to use them.
Exactly.
Right? You want to see what they can do. So that's the unfortunate thing. And hopefully we can get some.
I would not mind that whatsoever.
Right.
All right, boys and girls and everybody else. Guys, it is 2:01. Joey and I will be back tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. That way, I'll see everybody at the big day.
Welcome back, everybody. We're apparently that
There we go.
this way, that way.
That's good.
Everything's settling. I heard the boys are talking about defense spending, which, and just to throw in there, I don't think resolution to any of the conflicts has anything to do with future defense spending. It's such a short-term thing. All that matters is budgets, and keep going up. As long as I think you're going to get that money for sure. But let's be real. It's been a pretty strong day if we're talking about the markets, man. Like, we're almost a full point up now on the NASDAQ. The ES has already made. Well, I mean, we're back off of the highs a little bit here, but the ES has already made its charge into the top. So new fresh all-time high there. NASDAQ trying to fall behind, even though it's leading in percentage. As mentioned, it's the S&P, which is 100% leading the way. Some good earnings this morning. I shouldn't say great. Like GM was an example of something really good. But my goodness, that UNH, the dumpster fire that let's say the fire's not going out anytime soon. 20% to the downside, and suffice to say it's been short all day long. This one was trouble before, it's trouble now. There's not much you can say that's going to be positive for UNH strength, unfortunately, for this stock. But the big earnings are going to come tomorrow and Thursday as well. So we buckle up because I think that's going to matter more to the market. Like the market, like I said, the ES is going to make all-time highs. It doesn't really care what's going on in some of the healthcare names. It hasn't been a problem. It's been some tech strength that's able to lead us through, guide us through all this chaos that we talk about. I'm just in Rivian off of VWAP here. That's pretty much the only trade that I'm in. And I'm on GameStop, which, believe it or not, GameStop to break this high, the triple top from earlier today. We'll see if it goes. I mean, it's pretty much creeping up to there right now.
Yeah, tomorrow at this time, we'll get the Fed interest rate announcement. So that should be something to look at. Of course, I'm short everything. We're short silver here. What a good trade that wound up being on this short. Just all the way to the downside there. Comes into 96. We'll cover that trade down there a little bit on SLV, and we'll try to go short again against VWAP right now. I was debating going against the 200 period, but it's getting extended out a little bit. I'm still going to hold that, like, we're putting on not the biggest position because I still want to hold this in case we do break back above sort of 98. I mean, I was trying to use some of these levels into here, 98.30, 98.50, and then 98.75 is that little top wick right there. So looking to see if silver can hold underneath some of these levels. And then we shorted Google again off the 200. Was waiting for a much bigger trade off VWAP, but we get it once and twice. So that's a nice move down in the money. Silver is going to be a risk. We're going to wait for that one. And then we did short SMCI, something very similar underneath the 200 period. Looked like it was trying to break down a little bit right here on SMCI. So, you know, these are some trades that we're working with right now. And of course, just as we left you guys, this is what happened to me on the futures. We got top ticked there and then it tanked. So we didn't actually have thing on that trade. So the TQs will be my P&L number one to the red side today as we get stopped out right there just before. Like, how frustrating is that, especially when we're trading big shares? That's a problem, but you got to have stop orders when it's there. So there's the move back into the 200, so we wind up missing that. But yeah, so far, here we go. Silver. It's going to be the one for me looking at this one as it's really starting to get going here off of that bottom. See if we can turn green on the day for SLV. We have a much bigger trade waiting on a little hot 850 on the watch right now. And then even that was here on tier. Can you 6 2 in the money stopped out there. Plays and SM not doesn't seem to want to be around here. The 8 marker on the side. So earnings tonight should be a couple through, and
that's too crazy. I do have. I'm just gonna. It's Texas. I knew there was one that of interest. Chat mentioning he obviously yes see died. It's a draw right away, right off the open. Like, you just off the open that much selling. It was like 10% on the can. It's going to continue to drop the next 4 or 5 cans. Come into this gap. Some people are like, we see that kind of a move opportunity. This afternoon, from like 69 around. But I want and I those and we ended up trading for 88. What? We're getting more eventually because they're the so far. Could be almost a report. When you put the monthly chart, if it so much as closes next month a bunch above like 25, 26, then that's a monthly chart. So after earnings and still look good on a higher time frame chart. But I'm kind of leaning more towards the downside, at least initially. Well, I think we see Sharif there getting ready, locked and loaded.
We've got a big trade here with SLV. Fine. Yeah, SLV just came in right here. Big trade alert. I told you this would be the one that we'd be looking at, and there it goes. Silver right back into the 200 period moving average. So all is well on this side as we continue to short silver. A positive name there today. Nice move. Right back in. Boom. Right. I don't have too many more bids, man. I'm bidding 97.30s, which is, roughly this 50 period moving average. It's at 25. We'll sit there at 30. Hopefully that comes in, and then we'll see about a much more dramatic move back down in with my next bid being a lot lower than the last. So we'll see what's going on SMCI. I don't know, man. If this breaks 31.10, then we're going to be out of that one. VTIX is halting. What is that? Quick. VTIX.NQ. No,
I know that one.
That's nothing. Yeah, that's nothing. Okay, and then B.
Can't trade.
Halting Master Beef.
That's literally
it's a dangerous name.
No, it's
right there, and then that's it, man. There's really nothing else. We had Move halting earlier on. This is done 6,000 shares, man. Yeah. And then we had Move, so that's not really halting. We had Move actually halting earlier this morning, and moves down into the downside right there. Oh, what's up, Danny there? Green, you made, okay, here, I put this up. You made 400, that's a nice day. Right there, $450 there today, shorting SLV, boom, and going long Uber. Did I miss it at $80? I mean, I on my mind right over here. UBER. Let's have a quick little check on this one. Ooh, $80. Yeah, well, I got 80 to 81.50. Yeah, look at that. I mean, that's a really nice move there. If you're looking at the chart for Uber, yeah, I mean, we wicked down here previous. I mean, that you probably got to hold that probably there for 50 cents, 40 cents. So good little move there to get that back up to the upside. Yeah, Uber's a little bit in trouble with some of that robo-taxi talk there. We'll wait to see if Uber can get off the bottom. Wow, there's so many names that are like this, man. Good names that were at once darlings that have now been sort of left for the wayside here. Uber down 20 the top there. So yeah, not great there on Uber, but great on silver, great on the Google short. We'll see if that can come in a little bit more. And then was debating reshorting the NASDAQ as well, but I don't want to just be caught short. I'm short everything. DraftKings, $30. Yeah, this is another level that I was looking at right here. If we wound up breaking now, we're underneath, a little break there. We saw a downgrade in Flutter today. So, wow, okay. Yeah, that downgrade really did something right off the jump there for Flutter. Wow, okay, here we go, man. Wow, we are printing now, man. There goes Google. We're just going to Google. How's a nice little move to the downside? Take advantage of that. We put an offer up now and see if we can get it. We just missed that move down. I'll bid 21s there, but nice move down there for Google. Like, what just happened there? Down into 335. I got to get my audio visual going here. I have the audio. I didn't hear anything. Nice
I think we are. I think we are ready. We'll get to the rundown in just a quick little second. Looks locked and loaded. Sia is ready to go this afternoon, so we are ready to see what names you guys were the most interested in. I have a pretty good idea because we were running them down this morning. I think we're going to have at least two that begin with the letter R, but I'm not sure they'll be at the top of the list. Sharif?
You're accurate again, Neil. Welcome, everyone, to the afternoon on the show. We talk about every afternoon. The boys, they're back. They're locked and they're loaded after that crazy snow day, and they're ready to look at that at the tickers decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join us in the chat any time of the day and vote for your favorite tickers. But you got to throw in that $sign, otherwise it doesn't register. So to make sure to vote every single day. Let's look. Start here. Let's look at all four major averages, and three of them are positive. The SPY is up on the day, a little bit below 0.5%, up 0.45. But the Dow Jones, the DIA getting absolutely clipped, down 0.9%, likely, of course, as a result of the earnings miss by UNH. The IWM essentially flat on the day, up 0.7, but not a bad look. A couple of hard trading days for IWM these past few weeks. Let's start with the first ticker as decided by you guys. Rich Tech Robotics are up 41.6%, trading higher, Sia, after the company announced that hands-on collaboration with. Tell us.
Yeah, it's just like the companies that work together. They basically enhanced Adam robot with the adaptive intelligence, which was powered by Azure AI. And that's like really all. There's not too much details that are provided, but pretty cool.
Agentic AI, guys, it seems to be all the rave right now. Rich Tech throwing their hat into the ring, up 41%.
And second source, I believe, you know what, I think this is one of the few times where Benzinga had the low estimate on those short floats. So Rich Tech, it's somewhat of a squeeze. This morning was pretty convinced that the long was going to run out of some steam at in that 480 quadruple top. Well, what was a quadruple top? It ended up a triple top up there. So we had a long when it broke trend. Fourth into top, and look at that. There's a break, pull back in. I was sitting here looking for a short trade, although technically I wasn't sitting here, I was in the bathroom. But either way, this one went absolutely ham. I tried a reversion trade at 520 to give some back, but ultimately the close, I can't see it not closing above 480. And if it's closing above 480, then this is in danger zone for the shorts, because you've held the 200 period on the daily. That's the other thing. Like, it's accumulation off the 200, and this breakout seems to have some room now to $6. So on a swing basis, as long as we can hold this 480 level, maybe even that to $5, Rich Tech looks like even a solid continuation play. Like, it's got some more legs to it. I don't know their situation regarding like an offering or anything like that. So all caveats are always the same when it comes to a small capper like this. You have to know, if you're holding something, you bring the register a little bit so that you can not get trapped if they do an offering overnight or in the morning or whenever they might. Is this so accustomed to a lot of these stocks? But yeah, great look here for them. I think the deal is fantastic. The short float's certainly a part of why you're up 41%. I mean, the news isn't going to really be the reason you're up this much. It's more the squeeze than anything else. So, like, the news is why you're bouncing off the 200 period moving average, and you have all this condensation down here. And then when we get the news or the catalyst, you get the big spike up because that's the shorts getting wrecked.
All right, guys, here we go. Let's just do this, and we'll do a little bit of this too, because there's some money coming in now on Google. We just did this. We're reloaded. We just got more shares right there on Google. Nice move down. We took some more 60s right there. Nice drop right into 30s, and it's continuing lower, right? Yeah, let's go, Google. Let's go. A nice little fill there. 31s. That was the wait to see where we go here on Google. Nice little reload there back to the end of that trade. We should have Brian Shannon coming on around 2:30, 2:45. Oh, there goes Google. So he just bumping up again. He posted about Rich Tech, so we're going to talk to him about his opinion on RR. Join us in just about a half hour. We'll have Brian Shannon on from Alpha Trends, and he'll tell us what he thinks there about about Rich Tech robotics.
That's awesome. See, is almost done school. All right, guys, let's talk a little silver. Down 0.5% today. We've seen Sean in and out of this all day. Citi, though, sees silver rising to $150 an ounce, led by Chinese buyers. So here's what they wrote, Sia. They're saying that behaving like gold squared or gold on steroids, Goldman analyst Max Layton said. No, he thinks the rally likely continues until silver looks expensive by historical standards. So we often talk about the silver-gold ratio. If the ratio of gold prices to silver returns to that 2011 low of 32-1, he's saying it would point to silver trading as high as $170 an ounce.
That's
Unreal.
a lot. That's a lot.
What more
and as we know, silver climbed above 112 yesterday on Monday. But another cool thing that I do want to Morgan chief strategist said that silver is almost guaranteed to drop 50%, and from all these levels within a year or so. So there's like very confusing statements happening here, but
yeah, some bearishness. Yeah, some bearishness, some bullishness. Guys, I want to tell you about Apple. An interesting headline coming here from noted insider Ming-Chi Kuo. He posted this about Apple: rising memory prices will impact iPhone's gross margins, but Apple's strategy is to take advantage of the chaos in the memory market, leverage the certainty of securing supply and the ability to absorb costs to increase its market share and then make it back later through the services business. So a note here by Ming-Chi Kuo on Apple, but silver down 0.75%.
You know I'm loving Apple. Apple was the #1 trade today. We'll talk about that in a minute. But yeah, silver, I mean, I don't know if it's going to drop 50%. And yeah, I feel the same kind of ways, right? I mean, yesterday we traded silver and we were short basically the whole way, and then this happened in the afternoon. I don't know if we're going to get a complete repeat of that or not, but I could see traders getting real nervous right now about their silver positions. So, you know, we'll continue to be short on this. I mean, it's adding up here. There's many different ways. PSLV is another way to play it. There's many different stocks that, you know, are silver miners, and there's many different ETFs and different ways to play it. I just wonder if we're getting a little toppy up here, and, you know, there is going to be an unwind at some point. There's a lot of gaps that need to get filled into here. So there's many days where we gapped up like 5 or 8% and never came back, and then, you know, just continued to go upside. So what finally, you know, the biggest red day that we've ever seen, not ever, but I guess, on silver, was also followed by far the biggest notional day ever traded for SLV over was traded in this one ETF yesterday, and it was a red day. So for me, I'm going to still continue to look to go short. Always try to find some spaces to do that trade, right? I mean, we should have hit it right off the open. Like I said, I was talking with a guy yesterday at hockey about, you know, how now all of a sudden I'm like expert silver guy. I know nothing about it. I said, yeah, on this show, all I'm doing is trading silver now, and it's so much fun, and I only started 2 weeks ago. So late to the story here, but waiting for these kind of opportunities, which is why we lost here. Right? Up to VWAP. In. We tried it right there, lost it, then just got back in and was like, I'm going to hold it against the 200, and that gave us everything back on silver, and now we're working basically with a new trade here underneath VWAP, and I actually wanted to extend this one up to the upside because I do know how volatile it is, but you know, that's still only 220. I was going to say maybe we could stop out here and regroup. That could be a trade too, but yeah, I feel more comfortable holding the short in SLV with a dying US dollar. Generally speaking, you know, silver would be going to the upside here. But maybe with crypto, if that can start to bounce, it'll take some of the shine off these metal names and, you know, they'll stop going meme crazy and we'll be able to get some good trades here. But we'll wait to see what happens with silver. Hopefully it makes a move down. I'm short and it's a pretty decent trade. So we'll see what happens from here.
Yeah, silver was a weird one today. I put this one, it was actually on my note, but outside of a keystroke error, I didn't trade it until the middle of the day. But it was what happened yesterday that was insane to me. You had the biggest volume day. I think it was the biggest volume day ever. Could always ask Jim.
That's what I said. I don't know.
I heard. Look, I'm pretty sure I read that on the way in somewhere. So as far as I'm concerned, it's almost certainly right. And it's so big volume relative to what it was doing before. But it's the behavior. It was this clear trend break. So on my note this morning, like the plan was, we'll play for mean reversions on the 15-minute, not the 3-minute, not the 1 minute, not the 5 minute, on the 15 area to give me like an over-under, just meaning I like it for support or resistance, and I don't care which way. I want to play, if it mean reverts off of that level, I wanted that trade and that trade specifically off like the 99 to 100 zone, which is right in here. It's where it broke out and started trend up in the morning. It's where it continued downside. So it came in, there's your mean reversion, and it broke it right here on the 15 at about 11:30 with one trade on silver. So that was it. And I think that's bigger trade on silver, and when because it seems to do one almost every single day when you have these big volume days. The days that it's boring and it looks more inside, then don't touch it. But when we get these more parabolic type situations, I'm just going to be looking for the mean reversion. Before we go back to the desk, I think we just had a super chat up there, so I want to get that. If we can get that up there again, Andre. Oh, it was news? Oh, no, there was a super chat. There was ILS there. Nokia AI news under the radar, in your opinion, $8 target by analysts. So, Blaze?
I'm just staring at Randy's face right over here.
Randy's just giving us the eyes. First off,
what to think over here.
BZAI is teetering on the precipice of doesn't look good for a gapper. Like it's tried VWAP, but gap higher, high in the pre-market, lower highs all the way through. So whether or not the news has anything, I'll give it A, habitual line stepper on the daily chart. B, it's like can't hold VWAP on the intraday. So I don't love the technicals of it, and I don't know too much about the story to like it. But good luck if you have it. Certainly, maybe there's something if it can hold a 50-period moving average. That's certainly a maybe. But definitely we can go back and see the next name on the list, because I know there's at least one more beginning with R.
All right, guys, we got to interrupt the thing here with Netflix. Netflix really recovering and moving up. And 0.25%, I can't really see off the bottom. This just came in, Senate Judiciary Subcommittee to hold a hearing on the competitive impact of the proposed Netflix Warner Brothers transaction. That's a statement. Not really sure who originated that, but the price action reacted off 84.10, now breaking through 85 right now on NFLX, still down 0.69% on the day. Let's go to UNH though, because that is the one that is next, and oh boy, we are on the 20% negative. SIA, we're down 19.83%. It was the
it has seen its first annual revenue drop in the last 30 years, which is it's a long time. So a couple things, what the company reported for the fourth quarter was the earnings per share was 2.11 adjusted versus the 2.10, which was expected. And revenue was 113.2 billion versus 113.82 billion. expected, but it climbed from 100.81 billion in the prior year quarter.
Okay.
And another thing, the medical care ratio for the year was reported at 89.1%, which is reflecting a 20 basis point headwind from lost contracts related to a charge, and excluding that impact, the adjusted medical care ratio was also 88.9% up, which is 340 basis points from a year earlier.
All right, guys, good look here for maybe the dip traders. Are you guys punching in UNH?
No, I'm buying
No.
Oscar Health. I've never owned a UNH.
Absolutely not.
Oh.
And I'm glad I'm out this one too. No, it's, I don't know. There's nothing. What are we supposed to glean out of this that was positive, right? Like, it was a mixed report at best,
Yep.
with a revenue miss and the president taking aim. So temporarily speaking, like, what do we like? I don't see the reason to like anything. And what has this stock really been doing? Like, it's been giving you extension away from the 200, dip buys that are. Maybe you can make a good argument about 300 here, a solid argument about 300 there. Outside of that, it's been $240 and over here, $250. So a couple of times you've been able to play the 300 level. I would argue this to the 200 period is about as good as you're going to get at the 300. Now that's gone. So at minimum, you got to give this like the 3-day rule or something. It's just too nasty for UNH. Let it calm down. When it's gotten ugly before, it hasn't exactly been a 1 or 2 day thing. I wouldn't expect this to be any different. It was so heavy off the open this morning that, like, when you're down this far and the first candle tries to bump through 300 and then closes at 290 and then we get through to the low, well, that tells you what the big money was doing. They were not being sold. We're dumping it. And when it touched VWAP, they dumped it. So hard pass. This one is a flush. Yeah, it's kind of gross. Maybe it's not, I don't know. Well, no, but it is. What are you supposed to say?
Look, I'm going to buy Oscar. I like this name. I think it's a new name in the space. It's made some lows. Obviously, we have a report, I think, in 2 weeks or so for Oscar Health, and you know, the whole space. Molina down, Humana down today. UNH is not giving any love back to this space, but I mean, they're just such a huge business and a huge company. They will be back it, but it's a political thing, right? With this Trump administration, you never know which way the wind's going to blow. So, I know it's not going anywhere. Either is the insurance business, and so I like all of this, and I really think that Oscar does have such a great opportunity, you know, to blow up some of the tops. That you know, if you get an opportunity to buy a name like that, that's down here, I think it's worth it. They had last time. I'm buying more Oscar, but not today. So OSCR, I like the space, and the healthcare names. I mean, they just continue to be a little downside here, and I'll actually have to get the chart up. I don't have it right now, but we'll do that in a couple seconds. Let's go back over to the desk and see what is the next topic of choice.
Our U.S. rare earth, we saw this one really skyrocket yesterday after the federal government is announced they're injecting $1.6 billion, the latest move by the Trump administration to ensure that domestic rare earth critical minerals project. Separately, we have different agencies weighing in raw, maintaining SAR, boosting the price from $25 to $35 pad. It raised by Canaccord Genuity from 23 as well as benchmark. Really, this was the biggest one here, 15 to 45. See, USAR down 1.5%, but it had a big day yesterday.
Yeah, and they also letter of intent with the Commerce Department, which was to provide it with about $1.6 billion in financing. Also, USA Rare Earth raised another $1.5 billion in private sector investment, 10% of which will be acquired by the Trump administration. Under the agreement, as seen on my screen, Washington received 1 million shares of USAR and will warrant to purchase another 17.6 million shares, both priced at 17.17 a share.
Guys, this had a nice pop really early in the morning yesterday, and then it literally faded the entire day, and now we're down again.
Well, it was a little different today. Like much the same way, like I looked at yesterday's chart and silver and sort of waited. When I saw SAR, I was like, okay, well, if it gapped up on that, and then at the open, it failed lower high. In the afternoon, it failed a lower high. The open, we failed a lower high. So I was just looking for this little range. Like once we broke down, I said I actually sat in this for like, I don't know, it was like 40 minutes or something in the morning, just saying, well, this breaks down at the 25. My stop is just above the $0.50. And so either it's falling apart under here on that structure, or that's a one and done. So it's a one and done deal. Like, it didn't fall apart, but I still believe this looks overall bearish until proven otherwise. Like if you make a higher low and break out 27 or something tomorrow, it doesn't look very good. The price action has been bad on this gap up. It just managed to hold the 25 level is what I would give USAR. So that's, you just don't see candles like that on the daily chart very often for USAR. You got to show me something to make me bullish on this for the next day or two. I'd probably take another shot at that 25 if it tries to break down tomorrow.
Yeah, I was going to say CRL, critical metals, has been on one to the, by the way, silver, great. It did rip a little higher before we had to get out. So quick little note on silver there. But yeah, critical metals, what a move down today to 16 bucks, now up to 18 and change. Like this might be the one. We talked about their relationship there in Greenland and what that means. But this could be, you know, good structure here. It looks like it's trying to base out and then grow. You know, still these lows are getting, you know, higher and higher. So that's looking pretty good. Like you go from 1350 right there to 1650. Be holding 1850. So yeah, CRML. Although today, don't look at it intraday. I mean, it gets pretty dangerous there. But you know, if you just look at the chart and how it's all structured out, it looks like it's a decent move higher there for CRML. So in this case, right, you know, the right way to go at this point if you're looking for the metal space. And then yesterday, live right here, I said, you know, why not take a quick little look, guys, over LAC, and that move yesterday. Highs up there broke through 7, and then we're like, if we can get this down into 550 or so, this could be a good little long as well. So there's Lithium America up 4% today and trying to go. And then here's my guy right now, man. This is the one that's going to win me this contest. This is Big Bear AI, and as you can clearly see right here, up 7%, getting going here. Big Bear AI. Just talking about it. You know, we've been talking about buying these dips into period, whether or not you did or not, who knows, but trying to take out the 50. We still need to hold this 650 and get a little bit higher, but Big Bear AI looks like it's building a big base right there, and hopefully it can get going there to the upside. Big Bear running at 650. We'll see if it can go just a little bit higher here. Yeah, Tesla earnings tomorrow, Meta earnings tomorrow. It should be real exciting, man. Apple, it's going to be, Apple's I think is Thursday, but.
And then Fed.
And then Fed tomorrow. Yeah, Fed tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, well, also whenever the heck they do it, whenever they do it in Amsterdam.
12:30.
So yeah, it's going to be wild. You know, it's going to be a big time mover, and then it culminates. Like Apple's kind of like they rule Thursday, but tomorrow Lamb also is going to report. That's a big name. But I believe we got one to go. Just one before we get back. I just want to say something about this VTIX because it was another. My goodness, look at the drop in VTIX. Well, yeah, this stock has done 75,000 shares. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. It's done 75,000 shares. I'm going to breathe in, and I'm going to breathe out. And Tesla just did 75,000 shares in less time than I probably just breathed in and out. Like, it's just completely insane. So you can't really trade this thing. You can observe it, and you could, yeah, you could watch.
Is this a good thing? I don't know enough about John Wick.
Gives John Wick vibe.
Good thing or bad?
Okay, so I vaguely remember a scene where he had those glasses on.
Okay, good. I was okay.
But like I haven't seen, and I haven't watched the latest one. I didn't watch, and I haven't seen any of them in a few years. So I'm struggling.
I gotta rewatch.
I'm struggling to remember when it is, but like I can vaguely
Jose.
remember him wearing glasses like that. They were good movies. It's just they were kind of like watch it once and then.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like I never really watched any of them more than once. So.
Johnny Wick. Okay.
agency contract award. Looks like they're getting some money here, $151 billion, Sia, for RDW, for missile defense.
Yeah, that's it. It's up 28% as of today, and after it announced that it's going to support U.S. President Donald Trump's Golden Dome Defense Initiative. That's all I have for.
All right, you guys. RDW up about 30 in this one on the midday. What's your look?
Well, I can imagine this would have been a fantastic one on the midday. But if you look at this, so what if there was like, remember at the beginning they showed there was some like small cap and I'm like, that's a habitual line stepper, that chart looks trash on the daily. This one's not so bad. I'm not going to tell you that it's perfect, but it's not abject disaster on the daily chart. Like outside of, okay, fine, you've had an unwind, some odds, but overall, a very good uptrend. It's above the 50, it's above the 200, it's got accumulation. Sometimes what you want to see is you can find accumulation on a small cap stock or a mid cap stock or something with a big short float. When you see that accumulation, it's just a better place to swing, and you're getting the breakout usually after accumulation, and then you get like a positive story because someone always seems to know these things ahead of time. But it's going to have to do some work to close above 1375. It feels a little, as hard as this is to say, like for a stock that's up 29% and this far above VWAP, feels a little dead because the volume is completely tapered off, which I guess is normal, but it gets really died down. So I want to see the volume spike up again. Maybe it needs to rinse something out, VWAP like 13.5, and then it becomes interesting, or like, sorry, this is more like 13.6 or 7, and then maybe it gets interesting in the afternoon. But yeah, this actually looks pretty solid on the daily chart. Fun suggestion in the chat here. It was DJ2. Shoot, where do you have it? No, you know what? Your first comment was that we should all shave our heads to support Joey options. And I simply said, yeah.
How is that supporting him?
But this is my response. My response was, yeah, but didn't he shave his head by choice? Which he did. It was a fashion statement.
Of course.
I'll be the first person to tell it. I'll be the first. My head is the thing. Like, I've done it before. I mean, it's always like if we're shaving our head for a cause, I mean, I'll do that in 2 seconds. But just to be clear, Joey Option shaved his head as a fashion statement. I think it looks good in it. Fantastic. Do what you got to do. But I don't know if it's solidarity, man. It is what it is. I think it's a solid look. I'll probably do it at some point in the summer. Just when it gets a little hot up in here, just take a few extra whiskers off the top.
Yeah. All right. I've been too busy trading, man, to pay attention to what we're doing. But yeah, nice moves down here for SMCI. We're starting to cover, like, I don't know if you're sort of sitting here with me right now. I took a little bit there when we broke. Basically, we cut some 93. It's not even like it's that relevant, but we are trying to. I just want to bring this to everyone's attention. Like, I'm not sure what's going on here with SMCI or the futures, but it's looking like it wants to do something. I just don't know if that's going to break. And then on, like, I took a little piece there because we did come up and then we went back, but I'm still going to wait for 98.50 and then give it 25 cents up to 98.75. So if that continues to go higher, then I guess we'll give back some of what we made right here, right now on silver. It's just, I don't know, trying to see if there is this drop that could potentially be coming, and just trying to use some of these levels like right into here as a stopping zone, but maybe we can give it to the 50 period moving, or the 200. Yeah, silver. Just going to take my position change quite dramatically here once we get 98.50s, and then we'll give it 25 cents, and then that's it. So, yeah, that's what's going on over there. Google's still in the money, doing what it's doing there, and we just went over silver and SMCI. So, yeah, the rest, as they say, is history. Let's go back over and figure out. Oh, no, Sharif's gone.
I think we're done. I think so
that's it.
We're going to have Brian on in a couple of minutes. Well, there was a headline. I mean, we might care about this. I don't know how much. It's not going to necessarily move the markets, but fine. Sharif just goes, it's important, Neil. Prime Minister Carney here in Canada says talks on a formal review of the USMCA treaty are to begin in coming weeks. So for what it's worth, next in line are probably necessary talks between the US and Canada. I literally just went out Friday with my buddy who runs a trucking company, and you want to talk about like disruption in business. Like,
yeah, of course.
Transport business, if you were like a Canadian trucking company with heavy heavy U.S. traffic, and that's a good part of your business. Like, man, talk about like need to pivot and shift. And thankfully they've done well with it. But like, there's a lot of people here that want to see deals get done, and we'll see what happens. And ultimately, there's been a lot of there's been a lot of heated rhetoric. I don't want to use the word crazy, but there's a lot of heated rhetoric is the best way to put it. And we'll see what happens. Well, I think maybe we have a couple minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we have
on. But I'm just going to tell you, like, I'm in one trade, and it's basically just chilling out, just waiting for the low of the day on Ribbon. Waited for it to get to VWAP again, and then put it on. So I'm not going to be forcing anything this afternoon. I feel like that's, like, typically been a recipe for disaster. But if we get to VWAP, I do like it. And then GameStop is the other one. Like I said, that's on the radar. There's its attempted break. It this way on GME. There's VWAP, there's one test. If it can bounce off this trend line, that it gives me 24.2, then I'll go for the long off 24.2 instead of waiting for the volume weighted average price. GameStop, there was Michael Burry news to go with the story before with our good friend Cohen buying shares.
All right, man, here we go, man. It's another one, and there it goes to the downside for silver. So we get our fill at 50 like we said we would. And giving us all the profits we need right now on silver, putting us green on silver on the day, of course. And it wouldn't have been so if that had ran the top, but it doesn't. It comes right back in. And now let's see what happens here with silver, taking 1-to-1 right now. Obviously, we told you we were going to be short 50s, out 75s. So we're emptying out. We're now out of about half of this trade. Let's see if it makes another move lower here. SLV, we have the short on and a good position. Let's see. Right, I mean, back into VWAP would be 98. So I do have a bid, just making sure I have too many bids. I have one at 98.08. And if we can get into, you know, some of these levels that we're talking about, 97.50, 97.60, but we could still run the top, and if it happens, it happens. We're here to trade. So, all right, SMCI, let's go again, man. There's another trade for you. As this continues to go down in, and, you know, when you find trades and on SMCI today until this setup looked pretty decent for me. So there's the break, and we just went over it, right? And so we were like, SMCI seems to want to hold there. There's the fall down in on SMCI. So we're just doing what we do best, man, trading. So there it goes to the downside right there. And yeah, silver came right back. So this is what I'm saying about, all right, let's get another piece out. You never know. You never know where these stocks are going to go. So when it goes in the money, I mean, we were part of this trade yesterday. So there it goes into the downside. I don't, you know, today we've broken above. We're going to have Brian on in a couple seconds here, but we've broken above VWAP right now. It's not looking like the greatest trade. So that's why we emptied that clip out. If we can fall, great. If not, then we get out and we just say, you know what, we tried. And that's what we're doing right now against some of these levels. Just didn't think that this move would get extended too much, but we'll take one more short and then we'll something back. And, you know, right now, doesn't look like it. But yeah, other than that, man, we're still in the money on this trade, so that's going to be a good one. And then our Google shot is another sort of VWAP special right here. And if we can get that up to 336, that's where we'll put on a much bigger short and then see if we can bring Google back down into the downside. I mean, it's been a pretty negative trend here in the afternoon. So ever since about 11 o'clock, Google's been falling to the downside there. So we'll see if there is a little bit of this there. Google right there. All right, though, without any further ado, though, we've been talking about having him back on this week. He was on last week, so let's bring him on. It's our guest trader of the day. It's Mr. Brian Shannon. How are you doing today, my friend?
Hold on, Sean. There we go.
There we go. Okay, now we're twinning. Okay, perfect. I definitely like that. Okay, so first thing, there we go. Now we're all doing it. Yeah, you got the red. I got the yellow. Brian's got the plain.
Oh, man.
Brian, an interesting name. Go ahead. Oh, there we go.
I got the yellow.
Oh, you got the yellow too? Yeah, okay, same as mine. Yeah, a little bit of, okay, cool. I was perusing your Twitter account, or is it called X these days? You were liking Rich Tech Robotic, and that's a name that, you know, we've looked at today. It looks like it's up 42% right here and climbing higher. What did you see down here on Rich Tech? Is there a current position that you're thinking about or maybe in? I see a 50-period bounce. Obviously today getting news with Microsoft, but there it goes, Rich Tech Robotic. You like the stock or what?
I liked it for a day trade. I'm out. They had that big news, of course, and the stock broke higher on that daily time frame. I was watching a little bit in the pre-market, but then I got involved over here, really, just for a day trade, and it was just showing, really, the thing is, Sean, the way that this thing just stair-stepped higher was absolutely beautiful, and lows all along here. And I was actually holding until right at that point. That's where I got out and never got back involved. So it was a nice, beautiful pattern of higher highs and higher lows. And just, that's the way I look at risk management on the very short-term time frame. And we were well extended from the daily VWAP. So I'm done with that one for now. But it was a nice little mover for sure.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, right? I mean, obviously as traders, we can't sit here and predict any of these news stories that are going to happen in the next couple of days. But when they do hit, you follow your patterns and you see what's going on with Rich Tech Robotic. Okay, last week you gave us another great call, and I know you were in and out of this one, but TMC is another name that, again, if you had a little bit of a longer time frame rather than a day trade, then maybe we did touch in this $9.50, $10. I remember when we were talking about this basing out down here in and around $7. What do you think now? I mean, it's a nice pullback. We had a few names yesterday, USAR, CRML, some of the metal names, critical metal names going to the downside. You like TMC here and a little bit of a pullback? I think it looks okay holding that 200 period.
I don't like the way it just gave up all this big gain here all at once and just caved in. It probably heal and prove itself. It reminds me a lot of what some of these other little stocks have done recently, like Plug was up, it was down, it was back up, and then all over the place. So TMC, it probably needs to heal a little. It's holding that 20-day moving average right now, but I'm just leaving this alone till it kind of settles down a little bit.
Brian, I was reading this one book here. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but I do want to show everybody. This is Anchored VWAP right here, Maximum Trading Gains. This is the man that we have on right now with us. We are so lucky to have Brian Shannon. So if anybody's interested in an Anchored VWAP strategies or to understand, how many pages does this have here, Brian? Probably 234. And isn't Michael Noss in here a little bit? Or was that your first book? I think he had
about him in there, yeah.
Yeah, or there's a forward or back when we were talking about you. But again, Michael
has great VWAP work as well, and he's he's automating a lot of it, which is great. Back testing and automating.
Yeah, he's on our show quite frequently. Talk about automation. Is that something that you have in your trading? Just a guy still point and click. Let's look at charts and get this done.
Just that, what you just said.
Same.
Look at the charts, point, click. Let's get this done.
Okay, well then, hey, you and I are more alike than we may know, but yeah.
Not the same if you don't hit the key.
Yeah. I wish I was a little smarter to create some of those algos, but I think you could do the work here. People always say that that these machines are going to replace our sort of job here that we use as day traders or swing traders and all that. What do you think when people say that? That in the next 5 or 10 years. I mean, I think we've been hearing that for at least the last 5 or 10 years, and we're still here. So what's your opinion when you hear things like that?
Yeah, they kind of said that about HFT, that, HFT was going to run things, and, people are programming computers, they're still based on something. And if we can, they're based on VWAPs, they're based on moving averages, volume, relative strength, whatever. So it's our job to understand what motivates those programs to move. That's why I always look to sell a third of my positions on the very first day up near daily R2. 85% of the time, a stock will trade within daily S2 and daily R2. So it just makes sense to start to tighten my stops there and take a third off. If it starts to pull back, great. I'm in a much better position of strength, and I've still got 2/3 of my position. So we've got to just realize that they've been calling the end of everything forever. We're just going to have to adapt, or maybe the doomsayers are correct. But I'm not ready to give up my perceived edge, or my P&L edge too. It's not perceived.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Now you said something. Not like the way that some stocks or small cappers or runners might pull back. I know you've talked about space stocks, and some of them have been Rocket Lab particularly. I know there's a bunch of names within the space, but it's been, I mean, spectacular on the daily chart. You can't really complain. It's been in the midst of a somewhat, you could call a healthy pullback. I mean, it got almost to $100. Yesterday had a pretty distinct down day. Right? Like it had its worst down day in quite some time. It was really from the afternoon on Friday, then it continued on a Monday. So you have a small recovery day here on Rocket Labs. Like what would your approach be here? Because I know oftentimes when we see trends up like this, like most people are like, oh, well, where do I get in on the dip? That can be tricky when you have that heavy a sell-off for a session and a half. What's your thought on this stock in particular, and maybe if it's in the space you like even better, pun intended, I suppose.
I got it.
Let me know.
In particular, Neil, the way it closed right on that low yesterday was particularly vicious. It closed below the advancing 20-day moving average. So this is the type of action I love to see, is when a highly popular name starts to get volatile. And here's the thing, is that this is showing some big volatility, and that volatility right now is showing a lower high and a lower low. So it's supposed to find buyers near the 20-day moving average. So that's a level of interest. What I want to see is maybe we start to see this range settle a little bit, that 5-day moving average flattens out, and then be a buyer of some strength with a stop, under here, let's say. But I like the way it's setting up. It reminds me a lot of ONDS and ONDS. And this kind of had a nice violent shakeout as well. I've been pointing to the anchor off of this low, and the 50-day moving average might be tested. But now it looks like ONDS, hopefully this is just a shakeout, and from failed moves lower often come fast moves in the opposite direction. So tomorrow, the 5-day moving average will be declining as we get rid of this data. So I'm hoping maybe we run up to the year-to-date, pull back, and get ready for a buy in ONDS that will see this move continue.
Yeah, I like that setup because I'm looking for Rocket Labs. Where is it going to make that run to 100? So buying that dip and looking for the signs that you need that's the idea. You have to have a trade, you have to have an edge, you have to have a reason, not just I want the stock to go up. I want to switch gears.
Here's the thing, too, real quick, is that there is a company coming public on Thursday. I don't know I didn't write the name of it down, but it's symbol YSS, and they are space infrastructure and satellite systems. So I think that money that will create some hype for this group again. And one that seems the lowest risk setup right now, and I'm actually long some from earlier today, is GLXY. And this one, you can see, has a beautiful little flag here. It was up on really nice volume. It pulled back on light volume. This is what I was looking for yesterday, was for it to rally up, pull back to the 5-day moving average, and get going. So that's why I'm long this stock with my stop under here. So Galaxy, just a beautiful little flag in here. And this was an IPO just back in May of last year. So this one looks like, who knows, maybe it's heading back up towards this level. I don't really like to do price targets, but that's a beautiful little flag and my favorite in this group. I know that KTOS, and this one pulled back just shy of the 20. So tomorrow, with this declining 5-day moving average, tomorrow I'd love to see it do this, pull back, and then I think you got to be looking to be a buyer over here. This is buying strength after the dip. That's what I'm, the type of thing I'm looking for in some of these names.
Yeah, and just a note on that Yellowstone YSS, that's a $625 million IPO. So it's almost as big as the one we had. There was a big one last week, it's equipment, EQPT.
Right.
Just before, I was going to ask you something about the SPY, but I want to come back to this IPO for just a quick second. So when you're looking at these space plays going into this IPO, oftentimes, and I would have reserved this for maybe a SpaceX, if there's a huge IPO, and I'm talking gargantuan in the space, I tend to be worried that can signal a bit of a top for the sector. Now, YSS, Yellowstone, probably not going to be in that sort of a... Look at like the pop on the initial IPO as an exit point for your sympathy plays, or does that only apply if it's a game-breaking name in terms of size within the sector?
Yeah, that's great. So because we have this coming up on Thursday, I'm hoping that the stock will continue to run up in front of that IPO. And if it's super strong, I don't know what the range is, but let's say they price it at let's say the range is 24 to 26, they price it at 30 and it opens at 40. Well, then I think people are going to say, oh, wow, space is here. What else can we buy? And they're going to look at things like GLXY. They're going to look at RKT and KTOS and Lunar and Rocket Lab and all these other names. And that is an opportunity not to sell the stock, but to say, okay, now that everyone's aware, let's just be super defensive. Kind of like what I said about gold yesterday is, you know, it hit its measured move objective. It's 5,000 even. I sold one of my just to get that 5,000 number mentally. But, you know, it's just a reason to become defensive. When the momentum is there, you don't want to sell it all into that momentum, but you want to start to look at it very carefully and know what your exit strategy is so that you're not the one left holding the bag if it, you know, if the stock runs to 36 and then the IPO comes out and it drops to 32 and you're sitting there wondering, you know, why didn't I sell?
Yeah, fantastic point. I'm glad you brought it up. And it's funny that we say all this, or you say all this. ASTS, which is another space name, and someone just pointed this out in the chat. Our viewers are all over the ball with this. Just broke the high of the day and is up 4.5%. So maybe people are watching this. You talk about the space sector and decide they want to buy a little bit of this. I have no idea. It could just be that there was already strength in the region, in the space, and they're heading higher. I got to stop saying space, but it's hard when it's in the middle of the brain. Sean, today the NASDAQ, look, the NASDAQ's up almost a full percent today. And then you have the SPY up 0.5%. But it's actually the SPY that's sort of breaking out the top here, suggesting it hasn't really been all about tech. So if we could look at maybe the broad market, is there anything sentiment-wise that would... Is there anything sentiment-wise at this top with, you know, the SPY testing highs now, of course, the NASDAQ probably going to not get there before we have major NASDAQ earnings and SP 500 earnings tomorrow. Anything from a risk perspective when you're swing trades that you adjust when we're at inflection points like this? Because between the Fed tomorrow and then all the earnings that we have coming out, we could expect that we could have a big movement in earnings. Now, do you ever say, hey, I need to make sure that I'm trimming some things? Or alter target? Is there anything that changes in your perspectives when we have such a big sort of two-day event coming up?
Yeah, so with the Fed, of course, you know, that's a big catalyst. And the fact that this market has run just in the last, 7 days or so from 675 to, you know, let's just call it, to 695. So it's run 20 points, you know, about 3% or so here in a couple days. And then it breaks out. We've always got to be careful of breakouts that occur from extended levels after these moves. And again, you know, the same thing applies. It says, hey, we've got a catalyst tomorrow. If we see volatility, good news is it's not going to damage the market if we sell off. In fact, we have a nice cushion. If we were to pull back down into 690 tomorrow, we've got that year-to-date anchor, the anchor off the 8 low, and the 5-day moving average right in that zone. So, you know, if we drop down to 690, you know, some people will panic, but that would be moving average. That would reset us for the next move higher. So I think it's just prudent, you know, when there's an event coming that has a potential, there's a potential catalyst for big volatility, you say, okay, I'm going to tighten up partial of my SPY position that maybe you bought over here for a swing trade and say, I'm going to lock in some if it drops here. And that way, if it drops all the way down here, I'm not feeling like a dummy for selling for holding the whole thing. And if it continues to move higher, well, then you don't feel like a dummy for, you know, selling the whole thing either.
Brian, thank you so much for everything today. We haven't gotten a new name, generally speaking, you know, one or two. That really, I'm sure you're all about. I don't know if you saw that today, but is there a name right now that you're looking at? You're looking at Run, maybe Sun Run. Is there something else that we need to talk about before we let you go?
In general, NXT reports tonight. They're the largest component in the TAN. So they're, you know, even if they have good numbers, it's possible they'll sell off simply because they've had this run from 92 to 108. Yeah, maybe higher. But if they sell off, that's going to affect the rest of these solars a little bit. The ones that I have an eye on, and I do have a couple of small positions, ARRY. It's got a great looking weekly chart here. If we look at that, in the high, it looks like it's got to continue. I would also say keep an eye on SEDG, Solar Edge. Here's the weekly chart on that, and SHLS. That one also has a nice looking longer term chart. And as you mentioned, I put Sunrun on Twitter. There's the anchor from 2015, along with the anchor from the all-time high, along with this prior, what's been resistance for the last couple of years. So, and it's got a 26% short position in here as well. So this is clearly one to continue to keep an eye on for, some potential upside. That NXT might be the catalyst in this.
Also, another big name, Enphase, been beat up for a minute there as well, ENPH.
Yeah. The thing I don't like about Enphase is that and today, the perfect example for that is UNH. It was above the 200-day moving average, but that 200-day moving average is declining. So I always take points off when we have a 200-day moving average declining. So to me, ENPH, it's making a nice run here the last couple days, but it's still got a declining 200-day moving average right here. And in fact, it's interesting that the 200 EMA is right here, which the EMA is supposed to be faster, so it doesn't make any sense, but that's the way it is.
Okay, so we'll have a quick look after we see some reports, NXT on your mind. And yeah, you did mention Galaxy there, Galaxy Digital. So big attention to that. One more time for coming through. Hit those slopes, man. It's always the powder fresh right there in Colorado.
I saw you digging the picture of that. You guys got all the snow.
Yeah, we got 20 in the major city, like Toronto's, 3.5 million people. So it was quite fun. Yeah, a little chaotic, but yeah, thanks for checking that out. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. It didn't take me too long. The good thing about it was, Brian, it was light snow, so it was just that nice fresh powder. Yeah. So we got out of there. I mean, don't ask me if my kids helped or not because they didn't. So.
That struggle.
Gotta get out there clearing other people's.
The struggle is real.
Aid, man.
Brian, thank you so much. Go enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see you next week. Thanks, Brian.
See you next week.
That's Brian Shannon.
You know what?
So we're going to quickly take a look at, sorry guys, I didn't think, that's okay. So the ADP employment change weekly came at 8:15 a.m. this morning. Previous number standing at 8,000 and the current at 7.7. U.S. private employers added an average of 7,750 jobs per week in 4 weeks ending January 3rd, 2026. And a little has changed from an average gain of 8,000 in the previous period, according to the ADP's research. This also represented the 7th consecutive period of employment growth. Another thing, CB consumer confidence came in at 10 a.m. Current was less than the previous number. Current standing at 84.5 and previous number at 94.2. The API crude oil stock change also will come out at 4:30 post-market today's. Let's quickly go over our headlines for today. TikTok has settled a social media addiction trial which involves Meta and YouTube and is now moving forward. The defendants include Meta, which owns Instagram and Facebook, and YouTube parent company Google. Also involved in this, a mention of Snapchat, and however, Snapchat has settled with the plaintiff last week. The trial kicks off today, and the plaintiff, who is a 20-year-old woman identified by the initials of KGM, alleges that the design of the platform algorithms left her addicted to social media and negatively affecting her mental health. KGM's attorney, Matthew Bergman, also told BBC that this will be the first time a social media company has been held to account by a jury at trial. These are direct words from him. Unfortunately, there are all too many kids in the United States, the UK, and all around the world who are suffering as KGM does because of the dangerous, addictive algorithms that social media platforms foist on unsuspecting kids, he said. Moving on to Boeing. And this is just a response to one of the comments that I saw in the stream earlier. Owen Stone Trader was asking thoughts. I have them right here in front of you. So Boeing posted the Q4 revenue of $23.9 billion, which is up 57% year over year and ahead of expectations, which is $400 million, which is roughly twice of what Wall Street was modeling. And Boeing delivered 600 aircrafts in 2025, nearly double the 2024 levels, and the highest since the year 2018. CEO Kelly Orberg said progress is tangible with a lot to be optimistic about in 2026, while acknowledging certain rising expectations. And recent orders include customers like Alaska and Delta that are extending backlog visibility. Boeing also still needs the FAA approval to raise 737 MAX production above 42 per month following the January 2024 panel blowout incident. That's all I have. Back to the guys.
Thank you very much, Sia. I just wanted to point out there was a post by the president on Truth Social. It's regarding Iraq. You can see, I'm here in the great country of Iraq might make a very bad choice reinstalling Nuri al-Minister, send it into poverty and total chaos, not be allowed to happen again because of his insane policies and ideologies. If elected, the United States of America will no longer help Iraq, and if we are not there to help Iraq, has zero chance of success, prosperity, or freedom, make Iraq great again. Right about then, I was going to say something with regards to UNH. I'll get back to that and maybe a quick, like after we do this. Right after that happened, or that SLV, I guess by proxy, maybe not as big of a move, but there was a big spike up in the metals, right? So I guess that little flight to safety, there's been obviously right now a bit of a mess geopolitically and really chaos right now in Iran, and further destabilization would not be good, clearly in Iraq if it were to happen. So this could be another reason why you're seeing the metals go to the upside. I wanted to get that on everybody's attention. To me, I don't know. I always make the mistake when I restart my PC of not logging back into the Truth Social account, so I have to rely for people to retweet these things, and then I notice, because you need to see if the president is posting something, and then you be a little bit faster, because I caught that a couple of minutes late. Just one thought that I wanted to make on UNH, and I know we went directly to Sia, but I can tell you, when I had to swing trade in UNH off 300. First time I did it, got greedy and was silly because could have taken 10% and didn't, and ended up break even. The second time, I took 2/3 of it out and then trailed at the 50 period, so made money on all of it. But I made sure I took 2/3 of it out when it tagged the 200 period moving average. And the reason why, in not holding for more aggression, a year ago, if a stock has a downward sloping 200 period moving average, it changes the litmus on how far I want to hold a swing trade and makes you want to take profit sooner just because of the downslope. And this is a hefty downslope. So it's something that I don't do a lot of swing trading, but I now take that one to heart. It's like have lower profit expectations and ring the register sooner, or make sure you do at your key levels with that downward sloping 200 period moving average.
So here goes silver right now, just an absolute monster of a play right now, $110, gone. We 102 right there, and then boom, we just exploded right now on SLV. Nothing but love to the upside right there for silver. I mean, check this out in the last, this is a minute chart, just upside. So we got stopped out of that trade. Still all good. I mean, we wound up losing on it, of course, but there it goes, taking 109. Silver, this is going to be trading a little bit different. I have SLV behind me, so this is not 1-to-1 or anything like that. We've already explained that. This is not the price of silver. PSLV, there's a bunch of different names you could trade. This is Spot physical silver, 31 million shares. You can see just a completely different, play as opposed to what silver is actually doing. So, but there it goes, man. Huge move to the upside there on silver just happening right now. The dollar just continues to be weak as well. We talked about the DXY, the US dollar index. Look at that, down to 95 and change again right here, downside. This is what it looks like today, just to get weaker and weaker over the last 24 hours. I mean, pretty beat up there. Strength in silver, strength in gold, weakness coming through on the US dollar. So there it goes, man. Nice move on the Dixie, and then nice move on the futures for silver, with spot going nuts, breaking through 110 for the first time ever. No, I think it must have done. Had it done that before? Actually, I guess I just had the chart up. I could go and look. Look, tomorrow. I just refreshed it just to make sure. No, that probably was. Oh no, we were higher. So what am I talking about? Right here, 97% of not tomorrow. So.
You know, if you go further out, I think you have to the middle of the year until you get certainty. Not certainty, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
What I mean is the odds of a cut. Hopefully I'm on the page. Yeah, if you have to go to June until you get a greater than 50% chance of being a quarter point underneath. So to say that the market is not expecting the rate cuts that we're looking at the end of last year, I think the tone matters. The tone's really going to matter tomorrow.
Wow.
And do not underestimate the power of the president to steal how could he steal the limelight tomorrow from the Fed? Maybe he announces the replacement. Can you imagine while Powell was talking?
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow's not. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
There's no reason for him to, but he might, and then the market would suddenly care a heck of a lot more about that than what Powell was saying.
Yeah.
It's worth keeping the back.
Short silver up here. I mean, people are going to tell me no to do it. We just had a, that'll be interesting. We'll see tomorrow. I mean, join us tomorrow at this time. There'll be no better place to go. We'll show you all the stocks, anything that's moving around, anything that Trump fires off. We'll be here tomorrow. I was just going to say, maybe right there, the reason why I said that is I can just see that there was just a big volume print. We may do more. I got to see how much volume we did yesterday, but there it is. First big red candle, the largest one of the day. Well, I guess we had some action right there on this move down, but largest one of the afternoon for sure, just getting put into place. And we do have a couple of pops. Is it worth a shot right there on extended volume for silver? Potentially, there it is on the 5-minute chart as well, giving us that volume. But yeah, so there 100, where is that? Basically a 101 print, 90 cents to the short side. So it's just a matter of, I guess if you're going to try to hold this, you maybe would use a little bit more shares. But at this level, I think you got to wait. If you're up here and you're taking a short against 101, or maybe you notice that these couple extensions there could have you're never going to get the top wick, but on a way back up. So what about something like in this area here? I don't know. This is the thing, man. We go over and we're very exposed with all of our decisions here because you guys are watching make trades doing that. So I just was thinking it is going to look stupid to go short there, but maybe there's something, and then we just use those as our top ticks in order to get out somewhere. So doing that potentially right now on this play. So, we can definitely have another look here on silver and potentially go short. Now, let's see the reaction as we continue to make some moves now in SLV, okay? So, looks like it might want to give that top again here. I don't know. Let's just see. If it breaks through it, then wow. I mean, we should just be buying any dips. The minute we broke through right here, that was basically where we got stopped out in 99.50, level that we were talking about. That should have been a long, breaking through the 200 period moving average. It didn't really do anything here, but with momentum, if I'm going to use that as my out, then yeah, we should have pushed into the long. But that's the story there. There it goes, taking out the top. So kind of glad that we didn't do it again. This time on a little less volume. So silver just keeps. I think it's everybody wants to short it, right? So when everybody wants to short something, that's fuel right there to go back up to the upside. So what an extension, man. This is 20 straight of nothing but upside. 20 minutes ago, this thing was 98.50, man. Now you're at 101. So wow, silver just ripping there.
I feel like if you saw that truth, you could have punched in 20 seconds after to the metals on that. There's two questions I want to answer in the chat. One of them I'll throw up there. The first one's easy, but the second one I'll throw up there in a quick second because I was asked what the plan was on GameStop. Pretty simple. I'm going to show you GameStop. There's VWAP. There's VWAP hold. There's a higher low. This base here is the confirmation of holding this trend line. There's like 1 point, 2 points. That's a third point. Break the prior bar long, give to prior bar stop, which is about 24.20. I believe I said that when we were talking about it. So I got the 30 long, giving it to 20 and looking for the high of the day. And then the other question was Pete, yeah, it's Pizza Pie.
Pete Alonso?
It's Pizza Pie. It says, have you ever had a trader that went against your trading rules and still worked out in your favor? Do you mean a trade or trader? A trader that goes against the rules of the prop firm doesn't last. I mean, yeah, that doesn't work. It doesn't usually work. Maybe have a few, they can have a run here or there. But like breaking the rules of the prop firm that's a different ballgame. Having a trade that broke my personal rules that worked out in my favor, that happens. Like I've broken my rules in one, but that's more like to me that's a bad omen.
Here we go.
Like if I get out of this, if I don't get out of this and then it bounces and goes higher, no, I'd be breaking my rules. If I average into this, that'd be breaking my rules. If I win just because I'm breaking rules, that's not long-term success. That usually just leads to more losses.
All right, guys, we did it. Question, good answer. There it is in silver, and thank you for that kind of talk there in the chat. I mean, yeah, I don't know, but we shorted it right there. We talked about this potential area. So nice, we put it on twice. So there it goes, once, twice, boom, to the downside. There goes silver, man. It is your 50-cent winner. So the chicken dinner winner. Whether or not this chicken will be a roasted chicken or not, that's soon to find out. But nice move to the downside right now on SLV. So so be it. Wow, I have a buy. I just noticed right now I have a buy at 98.70. Oh yeah, because that was the break that I was talking about that we should have had. Okay, well, then it came back in. So, all right, I don't know if you guys out there, hope you're having some fun watching some of these trades go through, and why not right there. Thank you, Stock Ed, right there for that. We really appreciate the love on that one. I don't know what this screen is. There it is. Let's go.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, we're going to see if we can get going here again. So, yeah, like I said, we just got some more covers down there. I don't know. This could blow the top again. Silver's just really on one. Don't ever get too confident like, oh my God, I have the top. This is why we exit out when moves like this happen. You'll often see me just whatever, go right back over to trading, because when there's moves like this, you really got to take advantage of them, right? We did something similar on Google, made that move right there when we were talking with Brian, and we had to cover some down there because it was just too good of a move right back into our bottom area, and then we got some more covers, and so it just gives you a little bit less worry when the market starts to go ham like this back against you. So yeah, not too bad. Yeah, Trade Sniper, it should be a long. I understand that. Silver. So that's why I really just showed you guys that 21 period, which is why we emptied the clip out a little bit there. I'm going to empty out a little bit more right here at 30s, and then we'll wait, see if we do get that real big flush through 100 again. Like, look what we did, man. We were just watching right there. It wicked 100. And then right back up again, right on that level that we marked down. So let's not miss it again. We'll sit there a little ahead of it. We'll sit in the teens, and then we'll sit at 01, and then maybe we'll get that wick one more time. And then wouldn't be surprised if silver continues to go back out upside there. All right, Trade Sniper says short 102.50. Hey, man, if it gets there, I've been shorting this name all day. So
that's like isn't that just like the pre-market high, 102.50?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, exactly the pre-market.
Well, technically. Yeah, well, it depends on when you start
Yeah. Well, those
For our quotes, 102.50 would just be the pre-market high. But look, the market, just to go back to the market for a second, like the NASDAQ is now over 1% and at the top. Just looking at some things that have lagged a bit, AMD is only now at the volume-weighted average price. Like if we fail the high, which is a big if, because we're not really failing the high right now, like one of the things I like to look for is in the afternoon, like mean reversion play. So there's this at VWAP, which probably has some space to 253. There's IBIT, which has a potential trend break that I'm eyeballing right now. I am going to reload Rivian at the volume-weighted average price. But there are also a couple of things that on the early look that are interesting. BBAI has an early look imbalance of 870,000. It's trend up. UiPath has a 1.6 million early sell, and well, UiPath is having a bad day. I didn't really notice this morning. I think I heard Sharif talk about it briefly. The most important thing is it's been rejecting the volume-weighted average price and has that 1.6 million sell imbalance. So I'm going to throw this one up on a chart because I like shorting off of VWAP, or if it's a long trending stock, longing off the volume-weighted average price in the afternoon. Throw in that sell imbalance, which just gives me a little bit extra. It doesn't mean it has to go down. So I'm going to look for a UiPath here. Ideally, get it off VWAP, and then I can hold it until that 350. If it gets to 350, comes out my direction, and you're in the money. That's all the better. But let's, I believe, go to my left.
Yeah, we're going to come over here right now. PDSB Biotechnology, under the NASDAQ, PDSB, they're transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer, with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the United States in just a few years. Everybody learn more at pdsbiotech.com. All right, thank you for them to continuously sponsoring our great programming for you guys. Yeah, meanwhile I was doing that, we got filled up in some of our SLV, and it looks like it is one. It's too bad because like we were just in the money nicely on this one, and then I was able to get over there quickly and get a 57 fill. But yeah, it looks like it wants to run higher. As I said, as more traders like myself continue to short this name, and it's a good thing we covered, man. We put the trade back on there, but so it could be a loser. But it was just in the 50s. We'll see if it does fall back in. We got some bids now to make sure that we do capture some of that profit. If it does get back here into the 50s and into the 60s, we'll capture a little bit of profit on that name, and hopefully be able to garner another win on this, but I don't know. There it is. What am I bidding now? Oh, I got that fill. Okay. We just got a 64. We're now into the 50s, and here it comes right back in for, okay, good. There it comes. Right back in on SLV. Let's see where this name goes. We are now short, so there it goes, SLV. We're bidding 40s now. We'll see if we can get that big trade. Big trade, Neil. Big trade alert. Yes, sir. This is a big trade alert now. We'll sit up in our chair. You know, like Obi said, when you're a gamer, you sit up like this, you get serious, you get some more points associated with you. But there it goes. Nice move to the downside, man. The bears come for silver right now. Was that the top? I don't know. But now silver goes right away. After that was one of the bigger losers. Now it's the number one P&L name for me, as there goes silver to the top. And we're out of more, man. We're already out of 50% on that move down. Like I said, we're not counting chickens before they hatch here. All we're doing is shorting this top move on big volume. Now let's see if the volume dies down. Maybe we'll drift a little bit back to the downside, but we are covering like crazy because our out is going to be 101, and that's a nice move to the downside right there. Big time covering happening for me on SLV. There it is, Stockhead. Yeah, trust your gut always, and I think that's very, very important to do. You can look at the charts, but at the end of the day, trading is much more an art than a science. I think we've talked about that many times. But here it comes right back in again, $100. We'll see if it can wind up holding. And once again, you're just seeing what it's doing. It's having some issues right around this 30 marker, which is where this amazing 21 period, I don't know where we found this out from, but a good one so far. It does make a move into $100.15. So let's see if we can get some covers down here, but so far, so good. On silver, man. Yeah, there is no top on silver. Yeah, I think you might be right there.
There's always a top somewhere.
We're getting out.
I promise you that. There's nothing that goes parabolic doesn't eventually find a top. I've never seen a situation where that hasn't been true. It doesn't mean that you can't go up for a long time, be irrational. David Tretsiak, 71 degrees Fahrenheit here. So yeah, nice room temperature. never seen snow. You have literally never seen snow in your life. Dave's earnings, coin flips. Oh, coin flips. Okay, Microsoft, Apple, up the implied move. I could see that happening. Tesla tanks till Elon announces cute little baby Optimus 12-inch robots. Meta owners. Well, there should be different options for Meta robots. For Optimus robots. That being said, I don't know if we'll get anything crazy from Elon on the call in terms of an update for Optimus. I'd actually bet against that. I don't think you hear anything substantive with regards to that. But Starbucks, Richard, thank you for the super chat, and you just said Starbucks. So, okay, let's look at Starbucks. Again, don't necessarily know the context that you want, but it has been a good recovery. The problem with Starbucks is you can get a leader that everybody believes in.
They report tomorrow, I was just going to say.
Yeah, but at some point it's like they got to actually do something with this. And do something means break out 100. Every single time we get up here, I'm like, everyone wants a breakout of 100 to take a breakout of 100. It just cannot seem to break 100. It's an obvious level. Everyone and their mother is going to take it, which basically means if it ever goes through, it's going to gap that level. There's no chance they let traders take the breakout of $100. It'll gap through the level or do it in the aftermarket or the pre-market or some nonsense, and they report. But it is a $100 breakout that I'm looking for on Starbucks. I almost don't want any other trade in that particular name. And let's go over to Sia. We're going to talk about small caps.
Thank you so much, Neil. So we're going to take a dive into it straight away. The IWM is up 0.22% today. Let's talk about a couple individual tickers. First up, I have, my favorite, Bloom Energy, BE, up 9.4%. Brokerage Jefferies has raised price target on the power solutions company Bloom Energy from $92 to $92, from $53 as of yesterday. And after we have Applied Digital, APLD is up almost 16% today after its announcement yesterday that it had broken ground on a new artificial intelligence data campus venture. This move came after the firm revealed its plans for Delta Forge 1, a new 430 megawatts AI factory campus in the southern U.S. state. And APLD shares are extremely volatile and have had around 91 moves that are greater than 5% over the last year. Next up, we have BWIN. Baldwin Insurance Group is down 8% today. The company is set to report its fourth quarter earnings on 26th of February this year, and the company will do that via a conference call to discuss results at 5 p.m. ET on that day. Next up, we have CIFR. Cipher Mining is up 13.6%. The price target has been raised to $22 per share from $13 per share by Keefe, Bruyette, and Woods. And another thing, co-president and COO of Cipher has just sold 35,568 shares of common stock on the 15th of January this year, and the average price of that is $17.76 per share, which is totaling to $631,687. And quickly, let's also take a look at the market for today. Nothing too crazy going on, but Amazon is going to post its earnings on Thursday next week after the market close. MU is investing $31 billion in Singapore facilities to boost the NAND chip production, and MU currently is up 6.2%. UNH, as Sharif and I discussed earlier in the show, is not having a good day today after the revenue declined for the first time in 30 years. And United Health also expects a U.S. membership decline of over 3 million lives in 2026. Meta and Google, nothing too crazy. Meta's flat. Google's up 0.69%. I thought there would be some reaction to the TikTok story that I mentioned earlier, but that's about it. Back to the guys.
By the way, thank you, Sia. David Tracy, I confirmed that he'd never seen snow out in San Diego. I mean, I guess it would be rare, but I feel like it's almost, it has to have snowed there at least. It's like you get freak snow in lots of places. I would say this: if you've never seen snow, I wouldn't suggest making an experience like what we had here. And I know lots of places, I guess in the Northeast was the same thing in the U.S. You probably don't want that nonsense as your first experience, but you got to see snow at some point. And whether you like tobogganing or like building a snowman or skiing or something like that, no, winter can be fun when it's not ridiculous. I'm just going to throw that out there. So just try to make sure you don't get caught in these kinds of storms. So we waited for UiPath to get up to VWAP, got some at 29, tried to add to it at 28, but again, stop is that if it breaks VWAP, so like 32 is the out, and it's going to hold it. And just short the next available pop as well, so long as this stays in place. And we'll update you. There's 20 minutes till the imbalances come out. If this 1.6 turns into 0, well, then it probably moves. If this 1.6 comes out as 1.6, it might be good, but it also might be a nothing burger. If this 1.6 at 350 ends up being like 3 or 2 million, gets larger, then I would want to add at 350. That's unlikely. Usually you're playing into the imbalances more than anything else. And that BBAI imbalance of 900,000, that's not really moving. It's been 15 minutes now. It's still 868,000. So it's much more interesting if it either starts out big or growing. By the way, 775,000. So that happened news this morning. I'm trying to, back of my mind, remember what the story was on BTS. I just remember it hadn't really moved up 3%. I don't think it was a big story for
No, there was.
It was
There was.
It was QB Sedera.
There was a short on it.
A couple of biggest one that was on the watch list was Davidson and, most importantly, Anduril. They did a quantum test. Well,
Piece of news, but there was a short report. I think are they losing their mojo?
I thought they weren't even going short anymore, so I don't know.
Well, so did I.
Maybe it was a long report. Could have been a long report.
Okay, well, if it's a long, yeah, but even if it was a long report, then they're still losing their mojo because it's not doing anything. I feel like the days of Citron automatically moving a stock just might be over. Like there used to be almost a guaranteed reaction. And I'm not singling them out, like whatever. There's millions, but there's lots of other short sell firms that do their report and the stock moves, and that's how they make their money. That's how they do their thing. But I feel like they just don't have the influence that they used to. And they did say they were not going short. I just don't know if they still hold to that. Right. Andrew Left had said they were stopping that game and only going long. Whether or not that's something they've changed, who knows. Rivian back into the low. There's no reloaded VWAP yet. Don't want to be too aggressive here, but it looks like we are sliding back lower as we speak. Is the market not really going bye-bye? I don't think so.
No, silver's going bye-bye. But the thing is that we, because we had that big, huge silver position, honestly, I lost patience with Google because I wanted to, oh, shit. Big time movement now in silver, but I'll go back in a second. I got out for flat. I was just like, I'm just going to take this out because realistically I wanted VWAP up here. So if it just kept on going up, all I would have done was average in right there. And if it broke, it broke. So, if you're still in this Google trade, that's good. I honestly got out of it just because of this exact reason. Yes. Wow, okay, now we are starting to get going here on spot. I have to see what spot's doing. But there's silver right into the 50-period moving average. Big trade alert, man. We were just talking about that. I was talking about it with a guy at lunch. I was talking about it yesterday. That silver is going to be like all about what I'm doing moving forward here. And there goes silver. Big time trade alert on SLV. I don't know, man. Like we sort of talked about this live with you, in that I like this trade up there. I really just saw basically the volume go, and that's what we want to see, right? And we lost there going short, but we play that patient game and hopefully catch it there. So now with silver absolutely pumping to the downside. Let's go right now on silver, man. And that was a nice move to the low side right there. So again, just look at the difference. Like some of these names, if you're sitting in names that are this active, yeah, you can get big moves either way. I mean, this is not even back to where we were back at 3 o'clock. So I am looking for, we said this would be the first spot that we would look for on the absolute way down. So we take 2 fills down there, and really happy that we did, man. My best fills were, actually they're both, believe it or not, one was a 75 and then one was a 73. So, the thing was at 75, 73s. The lowest we got there was 66s or so. So we did pretty good. I think now we can almost look at 99. Maybe even the fact that we just bounced off 60. Let's put another bid there. It's just so crazy how these stocks move, or how this particular instrument moves. There it goes with silver. And if we have a quick look at what, the sort of spot silver. There's DXY. Maybe that's trying to bounce a little bit here, the strength in the US dollar. But if we type in here silver and we go to COMEX, where is it here? Silver per ounce. Okay, that should work out right here as well. So yeah, a little bit of a, not even like a big move down there. We only went from is this the right spot price? 111.34 down to 110.55. Hold on a second. Silver, CMC markets. Okay, there's another Forex, NYC. Okay, MCX, CMC. All right, silver cash. Yeah, okay, so same prices right now. All right, so yeah, $100. So it didn't even drop that much, but SLV did make that move lower there. So yeah, giddy up, man. We'll wait to see how far we can go. Just to bounce off 110 flat right there. So interesting. Now that we're trading silver, we could always have a look over here, but then I'm looking at multiple charts. Either way, that's your 50-period moving average, and that's exactly where we got out right there on SLV. So happy to look at this in many different ways, but that was a banger right there, and I'm glad that you guys were on it. We now only have 20% left of the position. So yeah, this could just rip right back up. So let's hold our last 20%. Maybe we do get that dream there to the downside, despite their earnings report. And I know you got a question on Starbucks there earlier. That $100 mark is something. We like this name down there at 80 where it came from, but
it's a matter of time.
Now we've come up to this a bunch of times, man, and it just keeps on failing at this area. You can go all the way back to last year. This is last March, the last time we were up here. So you had to go whoops on this earnings report. Or no, that's April. And so I guess earnings would have been like what we're doing right now, end of Jan. So they actually had a good quarter right there. But nice move down from 98. We'll see what happens now. Starbucks, I think it looks pretty good.
You could actually call that level the Brian Nickel wall at that 98 to 100 level. Like, it's been unable to do anything with that.
He's done good for the stock.
He's done well for the stock, but it's like that's like the one hump that it has been unable to get through is just that last breakout. And everyone's talked about this turnaround for quite some time. I think that's what gets it some serious juice. Like, to anyone that's shorting, it's going to be afraid of it. And anyone that's shorting Meta today, you were winning early.
Google, damn.
And often as well. But it's getting close to that. It's pretty much at the 200-period moving average. Just got a question about this. And I still feel the same thing. Until this bad boy is breaking out over the 200-period moving average, the support is off the $600 level. You can make an argument about the 50-period moving average, and I won't argue too far against you. But I'll feel better if we're closing above the 200-period moving average. And it doesn't matter if we do that before earnings. You got to do it after earnings. Otherwise, still consider that 600 where it matters. And we have a weird thing happening with Meta because the market and some of the tech stocks want the CapEx spend to be continuous and still big, and that would be good for your chip stocks and the like in the AI trade, but it's not going to be good for Meta. Meta, if you want Meta stock to go up, then it'll be bad for the chips, in my opinion. So this is not going to be a rising tide lifting all ships. I think if there's a drastic cut in their CapEx spending, I think the stock could soar. But that's not going to bode well for other segments in the market. So if you're diversified in tech and got a bunch of AI plays, but you want Meta to go up, I don't think this is going to be a fun earnings season because I think it'll just offset if this one spikes. But we'll see. We had 10 minutes to the imbalances, so any reload on UiPath will probably have to wait. If it doesn't come soon, let's go back up to the desk, I believe, is it Adara?
Here is our implied earnings moves calendar for January 28th. That's tomorrow morning. A lot of blue logos on watch tomorrow. We'll get ASML, BFC, AT&T, General Dynamics, Corning, GLW, Amphenol, Progressive Insurance, and Starbucks. Starbucks time is unclear, though apparently their earnings call is going to be at 8 a.m., so we will get that earnings report likely sometime before then. I also want to mention GEV and Elevance, both reporting tomorrow before the bell. They did not have an expected move at the time I made this, so they are not included on there, but just note both of those companies are reporting as well. Also, TXN earnings after the bell. I have an infographic for said earnings. That's going to be released a couple minutes before the earnings come out, so stay tuned. XNTTV Research, your one-stop shop for infographic and earnings content. Back to you.
Yeah, GEV reports tomorrow morning
They do.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Well, it's just like because it's not on the list because it doesn't have as Adara just mentioned, it doesn't she doesn't have the expected move. But that's one of the bigger names because if you're invested in like the nuclear space, the energy space, that's a huge earnings report to come out tomorrow.
Yes.
Right. So I don't know. I'm probably being too excited about it being an important one because I own the stock, but. No, that one really matters.
There is a GEV earnings preview infographic that's going to come out tomorrow right before the earnings. So it is ready. It'll come out right as you wait to see the report.
See, always got you. Derek always has you covered. By the way, that BBAI imbalance is creeping. It's now 950.
Yeah.
If this could come out over 1 million, that would be a little bit more exciting. The thing about BBAI is it's on 81 million shares here, so I mean, heck, we're talking about barely 1% of the day's volume on a bit of an uptrend. The other side, and the other way to play this, provided that you actually have locates, would be to look for it to come out a buy. I just checked to make sure that we did. If it comes out a buy and then flips at 355 or pairs off, you could try like a trend break on BBAI, but that one at least looks interesting as well. And Rivian just keeps on holding this bottom. So this might end up not really, like it's going to scalp inside of this 10-cent range instead of pressing further into the lows. Rivian, just as an explanation here, on Friday, I'm like, this is a short till it gets to the 200-period moving average. So if it sets up under VWAP, just going to short VWAP. But I do still think that this 200-period moving average is a good area to look for a bounce. It hasn't held exactly, but there was accumulation there the last time. If it can start to accumulate again, I think there could be a nice little swing coming up in Rivian, provided it has a chance to go before they actually have to report. Let's go to Sia for Money Talks. And we got a super chat when we come back.
Okay, good.
I really like the way you pronounce my name right now, Neil. Sear. Okay. So we're going to quickly dive into Money Talks right now. The dollar is under pressure on certain Trump policy risks. It's increasingly framing U.S. President Donald Trump's more aggressive geopolitical and economic stance as a structural negative for the dollar. The dollar index has fallen back to last year's lower bound, the levels that have not been seen since the year 2022. And this dollar weakness is also feeding through into broad gains for the euro and safe haven metals. Let's also take a look at the yen. In yen, markets are still dissecting the Friday's sharp USD JPY drop from 159 towards 157 after BOJ Governor Ueda's press conference with the official data that suggested no large-scale BOJ intervention, only possible small moves. And combined Fed and BOJ uncertainty plus certain rumors of FX interventions around the dollar are more broadly amplifying a two-way risk in USD JPY and USD CHF, that is a Swiss franc. That's all. Back to the guys.
Ooh. Bills foreign, Swiss francs. Before I die, I need my money in a Swiss bank. I can see right through these haters like fish tanks. And now they frown at my watch like my wrist stanks. That's one of my favorite. Every time I hear, you just say, look, you say Swiss francs, I'm gonna drop a line from it. Shout out to Ryan Leslie, R-Less, love the artist. But with only 5 minutes to go, until the imbalances. Mr. Easy Peasy. Now, the first time I incorrectly stated we got a super chat from Easy Peasy because Dave Treziak led off his post or his message with Easy Peasy. But Easy Peasy has come with the $5 because the New Year's resolution was to give 0.2% of the profits. And thank you so much. Oh, shout out, Neil. And to David Treziak, another one of our viewers on the UNH puts. If Sean and Neil, I will be off, If Sean and Neil, I will be off negative day yesterday, but 3K. Okay, well, I'm confused. You were negative yesterday, but up 3K today. Oh, so I was off yesterday, so it's not my fault. Well, I mean, that has nothing to do with anything, but I was off yesterday. But you're negative yesterday, 3K today. Congratulations, and thank you for sharing there, Easy Peasy. I just can't make up the wording sometimes. And I feel like, yeah, you know what? I always want to make sure we get that clearly. But if Sean and Neil, I will be off. I don't know. It's kind of a weird one. But UNH.
What's going on with silver, man? Silver is just going absolutely insane right now. Like it's bouncing $100, 50 cents down to 100 again. It's just like I was just watching it. It's like some of these levels just absolutely. feels like there's going to be like an absolute monster move coming through at any time here. So I'm going to have to wait for it. But right now it looks like silver making a move. I just covered a little bit more there at $100 right now. Is that for me, Andre? I've got this in a couple seconds. Okay, no problem. All right, so yeah, there it goes. I don't have any more bids, man. I'm bidding 99.70s, so we're still bidding down here. I have to take a profit. That last move, I was just watching. I was like, oh, what are we going to do about silver? And then all of a sudden, I went a little nuts there. So we'll put a bid there, get that 50-period moving average, and hopefully we'll get a move down. We're getting lighter and lighter on this, man. We have now about like 17, 18% of this. If it does come back in, we'll take out, maybe 5% more, and then we'll see if we can hold for what would be the dream back into VWAP for the close. So we'll see if silver can do that. But there's only 14 more minutes left, and we got to be flat at the end of every single day. So we got to watch out for that trade as we trade here at Real Trading on a prop floor. But we're going to watch silver. Remember where my stop is, man. If we break through 101, I'm out, and I have no more shares to add to this position.
And speaking of what we do here, we also have a look at companies such as this, Feed. And that is a medical advice company to keep an eye on. It's called NView Medical, and the ticker is the aptly mentioned FEED. The company designs and markets a guided feeding tube platform to hospitals across the U.S. today. The majority of hospitals do this procedure blindly, leading to unavoidable injuries from misplacements. Think of this platform as a GPS for feeding tube replacement, which can improve patient safety and streamline how care teams work. What stands out to us here is the growing appetite for this platform throughout the U.S. hospitals and how this tech fits right into the clinical needs. They're already in 38 hospitals as of today, and as hospitals continue to push for safer, more efficient solutions, NView looks like the company building scalable technology with real-world demand behind it. Definitely one to watch. And again, on the NASDAQ with FEED, anytime you want to give me an easy ticker in terms of understanding what the company does, I'll give them a shout out for that. We're going to go right back up to the desk. 3 minutes till imbalances. Let's go to Sia.
I just want to update on what I'm seeing right now because I just talked about the U.S. dollar and U.S. President Donald Trump just saying the dollar is doing great. The dollar is seeking its own level, which is fair. Another update that came just now that I've read, I found really funny. I can have it up or down like a yo-yo. And what the U.S. president is also saying about China and Japan is that China and Japan have always wanted to devalue currency. That's all. Back to the guys.
Yeah, they have. And so, yeah, I mean, the dollar keeps getting weaker. We've seen that a little bit. Talk about China here. Silver's still going insane. I put I just put another bid in the 30s. Like it just ripped up. We could have got short again right there, right now. So there it goes, man. Here goes Baba coming back into the downside. What a good short that was. Straight off the open. There, bang, that got to 176.
Yeah, but it lost 175. That's a big low.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It got to 172 right now. So we'll have to see if Alibaba continues to mature upside or not. FXI would be how you trade this. Of course, we talked about the other day, like, investing in the United States has been not the right way to go. Emerging markets has been the way, and FXI also not really the way, as FXI just kind of trying to go, but does fail breakout at 40, but does hold the 200-period moving average. I think it's very, very risky to be involved in any of these. The emerging markets play is right here. This is an iShares MSCI product. I'm not sure exactly the percentages in here, but if you're going to talk about what's been happening with emerging markets, India, so on and so forth, some South American names, Brazil, like this has just been okay, there goes silver. Silver just took off to the upside, by the way, like crazy right there. So it's fine. We're positive on silver. Like I said, it'll be PL1, but it just ripped up $1. I'm going to show that in a minute. But there goes EEM. Huge move, right? I mean, as opposed to SILP, as opposed to S&P 500 or anything like that. Look at this move on silver. Wow. Right there. Boom. Just absolutely took off to the upside. So I told you had 15 or 18% left. We didn't average into any of it, so whatever. It sucks because, obviously our net was a lot better down here than it is up there, but we'll make money on it, and there it goes, man. Upside, upside, upside. And there's the 50-period moving average, right? Really respected it. And once we broke right into there, should have been giddy up. But that's okay. We're learning a lot about this, and we'll make millions on silver together, okay? Just won't be today. Gold is making a move high side as well. And there it goes, right? Gold, 474 right now. Spot gold, obviously there over that $1,000 marker. Again, $1,000, $5,000, $1,000. What are we talking about, 5 years ago? But here it is, gold right now. We'll go to the same sort of a look there. We'll go to, there, gold, dollar per ounce, TVC, okay. Yeah, there it is, 5,200 or so. It looks like we almost got into there, 51.7, that's gonna be the high. Let me just look over on a daily chart here just quickly, and then we'll throw, oh, the imbalances are now out, by the way. Just quickly, yeah, so there it is, gold, all-time highs. Bye-bye gold for that one. Imbalances are now out, which does explain why we're getting a little bit of a movement here. All right, so Bax. Oh, that's a big one. Big sell there.
What? That's Baxter.
Yeah, exactly. It's a pharmaceutical name.
Yeah.
So we can have a quick look at that and what's going on there. I got to get rid of some of my exchange.
It's not moving.
There it is. Nah, it's not. Yeah, it's not.
It was an early look, huge.
It was a broker early look. It's not
and
there
it came out
now.
as nothing. Yeah.
Apple sell. Okay, so imbalances, right? I mean, there's the Apple sell boom. This is why we say it's very, very difficult sometimes to follow these imbalances, especially when they move like this. And there it is, nice move to the downside there. Pinterest has been sort of back and forth today, down 9%. They're downgraded, not a great name there, Pinterest. NVIDIA, only 700,000, but definitely creating some downward movements now as the TQs, yeah, falling on some of that. And look at silver, man, hi-ho. It just drops right back in again. Ripped up on those imbalances and then right back down. So what a name, man. LV continues to make moves. I'm going to watch Apple in case there's a sort of a last second move back higher here.
Yeah, obviously, UiPath was 1.5 in the early look. It came out as nothing. So immediately punched some out and then left to stop, but I'll just get out of it. It's like you want that to come out as either, at least the size that it was on the early look, if not bigger. Instead, it hits VWAP, but then gets down like a small amount before it actually turns around here. And really nothing crazy. The other one here, APLT, is a penny stock, 9 cents. That's not going to do anything. Rigetti, however, is at least interesting. 1.3 million to buy on Rigetti. So this one, it's got a triple top on it. So I'm going to have this up because if at 355, there's a reverse, like that pairs off at 355, you've got a triple top to work off of. Then there'd be like a scalp trade potentially into VWAP for Rigetti. So I'm just going to throw that one up on a side burner. Rivian made one last salvo into the volume weighted average price where I was sitting, so I did reshort it there, but it's barely moving, so we're just going to get out on the bid as it comes back. Should have shorted this all day at the volume weighted average price. If it does this yesterday, then it should be every single trade, not just a few. So we'll get out of that one if it breaks VWAP or if we get down to the low of the day. And then my eyeballs are going to be on Rigetti for 355. Slight buy imbalance, big enough, over 1 million shares when it's done 20 million, and we've got the high of the day. So if we see this pair off or flip, and it looks like it's already doing it early. It's already starting to pair off at 353. So this might not even hold over 1 million by the time we get to 53, which put a bit of a kibosh on that idea.
All right, I'm still, not too many big earnings today, but we are. Someone asked a question. Oh, I actually marked it down and I forgot to show it on the show. Here it is right here, Sun Selected. So yeah, man, tomorrow, yeah. We're here, man. Tomorrow after market, we have a big show for you. All the earnings tomorrow on deck. There's a whole bunch of them. Join us tomorrow, and we will go over them all with you live. There will be no better coverage than right here at Trader TV Live tomorrow for all of the earnings. Like as soon as they hit, we'll talk about them. We'll call up the charts. We'll give you like a little bit of a look at what we're thinking and whatnot. So yeah, join us tomorrow with that.
We don't mess around when it's a big earnings. Like what I remember when it was a couple of maybe 2 or 3 reports ago, where Meta for some reason was delayed and it just kept on delaying and no one knew when they were coming out. We stuck around until we actually saw Meta because we know that's what everyone's looking for. Yeah. Let's be real. So the mag's going to get underway for real tomorrow. And Fed, meh. Earnings after market, yes. That matters more, at least in my opinion. Other people might say, "Oh, but the Fed's the Fed." Yeah, but they're not doing anything, so who cares? And Powell's lame duck. But the numbers, they're not going to be able to lie, especially when it comes to capex, especially when it comes to the guidance for the rest of the year, and that'll be big, specifically for Meta. Long man, thank you for the super chat. I don't have it up, but oh, there we go. I do have it up there. sorry, Logman. I keep saying Longman because it's trading, right? So you think long. Logman 001, attaboys all around. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for being part of the community. Make sure that you're locked in, loaded, ready to go tomorrow. Keep that same enthusiasm and that same energy because we got a big, long day tomorrow. I know I just said the Fed doesn't matter as much as earnings, but let's be real. We still have a Fed day, and we got the earnings to boot. 355 is hit. Intel popped up. It's now 1.3 million to buy. That was not there before. ETHA, 1.3 million to buy. Yeah. That's not usual. That's about it. But I can't remember the last time I saw no imbalance on ETH. And then all of a sudden, it just popped in, but it didn't move. This is the problem with some of these ETFs. It's like the imbalances, they just don't care. Yeah, come out of nowhere, you get a 1.4 million imbalance. If that happened on an individual stock, probably would move it, but not on ETH.
Yeah, another name that we're green on today, look what happened to Google. You know, as I focus on silver, look what happens to Google. So we absolutely, you know, process priceless and perfect. So I could be upset, but we'll not upset, but, you know, we got out of that. So, you know, I would have got more out right here anyways, but there goes Google. And, you know, we had the trade and got out of it to focus on silver and was happy to get over for flat at the time. Obviously, to have that back, yeah, that would have been something right there. Oh, man. Silver, just 101. So SLV, just 101 now and going, gone. Trade Sniper's going to hit me up and let me know what he's looking at there. Gold still, that's a one-day chart for gold as that continues, you know, to make new highs as well. There's the 1 minute chart there for gold. Nice little move higher there. And then silver on spot again. 112, just took that out, and so now we'll wait to see where we go from here as SLV, just look at the 50-period moving average, just really, really loving that trade there, and then the DXY, let's see what the dollar is doing. Yeah.
Tank City.
So there it goes. So,
the second the president
right there on that.
Opened his wallet.
Wow, this was even at 350, 344. So I don't know what was going on there, but bang, right there down to the downside there immediately. So I don't know if that had something to do with silver and gold breaking. What time is that? 344. Okay, let me see what gold was doing at that time at 344. Yeah, sure, it's breaking higher. Everything breaking higher at that time. And there's SLV. Yeah, so, okay. But yeah, the dollar really getting hit again. Sia, Dara, we've all talked about that here today. Nice downside play there for the DXY. And yeah, not a great day market-wide. I mean, I guess it was a good day market-wide. What am I talking about?
The NASDAQ.
NASDAQ's still up 0.9. I don't know what the ES, we have to check out.
Yeah, like 0.4. Have a
the ES
nothing
is,
day for
yeah,
ES.
0.4. So coming in, we only have 3 minutes left, but yeah, some of the producer manufacturing, we talked about this earlier, AMAT, LRCX, wait for ASML coming through very soon. Eli Lilly taking a little bit of a move down today, down 2.5%. Tesla, not that bad, only down 1%, and we could see right there, 430 there for Tesla. They're reporting, again, join us tomorrow. It should be an absolute monster day for all of those names. And how can you find these names? Well, if you just go into here and you type in TTV research, and that comes up, and then, this is Adara's account. She's going to be... All right, I don't know, who's this, Texas Instrument guy? That looks like somebody I know, actually. Who is this guy? Haviv Ilan, nope, I don't know him. Okay, as we go to the downside right here, this is what's coming today. And if we go over and we see what's going on this week, we've got some big names, man, and this is what's coming through tomorrow. There it is right there. I now really like this logo because it's on the front of the car. So there's the Tesla. We've got IBM, Microsoft really running like just these four names right into here. Meta, Microsoft, IBM is enough. Then you have Lam Research. That's going to help us figure out if this GPU game is over or not, what's going on there, if they still see some demand. Good for them. ServiceNow will help us a little bit with some of the sales side. Celestica, a big Canadian company, going to report. And then tomorrow morning, we've got ASML overnight. I didn't even see this. So there's GE Vernova. That's going to help us with the data center build out as well. Corning, all the glass Apple uses. We'll see if that had any effect there with Corning. VF Corporation. I'm wearing my Uggs today. I don't know if that's VF or... the other one that owns Uggs, Deckers, outdoor. But there is Starbucks as well. And then after that, man, we've got Apple, SanDisk, and Visa the very next day with Caterpillar, man. What a monster name. I mean, we're just getting started here. So you found the right spot now. I mean, we're going to be going over all of these plays every single day with you, starting at 8 a.m. And there goes silver, going to go out at the high of the day right here. Well, the high of the afternoon anyway. Silver all the way back to where we opened, man. Silver, whoops, ramps all the way up.
V-shape,
We'll see that tomorrow, man. We like trading some silver around here.
Well, it's got a V in it, so why not? With only about 15 seconds or just above 15 seconds to go. And again, not crazy earnings tonight, but that lets us rest up for tomorrow. This closing bell brought to you by AIML Health. Scan the QR code in front of you. You can find them on the CSE at AIML, the symbol. And now the market is closed. It was a heavy drop. I was sort of looking up the heavy drop in the US dollar. There are a few things, if you don't have Forex quotes or maybe you don't have the Dixie, here at Real Trading, you can look up UUP, which is one of those like leveraged ETFs for the US dollar. So you can look at that move and it trades decent volume, like 1.7 million on the day. Maybe not great. I'm sure there's another better one. Because here we're always looking for things to express the trade with your equity risk. For a lot of traders at Real Trading, this is one way that you can play US dollar strength or weakness, either way. We do have Forex here, like I could. It's just I don't even think I have Forex buying power because I don't trade it. So you look at US CAD, US Jet, Euro, JPY as well. But yeah, buckle up, everybody. It starts with ASML. I think very importantly with G Vernova tomorrow morning because that's the big data center. That's a big data center and energy play for sure.
I mean, they got hit pretty badly on their last.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
still is fine. But.
I know, but the day of it caused some the reverberations around G Vernova because Vistra is going to move on that and. CG is going to move on that as well, and some of the big spenders might move. Some of the other AI stocks down the line might move on that. You might see your SMRs catch some strays if that's the case. I could see that happening. NNE as well, maybe in Oclo. So you make sure you have that on the radar. You're in the right spot tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. We'll be right there, bright and early. We got guys tonight. I don't know what you got going on with the kids.
One's at Dryland and so shooting clinic, then Dryland. My son's not doing anything. And that's about it. What show are we watching? Oh, we watched that. I was talking about that rock, that free climbing guy. Oh, we're still working our way through Abbott Elementary. Oh, it's a great one, which Aaron would like, actually.
Nice.
Very easy to watch about grade school teachers. It's kind of fun. Winning tons of awards.
And the kid from, he's not a kid anymore. The actor from Everyone Hates Chris is.
Oh, is that the big? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But he's
really weird.
I call him a kid because he's clearly younger than us. But he's obviously not a kid anymore. But that's where I know him from. Yeah.
All right, you guys want to see something quickly? Don't go anywhere. I'll give you a little bit of tip here. Texas Instruments is out. So there it goes, man. Texas Instruments making a move there to the upside. Just a little sneak peek, man. Tomorrow, we'll be going all over this, man. Adara will have all of these releases for us. Brendo, myself, Neil, join us tomorrow. The 4-pack, fatal 4-way tomorrow. There, it's a wrestling thing. We're going to
come off the top rope.
Yeah, come off the top rope, come off that side.
I wonder if you could jump. No, you couldn't.
I could jump over it, but yeah, I don't want to jump.
Not on that desk. Randy built the desk. I'm not putting my feet on it.
Yeah, no, that would probably fall apart immediately. All right, thank you, everybody. It was a good day. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Ciao.
Peace.